Hello everyone and welcome back to another wonderful day of LPL action. We're into our lower bracket today. Hang on, wait. Hang on. 1 second. No, I'm dumb. It's JDG. Oh my god, I'm bad. 1 second. Oh my god, that's a disaster. Hello, how's it going? Yeah, so I thought that we were going to be doing lower bracket today. I just read Leaguepedia wrong. That's my bad. It's JDGAL today, so we're into our upper bracket, and these are two of our best teams in the whole playoffs bracket. Hey Sam, how's it going?
Very well, thank you, sir.
We're live on everything. Boosted streamer? Yeah, that's me. Find the stream started earlier than 1 minute before the game starts. That's actually not true as well. We've been doing it a full half an hour for the last few days as well, for the entirety of this playoffs there. I don't know, that just feels a little bit mean-spirited, actually. Not gonna lie. Turns out that when you're going live for like, 10 hours every day, waking up at like 6 AM for it, yeah, I don't know, that feels a little mean-spirited. First message in the chat being that, come on, whatever. Okay, JDGAL is our first series up here. And yeah, this is a huge one to see whether JDG can hang with AL really being so far above the rest of our teams.
Indeed. I expect JDG might have a tough time. I'm not gonna lie. Do you need a coffee, Alex?
I would love one, yep.
That can be arranged.
Hey, thank you for the stream streak, Basketman OP.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访到的是北京 JDG 的红 Q 选手，先跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的张文红 Q。
上一场年后首秀的5G 鏖战，可以说看得人手心直冒汗啊！相信这场来之不易的胜利，你们也是做了一些复盘嘛。想问一下红 Q，在后续的淘汰赛过程当中，队伍还需要规避哪些问题呢？
还需要规避就是减少失误吧，就是如果减少失误，我们应该会打得好很多。
其实他并教练也是有提到说，相比于组内赛后几场还是进步很大的啊。今天对阵到的 AL 战队呢，在第一赛段交手当中呢，互有胜负。想问一下，你们今天是以什么样的决心和信心来参赛的呢？
就是上一个 BO5就是我们失误还是很多吧，就是这一次 BO5就希望我们可以拿出更好的状态，然后来迎战他们吧。
那就期待你们的表现了。好的，同时也为大家采访到 AL 战队的 Ken 选手，先给大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 AA 的不是 Ken。
那截止到目前为止啊，第一赛段的 AL 这个表现也是胜场最多的队伍。前天第一轮淘汰赛也是赢得相当轻松了啊。也想问一下 Kel， 进入到新年之后，觉得大家整体的状态，队伍的状态有更上一层楼吗？
아직 보완할 점들이 좀 많은 것 같아서 그런 걸 좀 많이 준비해야 될 것 같습니다. 今天把我们准备好的东西打出来的话，应该能赢下这场比赛。然后我觉得爆发点最多的地方应该是打野中路或者是下路吧。
我们是非常期待双方选手的表现了，给你们加油了。
I'm here for the 35-minute macro disasters. Hey, I think in this series, well, I think anyone's legend are going to be the ones which are going to be putting the macro questions out there. JDG, look, JDG in their first series were not that confident. I think there was a real world in which they lost that series in like a 3-1. Yeah, I think there was a real world in which that happened. I think that Top Esports had a lot of winning angles throughout that series. I think that JDG, they were not getting ahead early through Junja. I think that Nio was very good at getting under his skin. And I think when that happened, it felt like JDG's plan just went off the rails. It feels like when Junja is not getting ahead early, JDG don't know what to do. I don't think they have a secondary leader. I think that particularly when you look at a player like Vampire, I think he's good, and you just get to give him a simple job, which is just play through lane, play for your obvious win condition. But I think once Junja falls off, it means that Vampire's kind of left to do his own thinking a little bit in that regard, and I don't think that's been very successful for him. However, when Junja is playing well and he's stable and he's ahead of the game, I think that JDG have strong laners, and I think they can play towards, strong individual mechanical play. It's a bit of a surprise to me now, though. We're going through almost an entire split, and they've not been able to evolve beyond that with Tabe as a coach. We thought that might be the case. And now they're against anyone's legend, a team which was, across the average, the best team in LPL in 2025. Hey, thanks for the bits there, Zareth, appreciate you. And we're onto the stage as well. Kanto, fun facts. Let me have a think. Well, we'll think about it while we watch this intro.
让我们欢迎北京 JDG Esports anyone's legend。欢迎北京 JDG 小徐、俊佳、红 Q、Vampire 队长 Gala。欢迎 AL、Flanger、Tarzan、Hope、Kale 队长 Shanks。欢迎来到苏州高铁新城羊城国际电竞馆。LPL 第一赛段淘汰赛第3日的比赛由北京 JDG 对阵 AL 即将开始。LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Okay, on to this. Oh, fuck's sake, it was muted. I'm so sorry, folks. It's not a good start to the day. My bad. Well, just imagine I was saying some really intelligent things or something. My bad. I was so dumb. Okay, anyway, saying, well, you know, there's the Varus Rumble available. Rumble's up there too. I'm just... great stuff. It's going to be the Shinzao locked in. I was wondering whether it would be the Wukong, but the Shinzao has a better level 1 to 3 matchup versus the Pantheon. Level 6 is where the Wukong starts to be more viable. Rumble is available. You'd expect that to be locked in. The Shinzao's good against that Rumble. My bad, folks. And the Rumble will get locked in alongside that Pantheon. No surprises there. Flandre looking at what Rek'Sai, because he can actually play that. Sion, Cassante, and Bessa. Those would be the choices for him. So it depends whether you want to go for more dive or you want to go for more frontline. JDG, what do they do now? Do you have to lock in an AD carry right now? You could lock in something for bot lane too, like something like the Misfortune's been okay into the Varus. No, they choose to go towards the Taliyah. So Pantheon, Taliyah, double mid-global, mid-jungle globals. Yeah, Sam forgot to get me a coffee, folks. All good. Okay, alright. Great start to the day. It's the rise for Shanks. So you have global matched with a global here. You've got that point and click of that rise.
Sorry, I just thought I booked them already.
Are we not muted anymore? We shouldn't be muted now. All I hear in chat is that we're muted. Are we actually still muted? I'm going to assume that we're... Okay, I guess we're... I don't know. I mean, it looks like it's going on OBS, so I'm not sure. The microphone looks like it's working. Okay, alright. So no one said we were no longer... Fuck. Okay, we're okay. Into the second round. Jesus Christ, what a start to the day. Okay, Nymaera banned, probably banning away something like the Misfortune next to. Look to ban out that combo-based gameplay.
That would make some sense to me. Gala also has enjoyed the likes of it, as has Hope, actually, for that matter. Things like the Kai'Sa might be a worthy ban as well, if required. Especially against the likes of Hope and Gala, actually, both of whom are massive proponents of the Kai'Sa. Gala, in particular, has had some rather impressive performances on said champion over the years. So it'll be the Sivir. Would make some sense. There's some wave clear machines here. Could allow for something like the Alistair as well, which can be quite strong. We've not seen a lot of Sivir, actually. Feels like it's been banned quite a lot in our second phase.
I just think there's been more prioritized AD carries too, on the whole. I feel like Sivir has been a little longer to come online than some of our AD carries that are more in meta, so it comes online later than Varus, obviously, Misfortune, Nymaera, Ezreal, because they're more like 1 to 2 item spiking, whereas the Sivir like is good on 2, but really need the 3 before things go crazy. Even the other hyper carries like Aphelios probably better at 1 to 2 items. So it felt like Sivir is just much like the Azir in the way that Chovy was saying too. Well, no, that's a little bit different because it's a mid-lane thing. But it feels like Sivir just comes online a little too late compared to the contemporaries right now. Thinking about locking in the Aurora into the Rumble, that's not one which I had highlighted before. I was thinking about, you know, Rek'Sai, Sion, Cassante, and Bessa for Flandre. If you want the front line, you go for that Sion. And of course, there's no Trundle on the other side. Flandre is the best Sion in the LPL. Would be very good for him. But the Rek'Sai, basically, he is the only player of this champion in the world, which makes it look good.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of bad Rek'Sais, Alex. Like, some really, really bad Rek'Sais. And hopefully that will not be the case today. Of course, Flandre is, as you noted, that exception. So I'll be looking to do some good stuff here. And it also means if Xiaoshu does want something like that Sion, it would be riskier, if you see what I mean. It's a pretty good anti-tank matchup in general. Also very good weak side, which is good news if you're trying to play around that Varus. Gala will see the Varus and go, you know what? I think I'm going to need that Jhin. Nautilus would also be a lot of lockdown, and then JDG, their pick comp looking pretty strong there.
Yeah, okay, if you go towards the Nautilus, I mean, it gives you a ton of CC. You are doing that into the Xin Zhao ult. If you get the reaction timing right, then you can get perma CC before that ult comes off. What you need something tanky here. Do you go Alistar as Kyle? Alistar looks pretty okay. Be worse for the laning phase, but I think so much better if your composition later. Technically, you could go Braum too.
Yeah.
You're just looking for something that can face check. I think the Alistar has to be it. You just want to face check. And what this will mean is that JDG will be playing for those quick picks, trying to play around this point and click CC to give them that just like mechanical chain CC, the way that we saw in that first round versus Top Esports in that game. I think it was the game 3, which they ended up losing with that. They had Sejuani Thresh. It was played well mechanically for them up until that base dive. And those are our first compositions of the day. Regardless of what's locked in, JDG will be coming in as underdogs. Anyone's Legend looked superb in their first round, and JDG looked a bit shaky. JDG, if Junja didn't get ahead early, looked very, very lost. I don't think anyone else on the team was stepping up to the plate and say, this is what we're doing. And Junja has been struggling a lot recently. Now he's against Tarzan. Nio was the guy that got a leg over on him for the most of the series in that first round. Tarzan is the best jungler in the LPL, perhaps in the world. This is not an easy game for JDG.
No, it is not. I had a tangent, Alex.
Go for it.
So, you were talking about Alistar face checking. I've now got this image of Alistar just going up to people and going, oh yeah, you've got a face.
Oh, I would have thought he was like in
you've got a face too. Wow,
I thought he was just like go to the powder room with like a little pocket mirror to check if his blush looks good.
I mean, obviously. I mean, who
doesn't do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And now Jayo is complete for the first time today. There's our runes. Nothing particularly surprising in that. The Rek'Sai going for the grasp in this matchup. Rek'Sai just likes to grasp in the top lane in general. Occasionally, I suppose, he's using it like a conqueror, but that feels like a very rare occurrence through my thought process. Skyle will not enjoy the level 1, as you may have noticed. Slightly tougher in lane.
It's because he doesn't have the aftershock. Well, sorry, he does have the aftershock. It's because, you know, he was tanking both members at once. That short amount of time. Trying to get this bush control. At the end of the day, the Alistar passive will give you a certain amount of CC. And of course, Vampire starting with the W2. That's sometimes what you do to try and get yourself a HP advantage. However, Hope hasn't taken any damage at all on the Varus right now, which is big thing. You know, AD carry advantage tends to be a big thing in terms of that HP pool.
Oh, well, there's the fan vote. It is rather one-sided, as we were kind of expecting. 87% over towards anyone's Legends.
Flandre getting good shove in early versus the Rumble, no surprises there. It was really on the bounce back where the Rumble starts to come in. Reminder that Rek'Sai was one of the champions that, the reason why this champion was picked before the last time it became meta. So this is more like winter of 24 when Flandre came into when Flandre came into JDG, it was a Rumble counter because it gave you so much sustain that the Rumble couldn't poke you out of lane. You actually had kill threat onto him. This was when it was the Unending Despair rather than the Shojin into Titanic Hydra Shojin, as we see nowadays. That's much more tanky. And Flandre was a big player of that. He was the guy which kind of invented that back around 2024 or so. So Flandre presumably knows this matchup fairly well. We'll see how he pilots it later into the game. JDG would really love to get themselves an early advantage. That's the big thing for them. They're a good laning team. They're a good mechanical team when they know what the plan is. Can anyone's legend shred up that plan? That'll be the easiest win condition for them.
We'll have to be our eye on it, because that can be a particularly dangerous point, right? Especially if, say, these bot lanes start getting involved a little later on. The pick from the Varus and the Nautilus and the Alistar making roams with these very aggressive early junglers could be interesting to track. And again, JDG, they're the ones with the globals. On the whole, not that things like the Rise aren't, not that Rek'Sai can't press R from a million miles away, but, you know, you're not necessarily matching their Ultima Talia Pantheon Jhin for range.
Laning phase, fairly even across the board right now, across all lanes. Junglers both going for their first resets. Junja getting his first reset a little quicker, because bot lane bought him that bot scuttle crab, whereas Tarzan had to pass top lane to get that top one. Block on the hook there by Kyle, and trading Aftershock. Kyle gets his Aftershock a little bit later into the trade, though. The thing about this is that because Alistar has the sustain passive, losing a little bit on HP is completely acceptable, completely fine. You'll notice that he's used one of his pots. Yes, so you are down in HP in the laning phase, but no surprise, given that Jhin Nautilus is a stronger duo. Alistar's much stronger outside of lane. That's why you're picking it, just saying, look, this will be better for the team later. Even if you eat a couple of hooks like this, looks okay, looks, you know, a little bit awkward, but it's not the worst thing ever. You just want to survive and get through the lane.
Yeah, Kyle backstepping that Deadly Flourish means he doesn't have to burn the heal, which might have been a possibility with that Ignite coming on down. But there you go. Also worth noting, actually, the Vampire isn't running on the heal. He has gone towards the Ignite, actually. Sometimes, actually very regularly these days, supports are on the heal duty.
Yeah. No, that is a fair point. It just gives you more kill threat on that first target you hit, gives you that anti-heal. Unexpected bit of damage, and I suppose you just think, look, Varus Alistar, it's not going to be killing you in lane, so you don't need that heal from the team. And clearly, as you can see, with that matchup kind of showing itself already, it's quite hard for the Varus Alistar to get huge trades in the way that they need to.
Under a little danger here. No, he's still got passives to work with. They'll be fine.
Has a refill pot and a cookie. These champions in top lane are just... They have too much healing, Sam.
There is quite a lot of it. I'm just saying, like, there was a flame spitter on top, and I've seen Rumbles kill people from positions I wasn't expecting before. So just like, is there a world where we keep going here? And the answer was absolutely not.
Shanks trading up Honku a little bit there. Does have the level 6, just as Honku gets his now. So both mid laners are online in terms of their globals. So now just keep your eyes pinned on the minimap and watch for those early roams from mid lane. That will be the litmus test as to whether the next play on the map is going to happen. First item, boots from Gala. Xiaoxi using that ult on top side to buy himself a free reset, hopefully.
Will be the plan. Honku gets slowed there, and Honku might now actually be in a lot of danger. Needs to be very careful. There's a flash available, and he's going to be forced to flash out. The Prodigy coming in from the LCP, getting done in by one of our more recent greats of mid lane. Hang on, mid lane, more damage happening. Flash from Junja, but flash over from Shanks, so they can't get the kill.
Does take the flash away from that mid laner, though. Shanks not able to... Well, rather not able to kill Shanks. Both mid laners using... Talia ulting into mid lane to get a free reset. So that's the global down from Honku, interestingly. If Shanks can get a clean reset, he'll have the global advantage for just a minute.
Okay, Smite fight now over the Scuttle Crab. 3 Talon Strike was available. Now Junja's got very low HP, and the Scuttle goes the way of Tarzan. Oh, we've all been there, but Blabber is out there going, see, it's not just me. Other people do it too. Honku does get the shot back, but there is the Crescent Guard. That's the level 6 fight over that Scuttle Crab. Now Xiaoxiu's in danger. He's overheated. He can't throw up any flames. He flashes and dies anyway. Disaster for JDG in the topside river.
It's a bit of a blueprint from that first round matchup that JDG played against Top Esports. Junja is very key to JDG, but in the negative sense as well. If he doesn't get that read early, you can punish him. And now I'm worried, Sam. I'm really worried for JDG. Once this guy starts to fall behind, and in this case, you know, I really don't know what he was doing, trying to find that top side without the Rumble Equalizer, without the flash and the ult available from Honku too. This was always so risky. You're walking up half HP. I know he thinks he has the lane superiority here, but there's no ultimate from the Rumble. There's no flash from Honkyu or ult for him to fly over to the play either. It's a disaster. If Honkyu had saved his ult, if Xiaoshu had saved his ult, this would have been fine. But they'd already used them. It's a mistake from Junji to walk into top river, and AL eats up 2 easy kills.
Very nicely done, and now Tarzan is well off to the races, Shanks is off to the races, and then look at Flandra, this Rek'Sai's got 2 kills.
Oh, hang on, whoa, we missed something.
Oh, you're right.
Vampire died in the 2v2 as well. So, look, Hope has a kill in the 2v2.
Ult's down, so I think it must be in the ult from the Varus.
So, even in a winning 2v2, Vampire has died. We need to see a replay of that at some point, because Hope has just killed him in a matchup where you assume that the Nautilus is safe. You have the Jhin Nautilus is a very safe, strong lane. It's the ultimate used by the Varus, absolutely. You can see that on cooldown, but Vampire dying in that lane, that adds more insult to injury.
Don't quite know the context of it. Yes, I'm seeing the cleanse down on Gala, so maybe it was a full send to keep the Jhin alive, but either way, that's a little bit sad to see. We'll get the replay now.
So it's level 6 to level 5. Don't have the Alice level 6 just yet. What happens? So the hook lands onto the Varus. That's good. Goes through the lane. Great disengage from Kyle. He stands on top of a Jhin trap, and then he's just CC'd into the play. It's really good disengage from Kyle. It's a good hook through the wave, but doing it so close to the Alistair is a problem. Xiaoshu dies in topside. Sam, anyone's Legend are going to brutalize this game. This is a done game now, Sam.
It is. Folks, I want to remind people AL were a minute off the fastest ever best of 5 in LPL history just the other day. This is looking like it might be another game where that might be a possibility. If they're playing like this, JDG need to lock in, or it could be a really rough experience for them.
Yeah, apparently the play was in the picture-in-picture, and I was looking at it.
I missed it too, to be fair.
I must have been looking at the mini-map. All good players should be looking at the mini-map.
Exactly.
Unless he was over the mini-map in that case. Oh, no, then I wasn't looking at the mini-map. It's all good players.
Should be looking at what's happening on screen. Exactly. You can't be too
yeah.
distracted. You've got to be mindful of the living force.
Exactly. Grub's going to go down to anyone's Legend. Dragon was taken by JDG earlier. 2.5 gold lead before the 10-minute mark for anyone's Legend. They are very, very happy right now. JDG are going to have to mount a comeback in this game now, and that's going to be very dangerous for them. They do have double globals from this mid-jungle. They do have a very strong CC combo. The problem is you're trying to use that against a team which is very organized in anyone's Legend. You're going to have to try and find people who are isolated from the team, look to get that chain CC onto them. I don't know how easy it will be to do that, though, when you start falling behind the game against a team which is so good at reading the map.
That's the one. That's the one. Out comes the Aegis Assault. Just to clear up some Krugs. It's just a cool name to say, guys. That's the reason I said it out loud in such a tone. Onky will unravel the earth and thread some volleys. But he's on the training field. There's no goal there to be volleying balls into. When are we getting a striker to Leah?
When are we getting knitted volleys?
Oh.
When are we getting cross-stitched volleys?
Oh.
Yeah, there's a whole world. Hang on, potential ultimate towards mid lane. Summoners for Shanks though.
Oh, good flash out. It means that Vampire ends up hooking the wall. The seismic shove goes wide on Tarzan, and Shanks does have to blow the summoner, but it will lead to his safety. Actually, both as a ghost down as well.
Yeah, so it ends up being both summoners down from Shanks, but the play is missed. And this is why we're saying, look, it's pretty hard to get one over on anyone's Legend. He had the summoners there, but also Tarzan was around the corner too. Hook was flashed away from. Vampire didn't pull the ultimate. Didn't have the... did he use the flash earlier, I suppose?
Yes, I think he did.
Okay, well, now Kyle, Tarzan into the bot side jungle. Vampire coming out again, does have that ultimate. Hang on, jumping onto Honkyu maybe.
There's that blast count. Actually, I've said he used it earlier. I think that might actually have been Kyle, so forgive me. I'm not actually sure anymore. I have second-guessed myself, Alex.
Oh, I can have a check, Sam. I can have a check.
There we go. Someone's got the replay. We love that. Shanks will just clear out this wave mid lane. And it's slowed down just a touch, guys. We've not seen the confirmed plays as yet. There was that little look in mid lane, but didn't quite work out.
Yeah, it was just off screen for us, but it was a flash used to try and connect with the hook, but it was flashed away from, so it was a flash for flash trade.
Gotcha, there we go, thank you very much. The VAR has got me.
I'll do that every so often. But I mean, at the end of the day, you do get the summoners out. I think it's more it is more valuable for Vampire to use the flash and get it away from a carry. Because again, JDG, they probably do need to be playing summoner economy now. This is a significant lead that they've fallen into. If they can get flashes away from actually anyone on the enemy team, they can use that fairly well, because a Pantheon point and click, Nautilus getting that ult onto them as well can make a big difference. So JDG, correct decision for them, I think, to just say, look, just spam that flash on on the Nautilus. You might die for having it down. That is the opportunity cost. You do leave yourself vulnerable for that. But this is your win condition. You just blow the summoners, try and get a single pick.
Junja's top side is not anywhere near a potential bot lane play. Does of course have that Grand Starfall, but only level 8, so not the longest range. Is clearing towards bot lane, but I think with Tarzan resetting, will decide against it. Was on even items with Junja, and that was a bit of an eyebrow raiser because he's 1,000 gold ahead. So instead we'll back for the Phage, on his way to what will be a Black Cleaver. Tarzan in a very, very scary spot in this game, and there's that Titanic Hydra done for Flandre as well.
Yeah, so a lot of the time we see Rek'Sai from behind the curve. Typically even Flandre is behind the curve on the Rek'Sai. Now he's 3-0, very far up. And Rek'Sai, when you get ahead of the game and get to an early 2 items of the Titanic Hydra Shojin, is going to one-shot anyone on the enemy team. No one on JDG is tanky enough to survive Flandre one-shot, and I don't think they're particularly high damage to kill him before he goes underground with the ult as well. They might be able to one-shot a Rek'Sai. It's not like it's a hyper tank, but when you're this far ahead of the curve, and you can get towards maybe like a Sterak's third as well, you're not going to be able to confidently one-shot him before he turns around and gets a Q ult onto someone, at least starts to get a lot of disruption. Vampire, no flash, remember, goes to the hook anyway here.
Ooh, double seismic shuffle. Get the ult out of the Tarzan there. Junja in with the Grand Starfall with the turn on headbutt pulverized. Now he's getting bounced around, finally gets the Aegis ult, but he can't block the arrow from the side. Shields only work facing forwards. The deadly flourish flashed away from Tarzan, afraid of that potential chain CC follow-up. AL get the kill, but summoners were forced.
This is the problem playing from behind against this team. If Xin Zhao just pops the ult at the right time, your plays feel very, very blunt. They pull the ults at the right time. That's the play which they should be going for. But anyone's Legend are too far ahead of the curve to have too much damage. Gala, you're not safe there.
Oh boy, good reaction flash there. The Weaver's Wall comes down, but he's actually room prisoned as Hongq. Fourth shot come on through, blocked by Hope.
Really good disengage from Shanks onto Hongq, who's been stopping the Talir from having much impact in this game at all, actually. Shanks has been very controlling here. Flash forwards.
Doesn't land that seismic shove to the additional summoner down. Hongq looking for the play, but just can't make his own magic work.
Hongq, a lot of people look at the game 4 and 5 of last series and think, well, you know, Hongq and Junja, they played pretty well. If you look at the first 3 games of the series versus Top Esports, they really struggled, Sam. They really struggled. And it took until later into the series for them to become a threat, and Hongq and Junja in this game have not looked particularly good, Sam. I think that particularly Junja falling behind has locked Hongq a little bit into his lane too, and that's led to JDG not really being able to use this double global controlling combo to start threatening AL to force him to stay under tower and be off the map. JDG are going to start the Dragon now, and Annual's Legend are going to Realm Warp into the mid lane.
Aha, but they can have a Realm Prison to go with it all. Hongq will die there.
I swear to God, hook onto there, Shanks low HP.
Kyle might now be traded, actually. There's not really anywhere for him to go. He's still stuck on the barbecue. Out comes the flames, but as a change to corruption comes on for Gala, is forced to cleanse, and Kyle gets to walk away. The hook comes after, but it's body blocked by Tarzan.
Oh, man.
It just can't go right for JDG.
Okay, I know it's like, oh, it's difficult playing from behind against this squad. No, that's some straight bullshit, Sam. That's some straight bullcrap. How the hell does he get to walk out of there alive? While this is happening, Flandre is threatening first turret, and he's leaving it alive to potentially kill the first person back to that turret and deny a few minions to the tower as well. 2,000 gold lead now in that top lane. Shanks also made it out alive. Anyone's Legend just so far ahead of the curve from where they should be. JDG, I think, you know, they're landing technically the right skill shots a lot of the time. Hongq missing that combo aside. I think they just gave up too much in that top river skirmish. That's where the game's destabilized. They gave over the 2 kills and the skull. Sorry, the 3 kills? A lot of kills.
Could not tell you.
A whole lot of kills. And the Scuttle Crab to get Tarzan ahead. And JDG, it's felt like they've not had a plan B. This is my issue with JDG from what we know of this current iteration, is that once the plan starts to go wrong, they're not great at stabilizing.
No.
As long as they have that one plan, they're pretty good at playing towards it. I'm quite worried now that it's harder to play through for JDG.
They don't triage well. I think at this point, we're looking at some magic from the likes of Vampire, from the likes of Junja, to land that first bit of CC with a good roam, a good collapse, and then just trying to blow people up. Because actually, we saw moments in that last play where that was nearly the case, right? It just didn't quite work out. And you know what your comp is supposed to do. Yes, the game plan isn't kind of working, but what else do you have? You've drafted for a collapse and pick comp.
Yeah, potential surround onto this bot lane turret, going into the enemy jungle again. Feels like Anyone's Legend are always in the enemy jungle, trying to steal away things like this Gromp. That's been to the tune of about what, 5 camps up or so for Tarzan, who's just pinging himself around. There is a Pantheon coming through. Flandra stops Honkyu!
That is the power of the tremor senses. He knew exactly where everyone was. Hope has to flash away in the mid lane to stand that hail of arrows. Tarzan's killed that turret, means Gala can't follow up. The arrow comes forward. Out comes the Herald take from Gala to survive. Sorry, not from Gala, from Hope to survive. Kael jumps forward onto Gala, which makes a little more sense. Flandra is ignited. The equalizer sucks. And now a Void Seeker out. There'll be an Unburrow available. Junja will get a kill finally back for anyone's attention. Pakal with a 3-man pulverize is going to go forward to force a flash away from Junja. And there's an ult for Kyle, so he gets to walk away. The hook goes wide. And JDG just get nothing.
Second hook of the fight, Mr. Vampires. He missed a melee range hook onto Flandra, which would have put him into the equalizer. So, yeah, look. JDG are a team which can panic, and I think this one, it's technically, again, the right play. I think, again, once Honkyu gets spotted out and the first bit goes wrong, I'm not sure JDG are great at figuring out what to do on the next step. Honkyu gets delayed, JDG have to somehow creatively find their way through it, and that's just not their specialty. That's more something like a Weibo or an IG do. Tremor Sense is incredible. You're absolutely right to highlight that. Flandra, I think, is the best top laner in the LPL, and it's for plays like this where he can just take over a situation and make it his own. He typically does that with a lane disadvantage, but he's doing that with an advantage here. I really like how Tarzan all-ins onto Gala to say, no, you're not going to be able to combo onto Hope. There still was a flash from the Pantheon, which was threatening him, and Flandra just goes nuts. Flashes beyond that hook. That one's a flash, that's not a missed hook from Vampire. They cut off the replay earlier there, Sam. The next one was a face plant into the wall, as it would have taken him into the equalizer. Less good from Vampire at the back end of that play. This game's not exactly been his fault. I think it's more on Junja, really, again. But the clutch plays from JDG as a whole unit just not working out for them.
No, they're not. And again, sometimes you just feel like everything you do is cursed, and there's not a lot more you can be doing in terms of the plays made. It's just, can you execute that a little bit better? And part of it's just being behind gold. You're down levels, you're down items, your time to kill is just so much higher than it would be. And when you're playing a pit comp, you want your time to kill to be as damn short as possible, and your CC chains to be as long as possible. That might not be a bad start to one, but he just flash ghosts away.
I mean, it's both summoners out. The problem is, after a certain while, JDG, yes, it's good to get those summoners, but you do need to get the gold and the pressure off of killing them at some point too. You don't even get enough HP off of Shanks to force him off the map. He's still in the bot side jungle, using the Hex Gates to come over potentially. Is that Shin's out? And he is. JDG have not been able to leave their jungle for a very long time, Sam. They've tried to break the chokehold, try to slip the noose, just keeps getting put back around him, Sam. It's been a devastating game for JDG.
Yes, it has. There's not a lot more you can say about it on that front, is there? I mean, it encapsulates it fairly well, and you are now running into the issue of you're trying to make these picks on Vision, and when you're not on Vision, you are on Tremor Sense. Yeah. And trying to sneak up on a Rek'Sai who is now grouping is a problem. The Rek'Sai is a solo kill threat because they're so far ahead. The Titanic Hydra means you've got no wave control in that lane, even with the Rumble, not including the Varus, not including the Rise, who are wave clear machines.
And this is one of the bonuses of the Rise too, but they've gone on to Rise, what, 3 odd times now? And one of those times being in that side lane. Rise is very tanky, and it's very easy for him to escape plays. So now you have 2 solo laners, which you have to high roll to actually kill them in the side lane rather than just push them off for a wave or 2. And JDG, that's not good enough for them. It's just not good enough for them. The ambulance outside very much agrees as well.
Yeah, poor old JDG are going to be taken into the hospital because their ankles have been broken. Horrible.
Yeah, a little bit. In some ways, I wonder if this game's easier to shake off because it went so wrong in that early game. That's like, well, what can you do? Hang on, Tarzan's going forwards. Doesn't pop the ult yet.
Oh, that's quite low, but he can play with his wallet. Now gets the Crescent Guard and burns a lot of the CC chain, but JDG are there in force. That is going to be Kyle likely dying. The 4th shot will take his head off, you would imagine, and it does indeed. Tarzan escapes, and now the Weaver's Wall. Shanks in the 1v2. Doesn't have those summoners from the last play. Will likely die. That's 2 down. Baron is up. Can we force for more, JDG?
I don't think they can take the Baron because, one, their Baron damage isn't that high with a Jhin and a Talia, and they don't have a tank for it against a Varus that will poke them out. It's a good set of kills. Tarzan doesn't pop his ult early enough into the combo. You know, in a better world, that would have been just a kill, but because, of course, again, you're lower in damage and they're higher in tankiness because of the gold difference, doesn't quite work out that way. It's a good moment. They do get some summoners out. They do get a kill or 2. It allows them to push out, but it's not going to be that Baron, which they would have really loved.
Let's have a look at it again. Tarzan and AL trying to force in here. Audacious charges into the Raptors, and JDG are there in force. Kyle flashes to get the angle on the headbutt away. Tarzan flashes out, but then Kyle is left to the wolves with the teleport flying and the fourth shot just wide on Tarzan. Gets away.
I think that was the first shot, actually.
Yeah, I think it was strictly speaking, it was the third, and I was wrong.
Alright, okay. It was one of the earlier shots. Yeah, I mean, Kyle, they realized that they were going to leave him for dead there, but that's kind of part of the Alistar's job in this comp, is that, look, someone else has picked off, I'll be the one face checking, or rather, I'll be the one ulting and just kind of allowing them to walk out. He's done that a few times now, actually. There was that one in the mid lane where, like, how the hell did he make it out alive? He's done that a few times. That's kind of the Alistar's job. You lock it in to be quite literally the sacrificial cow.
Moo.
A plaintive moo. He's doing his job.
As
He's just
opposed
happy
to a
he's here.
mountain moo or a swamp moo.
Yeah. I mean, it's got a big. Well, given how far they're headed in terms of resources right now, you'd imagine they've ramped it pretty well. Got that mana base going.
Maybe
pretty
start
strong.
with a level 1 soul ring.
Turn one soul ring. Yeah. That's actually just Dark Seal.
Yeah, that's
soul ring.
just Dark Seal.
That's why I love you so much. The Dark Seal kill early. That's your soul ring, baby.
Soul ring. Oh no.
What do you mean, Magi's is a mana dork?
There was a pastry time put up a phenomenal quote to it, like, you know, explain your favorite game in like is sort of like vague way.
Explain your favorite game in as vague a way as possible.
Yeah, and it basically said it's Universes Beyond, but with a wizard duck.
I don't get that.
It's Kingdom Hearts.
Oh.
And it was Kingdom Hearts, and it was just sort of like, you never heard Kingdom Hearts referred to as Universes Beyond before, and I went, you know what, they're absolutely right.
that is the selling point. It's one of the reasons why I find it really sad that they cut out the Final Fantasy stuff from Kingdom Hearts 3.
Yeah, me too.
Because actually it felt like a lot of those stories were unfinished, and they, you know, just nice to return those characters. It's very sad when we didn't get to see, you know, Leon, Tifa,
all that crew. Yeah.
Cool. Fight Sephiroth again.
Yeah, the Sephiroth fights were iconic. Also horrifying.
Yeah, first time you see it was like, what do you mean it's not like the Fire Titan or whatever?
That was like Baby Sam's first introduction to like Uber bosses, you know what I mean? And I sat there and went, oh my god, how do I do this? And I had to learn. Chat?
Yeah, had to get good. It's like, what do you mean this kid's game's got like a Dark Souls boss in it before Dark Souls?
the one move called Heartless Angel, which is actually also in the original Final Fantasy VII games, which basically sets you to 1 HP and 1 mana.
Yeah.
Which was horrifying.
Yeah. So Dragon's coming up now. JDG notably have not pulled their ults for a while, so all of those summoners which they've been forcing largely back up. You don't have Flash on Shinzan or the Alistar. Those are two fairly effective ones, but they're not... Oh, hang on, Xiaoshui's getting jumped onto here, and Flandra's down a fair amount of XP now, but he still does some decent damage up to Xiaoshu.
Yeah, a bit more grouping now from Flandra. It's kind of allowed Xiaoshu to get back into it. Schmerz a guy... sorry, I've made it Schmetzen kind. Of course you can be disgruntled about Universes Beyond. I have my own issues with it. That said, I enjoy a fair number of the
I will say, no, I do agree with that, and I love my Ravnica. I did also get back into it for Lord of the Rings and for Final Fantasy. Yeah. So I'm on both sides of it. Says of yes, I appreciate the IP, but also I am here for my crossover universe as well. It's like how in D&D they've just made everything's just like, well, what's the thingy again? What's the world where they shove all of their stuff they don't know where to put it into? Forgotten Realms of something. That's not the one.
That's D&D.
Yeah, D&D. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Forgotten Realms is the
one with like Eberron and all of the other different planets in it.
Oh Lord, actually, you know, I think it's got to be Forgotten Realms. You're right.
Whatever. We'll just assume that we're right. And anyway, that one, their version of it. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, the game slowed down a fair amount again, as we've seen. The Dragon went over towards Anyone's Legend pretty easily, and Anyone's Legend are not going to get that blistering pace that they had against WE in the first round. Not quite been able to finish off the game, particularly because of that last fight going wrong in the topside jungle. But while all this has been happening, you know, still had more jungle camps being taken away from JDG, less ability for them to push out onto the map. They have no wards outside of their own jungle.
No, looking quite tough on that front, it must be said. Shanks starting up the Baron, and for all this gold lead has been good. AL now actually have been stymied a little bit after that play did go wrong, and they do need to be able to accelerate at some point here. They've got 2 of the 4 dragons required for Salt, and a third will be spawning in 3 minutes, but again, that will be a little later on, and I do think the scaling on AL is good, but it isn't monumental to the point where JDG won't have their own tools later.
It is Forgotten Realms, by the way, and that's where Faerun is. Hang on, this might be an alt opportunity on towards Shanks, but he... again, he's got double summoners up. In some cases, you think, oh, why do you not go for that ghost? Why do you not go for that teleport? No, it's so important, blah, blah, blah. One of the times when you really feel the bonus of having something like a ghost is that when people jump on you with the globals, if they're not pinpoint accurate, the ghost can get you out. very easily.
Yeah.
And then if you are slightly in danger, you just flash as well, and both the summons, as you've seen in this game, will get you out. Shanks will be backing soon for an actualizer you have to feel as well, and at that point, not only will he have that choice to kind of flash reposition, he'll probably kill you too, probably, maybe.
He's getting to that point. He's not miles off an actualizer, and that will be pretty scary. Actually, the Chains of Corruption will force the cleanse, and Gala on about 10% because he's still got hit by the arrow after.
Gala hasn't really had much chance to impact this game, it has to be said. You know, he had that one time where he walked into Kyle in the bot lane brush. That feels like the most notable thing he's done in this game. Gala has not been... I've just noticed how little I've been talking about Gala. It has been about, oh, Ginger and Honky being held back on the map. Ginger's behind. You know, Vampires missed some important hooks, blah, blah, blah. Gala's not really been introduced into this game at all. And I guess he's waiting to see if he can get himself towards the Infinity Edge. He does have the Lord Dominus regards and not the Fire Cannon, which I think is the right choice here. You know, once you've got that Lord Dominus in, you do start to overcome that scaling hump a little bit. Get in that Infinity Edge, and suddenly he will be doing damage. But he's 2,000 gold behind Sam. He's just going to take so long for him to be relevant.
Flandra's built the bloody spaghetti crossing in the bot lane, by the way. Have you seen how that tunnel network? He's been an industrious little beaver.
Spaghetti Junction, you mean? Is Scramble Crossing or Spaghetti Junction?
Did I just say,
You said Spaghetti Crossing.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It should have been Spaghetti Junction. Would be
It's me, Shibuya.
It's me, Shibuya. Well, especially considering it's Birmingham, it's like it's.
I was just thinking of an Italian spin of the Shibuya classics.
I was going to try to do a Thomas Shelby hit Shibuya. Could you imagine Tommy Shelby in a Yakuza crossover?
Not fucking driving.
Yes. Omawa Shinderu.
That's not Birmingham.
Yeah, we're going to York.
Okay, AL going into the enemy jungle again. Charzan going in has the GA.
Does indeed. We'll try and force something back the Unraveled Earth, and decent disengage there from JDG. Now we go forwards again, force the flash.
Using that Q stacked up on that red buff, that's what he's threatening there. A little bit dangerous. Has the GA though, for giving him an extra degree of safety. There is that control ward in the pit. I'm pretty sure both those control wards spot each other, so AL know that there's Baron vision. Dragon's now up in less than a minute. Credit to JDG for just kind of battening down the hatches. Problem is, it's not really solving this whole issue of control, objectives, and gold. I think JDG are just hoping for miracle pick at this point. Just catch out Tarzan, see if you can kill him. It will be a problem. He does have Merc Treads, he does have a GA, he is obscenely fed for a jungle champion. I am worried that JDG, even if they go for that first pick, they lose someone important. Someone should have taken the cannon, so I'm quite annoyed that no one took the cannon.
Yeah. They are all about the legends.
Peaky fucking backers.
Peaky fucking backers.
By the order of the peaky backers, we shall fight in the bot jungle.
I need to lock in, but I'm having a bit of a giggle over here. Ginger goes down to the arrow, and that's not a giggling matter. Tarzan will have to throw down the Crescent Guard, and that is unfortunate for Gala because it means he's inside for Thunderdome. And out comes Flondo with the Void Assault, and that will be the death of another member. We'll move on towards the Nexus and Inhibitor turrets as AL, I think, are done with this game.
Sam, JDG were holding on for dear life, but they were just holding on above the abyss. The fingers slip off one by one, and Anyone's Legend will cast them down in game one. Anyone's Legend dominant after putting Ginger behind early. JDG could not find a plan B.
They tried to stall, they tried to hold on, but they just didn't have enough. And one more fight goes wrong, and JDG lose in the blink of an eye.
So, JDG, we thought they were coming in as underdogs. This would be why, folks. This would be why. That was a very strong first game from Anyone's Legend. I just realized I had the social thingy not on the whole game, but that's fine. I remember I changed the things about the scene. Hello, everyone. If you're enjoying what you're watching here, by the way, my name's Alex. This is Sam. This is Nymaera. That's Initialise. We're brothers. We cast League of Legends for a living. We do this for a living. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore. If you wonder why we do this every day, it's because of that. Because I used to be on the official broadcast. That was my life since 2023, and now we do it on our own stream now to try and bring you the best possible entertainment for this, bit of analysis, and just a place to come talk about the games. And if you're enjoying, just whether you're dipping in for the first time or whether you've been here for a while, as I see many people in chat, or I see all of you, we appreciate you dropping things like primes and follows because it helps us keep doing what we're doing. The only way we are able to do this is with your continued support. And with that, if you'd like to support us for a little bit easier, a little bit more for free, you can try downloading a new browser, which we've been sponsored by for this month in Opera GX. It's really customizable. It has a bunch of functionality. Like, one of my favorite bits is that you can force dark mode on tabs. So when I've been on stream the other day, I was using a different browser a while ago, and like, I got flashbanged, and then I was like, wait, I can just use Opera GX, and you can actually just force dark mode. You can try it out for free, even if you're not looking for a new browser, which I understand many people have their favorite one and they're just comfortable with it. If you'd like to support us, you can download it and sign up for free with the sign up link, which I'll put into chat, and it'll give us a little bit back as well. So if that's the thing which you're interested in, you can do just that. If you'd like to throw some money our way, you can also donate to our Ko-fi link as well. Twitch Primes, Twitch subs, and Ko-fi are probably the best way to support us right now. And above all else, we hope that you come back again and you enjoy this content that we do.
Indeed. Also, there is a Ko-fi link if you want to support us that way.
said that.
Oh, you did? Okay, which is just agnostic of channels. I don't know why I didn't register you said that. I think I was just getting ready to
Oh, that's
follow
never
up.
happened mid-cast before.
No, never. It's fine. And you see, I'm even getting shouted out, guys, because I'm Initialise. It's great. And that's a wonderful person you two could also be following and or subscribing to. But yeah, thank you very much for all the follows, all the subscriptions there with you. I appreciate you. TFT Enjoyer has joined, as we've seen.
Oh, cool. Yeah. I have to say, I played TFT in like set 1, set 3, and 4, and then I'm like, I do not want to balance the RNG anymore. I think I'm out.
I really enjoyed Comp TFT because I think I got to hang with some very, very knowledgeable people who kind of walked me through what is actually a very complicated game. Mechanically, it's not the most challenging necessarily. Of course, that's not the point of the game. But the decision-making trees you go down and why you're going down them and how you pivot through different kind of like lines effectively is really, really interesting to see. And again, like anyone who's into TCGs and stuff, you can see where there's a lot of crossover. In fact, the first winner of the European Riftbound qualifiers is a very, very famous pro TFT player for a reason. So Alan ZQ is legend of the Polish TFT scene, commentated on his games before, and ended up winning the Riftbound Championship with an Ezreal deck with some really silly Vex combos.
It's like basically if you have Vex and Ezreal out at the same time, you end up being able to, as long as a spell is like 2 mana effect, 2 runes or less, it becomes free, which is kind of absurd.
And Ezreal gets to basically hunt through a third of his deck. It's pretty silly. And again, when you're looking for kill combos, that can be, in fact, quite dangerous. But there you go.
Yeah, I mean, so much of these fights were... I hate to say it's one play and done, because there were some ways out for JDG, but that play in top river really did just ruin the game. It really did just ruin the game. You know, Junja... I don't know what the comms were like. I don't know why Honkyu ulted back into mid... I suppose he ulted into mid lane to try and get wave pressure, but I think it would have been better for him to arrive to the wave late than ult into the top lane play. And then, you know, Xiaoxi used his ult on top side. I really, thinking about it again, look, that top side scuttle for the level 6 is so important. Why the hell were the solo laners doing what they did before the scuttle spawned? Why did they use their ultimates before that? That's the hook, by the way. Equalizer would have hit, and the hook...
Yeah.
The Equalizer's bad, the hook is also bad. Both of them were bad.
It is a bad moment from JDG.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that both the solo laners, you can't play like that before the level 6 Scuttle Crab. That was just a disaster.
Well, that is how things were wrong. We saw Junja trying to get the ults behind. That wasn't really working either. And when you've run a pick comp and you can't kill the person you've CC'd with all of your CC, you start running into some questions, really, about what you're supposed to do in the game.
Okay. Right, we need to go put on an ad break, folks. So if you'd like to not see ads and hear us yap a little bit more, you can give us one of those Twitch old primes. We're visual learners, by the way. Not actually sure what a Twitch prime is. Just ignoring the fact that we did call it. But we're, you know, I just need to. It's for science, you know. You got to make sure that like.
That was our like null hypothesis, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Gotta have what, Sam? You didn't. Is that your null hypothesis? We gotta have, and that there's just null after.
More prime subscriptions to find out, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh gosh. I mean, I think that JDG, they just can't afford to have Junja fall behind like that. Is Twitch Prime, is that Optimus's brother? Yeah, maybe that. They go to family events all the time with
it's
like
Twitch's mecha skin.
They go with like Theta Prime and Zeta Prime. No, Theta and Phi Prime. I'm trying to remember all of the other physics well, not constants, but like variables we use for that.
Not to interrupt your
Yeah.
flight. Do you want another coffee?
I'd love another coffee, Sam.
Be arranged.
Yeah. Player of the game, Tarzan, no surprise there. Really good at jumping forwards. Would I have given it to him? Yeah, I would have. He was really, really good at just getting into the enemy jungle, getting ahead. Yeah, I think him leading the charge was the huge changing point in this game. I have no hope left. Well, thankfully, anyone's legends have some. I hear he's pretty good right now. I mean, hope, yeah. I mean, a couple of one vote for top lane, one for mid lane, but mainly it was Tarzan that started off with that topside river fight. Has anyone else been playing Eugenics, by the way? Has anyone been playing that? I should play that on stream sometime. Maybe I should do that during the break. When were this competitive teams? Last year there was only AL. That's not true. Last year there was competitors because we had Top Esports and Anyone's Legend, and we had BLG towards the end of the year. So we had those 3 teams, and they did go 5 games a bunch of times throughout that. So they were all good. And then who were other teams that were about the place? Weibo existed purely to just play spoiler. Oh, this is the kind of thing which occasionally like blocks our stream. I have to make the camera really large during the breaks and just hope that whatever shuts down the YouTube stream doesn't catch us, because sometimes it does that. Oh gosh. I have hope and not the one on AL. I'm happy for you. Several of the streamers I follow have been playing it. Looks fun. It is very fun. It's good. No Atakan throw. So, legitimately, Atakan being removed from the game makes me think that LPL should be better this year compared to 2025. Yeah, this is big mirror. I gotta do this just because, like, I don't know what takes down the YouTube stream. I've taken off the audio from the ads. Realistically, what I need to do is I need to get, like, a break screen for the proper break. Probably, at some point. Maybe I should talk to Chris about that. LPL English has a really nice one where it's, like, flying over the mountains. Azira's been nerfed. Is that also a LPL buff or a BLG one? It is probably an LPL buff, because even though Shanks is good at it, I think that on the whole, it's just such a better champion for LCK, because you have, like, the mid laners that go from LCK, you know, like Faker, Chovy, BDD, Showmaker. I mean, pretty much everyone in LCK has a good Azir. Pretty much everyone has it, although even then, it's like the top players of the Azir in LCK just make it look so broken. You have underdog bias? That's understandable, I can understand that. Yeah, maybe I should play Eugenics on stream sometime. I just need to make sure that, like, my PC is going to survive it. To have the both tabs open at once. Do you think the issue is YouTube is saying 2 of the exact same streams at once and IDing, content IDing the other one? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. But that's not always been the case, Duo, because it's only happened during the ad break. And it doesn't happen for people who are co-streaming. It doesn't happen for... Yeah. Maybe Duo. And if that's the case, then obviously we have to think about what's happening with that. Because honestly, like my own personal YouTube, it doesn't get crazy numbers anyway. I think Sam and I, by the way, Sam and I are thinking about, in fact we will be at some point, starting a new YouTube channel, which won't be for streaming, it'll just be for where we'll upload videos. And that's where I'm going to be putting stuff like, I know I've said this a bunch, and I keep saying it because it means I hold myself accountable by saying it publicly. I am going to be releasing like a video series on the top 10 of each class of champion of all time. So my first video is going to be the top 10 marksmen of all time. And then we'll move on to stuff like top 10 mages, top 10 tanks, top 10 assassins. And then we'll have some other ideas. You know, very Wolfie VGC coded, right? Because that format's just really, really good. Misfortune and K. A K for you, perhaps. No. We said top 10 like marksman, not top 10 tops. Scubs, yeah, you know, yeah. And other such jokes. Where were those Durex eggs before I ended up needing to share my screens for dancing fruit? No, not the iPad babies. Oh god. Top 10 marksman that I am begging to break me in half, yeah. Oh god. I said JDG looks better because Top East was an IG with tanking. Look, I think JDG... No, I think we've triaged JDG pretty well. They're good when Junja gets an early lead. They're bad when the first plan falls apart. They're very good laners. They're good team fighters mechanically. But they're not great at thinking their way through complex game states. You don't think No, Kai'Sa makes my top 10, Mavi. I'll give you that. No, I'm not going to give you the full list, but Kai'Sa makes top 10 in terms of... Oh, sorry, wait, is this... Wait, no, is this in terms of, like, your break you in half list? Sure, whatever, that's your list. Oh, no, I wasn't saying it in that. Okay, alright, fair. Okay, I misjudged things. I misread the context. Damn. How does someone break someone in half? Chat, you can answer that question. Okay, so coming into the second game, realistically, draft is somewhat secondary to whatever the hell's happening with Junja. Whatever's happening with Junja. And also the team going for it. Because, look, a lot of the blame has to go towards Junja. It does. Because he did go towards that topside scuttle hoping to win a smite fight. With his lanes not in position to move. But why did his lanes choose to use their important abilities before that important scuttle crab, which everyone knows? Also, since Twitch refuses to notify you when times go live, yes, we're starting. Oh, I'm so sorry, Katari. So, for those of you who want to know when I'm live, like all the time, I suppose, if you go into my Discord, I do have a stream ping role in Discord, and I do ping that every time I go live now. I used to be bad about it, but now I do that too. So, if you're in my Discord, set on your Discord notifications for like role pings or everyone pings within my Discord, and that'll probably be the best way to consistently get updates, especially if Twitch is being a bit weird about it. My theory has always been that Kai'Sa gets along with symbiotic void organism. She might be able to put up with me. Fair play. Oh god. How many minutes in the end? It wasn't. It was like just before 30 minutes. It wasn't like crazy short or anything. Let me check. What did I get up to? I can check. There was a post-game. You can check the post-game scoreboard thing. Come on. I need to scroll back far enough in the VOD to find the... Oh, there we go. It was 30 minutes, 30 seconds. That was how long the game was. 30 minutes, 30 seconds. Because it stalled out a little bit after they got picked off in top jungle. Okay, we'll get pretty close towards this. Sorry, I just realized I was zoning out for a second there, my bad. Let me check up on chat. Okay, well, Onivia's chat's just fighting. You just go. So for those of you who are in other chats, occasionally just Onivia's chat just kind of starts just like flinging crap at each other. I try not to get too much involved in that because there's just too much context I'm missing from things there. Anyone's legend shouting at Tabe like Menelaus shouting at Helen of Troy. Is this what you left me for? Fucking hell. Oh god. LMK, thank you so much for the sub as well. Hello, fellow nerds. Hello, also fellow nerd. Good to see you. Good to see you. To see you, good. You know, an optimistic person might say T1 has never lost Worlds since I subbed. A pessimistic person say that T1 has never won a domestic tournament since I subbed, though. Also worth noting, this is actually worth a video. This might be worth me doing a video on at some point. Faker has never won a double elimination tournament. Never. Given how dominant he's been across the sport, he's never won a double elimination tournament. Ever. He's lost all of the double elimination LCK formats, I believe. He's lost all of the double elimination MSIs. It's just not been a format which he's been succeeding in. There'll be other caveats too. It coincides with many other things with the meta and his teams. It often doesn't have to be a one-to-one comparison like that, but... Hey Sam, how's it going?
Going well, Alex.
I'm pretty sure even that, Soikor, I'm pretty sure the version which he played was a single elimination of the EWC he won as well. That wasn't a double elimination.
It's not double elim, no.
The first time it was out, yeah. Worlds has a Swiss now, but that's not double elimination. It's not double elimination. He's never won a double elimination tournament.
Yeah, so basically that's to clarify what those tournaments are, that's generally been LCK's playoffs.
And MSI.
And MSI, yes.
Yeah. However, yeah, no, it's very surprising. I mean, part of it is just that League of Legends took such a long time to apply double elimination. We're going to get into that draft now, though, into game number 2. Anyone's Legend got very far ahead off of laners and jungle miscoordination from JDG in game 1. You can clearly see there are issues with communication between Xiaoshu, Hongqiu, and Junja from that first game. Both Xiaoshu and Hongqiu using important ultimates before the level 6 Scuttle Crab, which Junja then fought for anyway, flipping the game on a Scuttle Crab, which he lost, and everyone else died for as well. So Junja still probably primary concern, but it's not limited to him. JDG have a problem as a unit right now, figuring out what to do in this early game around jungle, which was one of their strengths at the very start of the split. Now, into this game 2, priority mid laners of Azir and Orianna are banned out. Of course, the Rumble, Varus, Talia, Rise, all priority champions off the table as well. Sam's taking something for socials, I believe. Yeah. We're looking at probably what? Probably looking at Jarvan, Nico. Nico's just banned, so Jarvan being really big here. We're looking at Wukong now to a certain extent too.
Agreed.
Vi is gone, Noxen potentially on the table if you want to go for a heavy dive comp.
Off the top of my head. I think part of it as well is with things like the Jace now really falling down the priority list. Like, he's fine, but he's not the, oh my god, you can't let this through champion anymore. Some of the ban priorities have just loosened a little bit in terms of what we're focusing on. There are a lot of very good champions on the current patch. With what we've been discovering, right, there's a lot of champions we go, oh my god, that's strong. But the decisions now are looking a little bit more focused on some of the things like the Poppy, the Vi right now, the Jarvan gone as well.
Yeah,
so
I think with the
champions.
Poppy ban, you kind of have to ban the Jarvan because that's the easiest way to block that out. Yeah. The Aurora first pick, this is the third time we've seen this first picked in the last day or two. I think we saw it first picked in both series yesterdays in the game it was played in. Xiao, who ended up getting a pentakill on it. This champion feels really good once some of the more oppressive laning mids are off the table. Stuff like that Orianna is here banned out most of the time, and stuff like the Rise and the Talia can cause some issues as well. Yunara, very high priority. The Varus is gone. So Gala will now have to look at, well, with the Lulu gone. Oh, hang on, that's a bit different. Are we just going Ashe Seraphine into the Yunara Lulu? Yes. This is interesting, because Yunara Lulu felt like it was strongest TD2 on the patch, really. If Ashe Seraphine can actually beat it or hold it to a standstill, then that changes the meta. Now, I know the Ashe Seraphine is strong. I actually haven't seen it versus the Yunara Lulu myself yet to see whether it can go toe-to-toe with them.
Eyes on Vampire as well, who mechanically plays Enchantress just fine, but some of the decision-making, some of his propensity to get caught out on vision plays can be a little bit problematic, and Seraphine is certainly not a champion you want to be face-checking blind bushes on. So just keep our eyes on that. Again, saying it's going to be bad, I'm just saying I want to see Vampire put up a good showing here, considering how important these bot lanes will be. Victor locked in for Shanks, so I'll look to have a bit more control over that mid lane, and can be pretty good into the Aurora, who has to play into quite short ranges, means you eat a lot of Siphon powers, got to be aware of the gravity fields, all those kinds of things.
Oh wait, Faker won a double. He won Casper Cup, which is double LM. Okay.
Casper Cup.
Oh,
well,
cool.
There you go.
Oh, he won Casper Cup. Okay, fair play. He's actually won Casper Cup. Damn. Okay, that's crazy. That's
Do
fair.
we count Casper Cup?
I mean, except it's a double elimination.
That's
My
true.
statement. So this is the thing, right? Like, if I make a statement and say, has Faker won a double elimination tournament? There's no context or caveats there, Sam. It's just the statement. So yes, he has.
Yeah, that's true. You know what? I hear the statement, and I have to agree with it.
Can this time Ashe win the game? I mean, Ashe Seraphine is a strong duo. I mean, you're absolutely right in highlighting the fact that Aurora can sometimes be outranged by this kind of comp. Of course, she's pretty good at getting onto range champions anyway, because the range of her ultimate, the ability to kind of ping pong forth, back and forth. I really like the LPL branded monitors, by the way. I really like that to just have that logo on there. It's very cool for the camera. But a lot of companies don't think about the back of the screens, but then obviously if you've got a game like this, you kind of have to. Banning away frontliners now. Sion's gone, potentially banning away the Kasante as well, whereas on the other side, Anyone's Legend banning out one of the last remaining dive junglers in that Nocturne, and one of the better anti-tank top laners in the Gnar.
Yeah, it also feels relatively blind pickable. We saw the attempted punish on the Gnar blind pick yesterday, actually, where we saw the Sylas switched into it, got the one solo kill, we saw the concept, but the problem is once there was that one gank back and the CS discrepancy became too problematic, it was a bit of a problem still, because Gnar eventually, just once they get ahead, is very, very difficult to deal with, and that's partly why it's going to be banned out. The Yorick as another one of those sort of pseudo split push win conditions taken off. Malphite has fallen off the ban charts, but it's still occasionally seen here or there. Might be the Renekton blind pick.
I like the Renekton here. Now, they hovered over that Malphite. If you want to have heavy engage, that's one way to do it, because you do have the follow-up of the Encore, the Ashe Arrow. I wouldn't mind that here, actually, for JDG, although Jun just had a mixed history on it. It would give counter pick over to Tarzan in the jungle. See if he wants to go for anything. Yeah, I mean, Wukong into Malphite's pretty nasty. For instance, lots of armor shred and the ability to dodge out with his clone as well. Junja does
Wukong yourself, I suppose.
But then doing it to triple range feels kind of shit. Is this now something like, oh, hang on, that's going to be the Aurora top lane now. They're going to flex it up there.
Okay.
Because they see the Renekton, the Aurora can go into that top lane matchup. Flandra's done okay into the Aurora top lane matchups, though, against Bin, remember. Towards the end of the season, Bin died that one time and things fell apart. The Maokai comes through. You needed that long-range engage.
And of course, it's Maokai Yone as well. Everyone groups up to not get rooted by the Maokai ult. Makes for the easiest Yone ults of your life. Encore as well afterwards. There's a lot of really good tools to ensure that Yone doesn't have to freeball the ultimate. We'll have a lot of juicy targets there. I like those last two picks from JDG.
Yeah, me too. So you got last pick for Tarzan. I think Sejuani's looking pretty good here for the Renekton Sejuani, and the ability to tank things out. That would be a Sylas jungle, though, to steal the ultimate. I think the Sejuani was still strictly better. However, Ashe ult, Aurora ult, Maokai ult, Seraphine ult is an incredibly good roster of ultimates to steal, and Maokai doesn't really punish you in the individual matchup in jungle. Very rarely do you get the ability to kind of sit there as a Sylas jungle and actually farm safely. Now, there is a chance that you just get CC'd to death in the late game team fight, but I think Tarzan sees a great angle here to just say, look, I can have so much ability to make this game my own. And if anyone's going to do it in the LPL, it is Tarzan. He's the best jungler in the LPL, perhaps the best in the world.
So I had this statement from end of last year, which went something along the lines of, if you're going to play Zed jungle, you have to be able to pilot it as well as a mid laner. If you can't do that, don't play the Zed. Tarzan could. He was one of the very few players who could.
He's one of the very few players who didn't use his shadow offensively and die immediately afterwards, Sam. It was quite annoying to watch. Anyway.
You had your issues with a certain Kanavi's use of those shadows, I remember.
I was proved right many times.
It was a slightly aggravating watching Kanavi play that champion at points. But the point stands here for the Sylas to an extent. Like, Sylas is going to require you to play well. Tarzan has said, let me carry this. I can do it. Every single one of those ultimates is a deadly force. He is going to have a smorgasbord of options. We see the angle. We know how mechanically dominant Tarzan can be when he's given these more carry, slightly more pocket-picky options. Things like the Zed, things like the Kiana. Will the Sylas fit into the wheelhouse? Because on the surface, my money is on yes. To the Rift we go, though. Gyos first. Can JDG's Wombo Combo comp manage AL? The level 1 Q on the Raptors that you can do on the Yone. There's the second. Gives you into range matchups that little bit more threat to go forwards like that with the Mortal Steel can be really important for getting onto the wave and not getting poked out initially. AL with the earlier spike statistically, I think that tracks. You're the ones with the Renekton, with the Yunara Lulu, even honestly with the Silas, who can be very snowbally as we know, with lots of big ults until the moment you hit that level 6 spike, you could start making very aggressive moves in pretty much every lane you care to mention. I think once you start getting towards death ball moments, then you start to have more worries for AL. Not that they don't have their own options, but you are still going into one of the greatest looking death balls I've seen in a very long time. Enchanter plus Maokai plus all of these AoE, CC and damaging tools sounds pretty nasty to me. Tarzan starting on this bot side is pinged out by the Hawk shot there. It's like stutter in the clean feed. He'll be resetting and then going top. Part of the reason why he cleared the way he did was to shield bot lane from potential early plays from the Maokai. Will now reset with that Dark Seal and head towards the top side of the map. Maokai for Junja will be clearing up as fast as he can. Vidodoka with a very important question. How does Sylas AP affect his damage when he steals an AD ult like Yone's Fate Sealed? It is converted to AP values. So if he steals an AD ultimate, they just get AP values. If it's hybrid scaling, I believe the hybrid also scales fully to AP, which can make some of those ults pretty damn nasty as well. So it is that one. It is how that works. Gala and Vampire with good early shove bot side. We were expecting something like the Ashe Seraphine is pretty damn obnoxious, and Yunara, for all her powers in lane, is relatively short range. It has to sort of step forward to train, which isn't exactly much fun into the slows and roots of Ashe and Seraphine combined. So early lead there, and again with the jungler pathing top side from Sylas. Anything's a bit tricky. Actually, might force the delayed reset here. Maokai's around. Tarzan could theoretically fight this, but with the reset from Junja won't lead to all that much. Doesn't find the resetting Yone, but will delay that reset somewhat, so won't have as clean a back as they may otherwise have liked. What if you build AD, Sylas? Then you don't get a... You still have the ult stolen with AP ratios. I believe that's the way it works. I'll double check with Alex when it comes back, but yes. Nice little stun there. From Flandre onto Xiaoshu. Souls are unbound. The gravity field comes down. We'll siphon a bit more power. Tarzan will spin around a lot. There's now going to be bot lane off vision. Not been a very exciting early game as we kind of expected somewhat. Minor lead to Gala and Vampire, who got that early shove, but again, I think Hope and Kyle have been happy enough not to overplay their hand down there. Hongqiu has been eating a fair amount of damage into this Victor. The gravity field placements from Shanks have been good to prevent the unbound souls from being a free option to trade onto the Victor. We just continue to see some clearing and some laning and not too much more. JDG with the mild early gold lead, largely through bot lane. That has basically been just off slightly better early shove.
And, you know, Ashe Seraphine is really dominant in those early levels. Very few things have as strong a level 1 as the Ashe Seraphine. Typically want to play towards like hook supports for that. Level 6 hit by Shanks and by Hongqiu. Hongqiu has not had the easiest time of things in playoffs. He had that one awesome Zoe game. That's kind of ended up redeeming him a little bit. But I have to say, on the whole, Hongqiu was far better in the regular season. But I think Xiaoshu's not actually gotten that much done in this laning phase, which I didn't expect. I thought, really, Xiaoshu would be doing a lot more of that. Oh, it's a bit of a doom beat. Victor ultimate there. That's something that she loved to do back when he was in his prime. Just use that Victor ult to kind of force a free reset, saying, I'm not going to be fighting the next 2 minutes. I'm just going to be using that. Hang on, Junja has level 6 first. And Tarzan's going to have to back off from the scuttle. Junja must have leached some XP from a wave or something there, actually. So he gets that before the level 6 Scuttle Crab or a Camp Steel. Did he get anything like that?
Yeah, I think he just had slightly cleaner clears, because Tarzan basically did.
But the thing is, you're meant to get level 6, even with a clean clear, you're meant to get level 6 on that Scuttle. He had it before this. You must have got something else from somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Might have leashed a bit of lane XP, but I didn't see him do anything particularly scary. Didn't steal any camps for sure.
Tarzan now hitting the level 6 himself. He could steal the Maokai. He could actually go for a fight here, you know, if he really wants to.
Yeah, he's going to just slide forward. Won't land the abduct. Honku caught on that gravity field. Again, Shanks has been very good about ensuring those placements are scary. Honku eat a sight from power afterwards. Got that Q3 stacked again. Tarzan is bot side, so is Junja, so we might just have a play bot lane.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like with the ultimates for Tarzan, he's going to win out on this trade versus the Maokai too, probably.
When it becomes Vampire, though, that makes things a bit interesting. Tarzan, with the hijacked Maokai ultimate, can just return the favor. Lots of healing. Polymorph down onto Junja, who's in danger. Vampire left low. Hope wins the 1v1 with the Ash. Flash forward from Tarzan, and it is a disaster in the skirmish bot lane. Tarzan and Cope win out.
Why did JDG think they should fight against the Sylas in that point? The Sylas is so good at this point in the game where you don't quite have enough damage to burst him out. You can use your ultimates against you like that. Anyone's Legend utilize the power of the Sylas to get a huge lead, and once again, JDG find an early play between Junja and his lanes, which doesn't work. Stolen Maokai ult ends up causing a lot of issues. I'm trying to remember which one came through. That was really confusing. I thought it was actually that Tarzan that cast his first. It was actually Junja.
Yeah.
It came through later, and I'm not sure if Gala actually knew which one was going which way, actually. Connects the chains. Everything's gone. 2 kills to the Yunara, 1 to the Sylas. That is disaster for JDG.
Hope winning out that 1v1 against the Ash was just, with the barrier trade, was rough to see. And then you saw it, like, Junja's like, look, I've got Vampire. He can move first. He's the one with the lane shove, but not enough to turn things around.
Question in chat from my YouTube, from Zonola. Hey gang, how's it going? How's it looking in LPL? What you're watching right now is currently the best team in the LPL in Anyone's Legend, schooling JDG. JDG, we have found some critical flaws. We have found the plans to the JDG Death Star, which is effectively, there is a bit of an exhaust port on the combination between Junja and his lanes. And the problem is, that means that JDG are often falling behind in that jungle matchup and across that early game in general. Earlier on into the split, it felt like Junja was getting ahead of everyone.
Looks like in the top side there was an ult traded for ult between Xiaoshu and Flandre. Couldn't quite get that last kill there. Flashed to get the Spirit Abjuration, the twofold Hex couldn't get it. So he does at least get the Flash of Flash as well, but worth knowing.
But then you're looking at him. Hang on, that's not put down towards him.
Encore after, is there a wild growth required? Not quite yet. Goes forward for the knock-up. All right, Hope.
Oh my god, forced the flash out of him too. Junja's coming down though. There's the roam down. They'll probably still die. A valiant attempt, but sadly, a losing one.
They do their best to hold on there. Junja will dive to the turret. No, wait! Disengages with a well-timed, twisted advance to drop the turret shot. Kyle survives at least.
Hang on. Kyle survives and ends up forcing the retreat. That's really well played from him. It should have been a free kill. So now that ends up being, Gala down, the flash, some time spent by JDG. They do get themselves a plate. They do get themselves a kill. They lose a wave in mid lane, but that should have been a bigger win for them. Only through the wiles of Hope and Kyle getting a great trade and that survive under turret does it become slightly less good for JDG. They'll also take the grubs on the top side with Anyone's Legend, so it's not actually as big a power play as JDG would have wanted.
One kill is good, and in fairness, you do get the plates and stuff after. It's not that they don't get anything from that play. It's not a bad play, but what should have been a game-saving play is only a mild win, unfortunately for them. Honku forced to ult out of the mid lane as well. It means the Yone down that ultimate. Didn't actually find an angle to ult under the tower there, which might have been a nice option there into Kyle. And again, blowing those summoners, not getting as much as they want from it. It's not great. Xiaoshu's about to face check a Renekton and will lose a third of his HP bar.
He's working his way towards that stride breaker. Flandre. Oh my god, the damage is insane. He's gone for the Ludens. That's why. He's not going for any of this Rod of Ages malarkey. He's gone for the Ludens for the pokes. Really nice if you tag one skill onto the Yone, particularly because in the Victor Yone matchup, Victor often wins the... I've just dropped my phone on the floor. That was mechanically...
Mechanical misplay, yep.
Yeah, my hands aren't what they used to be, folks. But basically, Victor wins the short trades versus Yone. Yone wins the long trades. Ludens doubles down onto that. Means you are a lot squishier, but realistically you need that Zhonya's anyway, so maybe just think, look, Zhonya's will be my protective item, I'll get that later.
Yeah, I can see that thought process there. And again, you are into a relatively squishy composition, so that ability to just burst someone out before something like the Seraphine shields and heals kind of undo you in a team fight could be pretty good. Tarzan has hijacked an Encore.
Marco's coming down. I don't think he's going to be here in time. They don't have the skills to survive this.
Oh, they've gone to Pirate Bay. They're copywriting some music. Gala just about survives. The last auto from Shanks brings that one down. Honky realizes he's going to have to rebind his soul. Might be a death here onto the side of Tarzan. So 1-for-1 as it stands. Arc of Ruin slows one down. Honky doesn't have his ult, but Junja can potentially look forward. The Encore extended through. Don't accept any imitations. Nice work from JDG.
Might be able to get a third one hit. That's a really good response. It took too long to kill Hope, and it allowed Junja and Hongyu to get into place. A very good ult from Vampire with the flash. Secures 2 on top of the first one they already had. So that ends up being, what, a 3-for-1 overall?
Yeah.
Good play for JDG.
Took a little too long to bring down Gala. Flashless and barrierless though he may have been, was still an easy enough turnaround from JDG once the Yone Maokai catch people in a corridor with an Encore.
So now the Dragon's going to go to JDG. Anyone's Legend, biting off more than they could do that. That means that the early game goes back to even, and JDG have a double Dragon advantage. This is a team composition too, which does have a much easier time playing it out later into the game too. AL don't have a great ability to tank up a Maokai ultimate, which will be a problem. Ginger does have the Scorch Claw, Leandries. He might go towards that the Sork Pen boots as well, which means that JDG will have some really nasty ability to force Anyone's Legend to tank a lot of damage. Make no mistake though, Hope is still in a good spot. Anyone's Legend still have Silas in this game, which can be that real X factor. JDG, the job's not done yet at all.
No, it's not, but really good from Junja and Honky to find a bit of recovery after a tougher early game. That bot side skirmish looked like it might be the start of a replay from last game. But again, if there has been a...
Gala and Vampire being forced, well, they've been forced off for 2 waves here. These markouts coming back up though, and they might look for a response.
That's a lot of CC onto Tarzan, who's locked down, but they are now going to have that arrow turnaround onto him. Bit of healing going back, but there's the Fate Seal. Wild Growth buys some time, but Yone will still get the kills required. A double, in fact, for Gala. I apologize. I was attributing his kills to somewhere else.
Overstay from Anyone's Legend again. They overstayed in bot lane, Junja came in. They overstay in top lane, Junja and Honkyu come in. Anyone's Legend, they're staying a little bit too long for these plays, biting off a little bit too much. And JDG do have good long-range engage to force the issue when Anyone's Legend go a little bit too far. This is the worst early game we've seen from Anyone's Legend in playoffs so far. Dominated all 3 games versus WE, dominated that first game versus JDG. Anyone's Legend, they're not a particularly tanky team, especially when that Wild Growth is only available for 1 person too. If multiple people start taking damage, that becomes an issue.
It does. Note as well, of course, to just Tarzan as a player has been known, particularly on the Champion Jarvan, to get a 1,000-odd gold lead and then decide that he is playing World of Warcraft and requires a Leroy Jenkins moment and just full sends at whatever plays in front of him because he wants to abuse his lead, and then we've seen that kind of go wrong at the 10-minute mark more than once across his career.
Flandra, dick move, just stopping the... He can stop it again, by the way. He can actually stop it. Gala, he's just going to get stopped again. This is the 2nd time. He's still got his slicer dice as well, so he's completely at liberty to do this. Flandra stopping 2 recalls. We haven't seen, of course, the top lanes come into the play yet. Flandra almost getting that hop onto Xiaoxi. Tarzan stealing the Markel, going on to Honkyu.
Now he's going to be in a bit of danger. Does he get caught by the root, but buffers through it well by rebinding, so will likely just die here regardless. The burst is good. Tarzan slides out. This time there is no response.
Now, Yone E, you can use it to kind of like overlap the CC now, but it doesn't actually stop you from taking the CC and taking the remainder of it at your landing point, which means that he was always going to be a sitting duck for that Silas E. Tarzan gets himself another kill participation, goes over to Shanks, who's going for the full burst build on the Victor, as we were saying. If this Victor gets really fed, he will be one-shotting people into the game with this build. That's the Encore, which misses onto Shanks.
Nice idea with Junja around. That could have been a potential threat back. Again, it's not a very squish, it's not a very tanky Victor, especially with no flash. Could have been an option there, but you know, opportunistic ult goes wide, but I appreciate the look it.
And you know, typically JDG, they can win through strong laning, they can win through taking an early game lead and putting it into team fights. They tend to lose when it's their jungle support which falls behind, typically on jungle, but then Vampire kind of is the next domino in line for that. In this game, Junja and Vampire are in the game, and Vampire's been playing very well on these responsive plays too. This is where hopefully we get to see a better side of JDG, where actually their jungle support can make creative, mechanical engage plays, rather than that last game where, you know, both Junja and Vampire start to feel a little bit panicked and start to miss those shots.
Absolutely. And actually, Vampire's having a great game so far on this Seraphine. I've been well impressed. It was one of those things I was calling out and draft saying, hey, Vampire and Enchanter. the eyebrow gets raised. Not that he's, again, to clarify, not that he's a bad player of them per se, but some of the decision-making moments, the warding, the bits between the stuff on screen has been a bit problematic over the course of his career. But so far this game has been in the right place at the right time, had some great ultimates, and linked up well with his mid-jungle to have some good turnaround plays onto anyone's legend over aggression.
I think one thing which is, well, we've talked about it a fair amount, but one thing which might get overlooked by others is how important it is that Flandre is ahead of what should be a counter matchup in top lane. You know, Flandre is 10 CS up on Xiaoshu's Aurora. The Renekton is not meant to survive this matchup as cleanly as this, as we saw is playing that kind of, you know, kind of jackling kind of maneuver just to try and stop recalls, be annoying, disruptive. If he comes into a team fight where he's actually a Renekton on a good amount of gold for a game state, he can be a huge game changer. He will actually one-shot the first person he targets, whether that's the Maokai or whoever else. Dragon's up now. I want to see what Flandre can do on this Renekton. Flash up, Stride Breaker done.
Shout out to the very strong rugby reference there. I hear you, Nymaera.
Hang
That's
on,
very
Ginger,
good stuff.
that Eod Lander, that could have been a huge problem for him.
It's still going to be the Rocket Belt forwards. It might still be a problem, actually. Down to half HP. They can't follow up any further because the Mega Blast Cone does get Ginger a mile away. But yes, you can see that this mid-jungle does hurt if they're given the opportunity.
So this is potential. I actually think Tarzan makes a mistake by not taking the Honey Fruit away from the enemy jungle there, because Ginger's now recovered about a quarter of his HP, which he shouldn't have had. Dragon's still likely going down, although Honky could come over.
Okay, there's the Maokai ultimate. Tarzan may need to slide over the wall and does. They get the root. The Fate Seal flashed away from now. Honky will have to refind his soul, but actually means he's not here. Flash for the Uncle, lands onto Gala. Tarzan's a monster, but the turnaround Uncle, does it matter? No, Tarzan the backside has got a wild guard. He's got an on guard as well. They won't be able to lock him down. All the while, Flandre slides in with a Stride Breaker and will cut them off at the ankles. The Dominus is rolling. The Mika being called, and Vampire needs to skirt to another show.
Ginger might make it out, but I'm not sure Shanks will let him for free. The next death ray may be the death of two members of JDG. Anyone's legend. Put JDG's feet to the coals.
They're trying to maybe stop this wave getting in, but I don't think how easy that will be. A little bit of healing from Vampire. He's got the Echoes of Hellier to get something back. That's actually a decent chunk. Is it going to matter? Kyle tanking the turret. Can they get the kills? I just don't know. It's going to be very dive on this turret dive. They get both and only lose one.
Shanks won't take the tower aggro on the other side, but Gala's now here. He could die, so Gala back in.
Nice.
Means that anyone's legend take too long in the dive. Does end up being an even trade of 2 for 2. The team fight still went to anyone's legend. The Dragon went to anyone's legend as well. Yep, the Chemtech Rift, that's the one which they ended up getting there as well. Anyone's legend, they've had a couple of very dominant scenarios which haven't worked out as well, because I think they've been a little bit greedy and overstaying across most of this game. I don't think the kills are coming quite as easily as they would have liked, actually. It's allowed JDG a bit more access into this game.
Questions about time to kill. Hope just about survived. The Fate Seal wide from Tarzan, gets a lot of healing back. Honky, though, with his own potential ult, gets a double knockup, but there is still the ult from Hope. And he hits an Arc of Ruin and dies.
Tarzan has so much mobility, just so much mobility, steals the Fate Seal to try and get back into range, and Honky maybe thinks he was going to get ran down anyway, doesn't respect Hope, who has the 2-item spike. The Fiend Hunter Bolts is utterly disgusting there. We'll watch this fight again. We're really good understanding of Tarzan to say, I'm not going to get caught with this Markal. I can hop over the back of the pit. The Mikhails ends up stopping the CC combo. Mikhails is such a game-changing item here. And then both Encores happen. This is where the fight really happens. But JDG have already used the rest of their ultimates. They have the Encore, but they don't have the Markal ultimate anymore. They don't have the Fate Sealed anymore. That Encore is kind of like to stop the worst-case scenario rather than really helping them out. The fight is a full retreat at this point. I actually think if they just left it there, it would have been better for them than the eventual end of the play. JDG getting a little bit more from the back end than I thought they would deserve to have.
Again, but because Gala goes bot lane, there's no real contest of the Herald, so Tarzan gets the Herald and they get the kill after. So there was still that slight cross-mapping happening by anyone's legend, who do get more across the map, but again, it's not entirely clean. And I actually do think, again, the Seraphine's proving that little bit frustrating in terms of the healing and the shielding to manage the times to kill. That's perhaps the way I'm going to phrase that. Not as simple as it might otherwise be. Resetting here in the bush. Shanks needs to be a bit careful here. Junja and Honku, it's not a particularly simple option for the kill. Gala hit by that Arc of Judgment. Hope just takes that plate. Won't look for anything more right now. There is a Herald to work with, so that mid lane turret is dead, assuming they want to drop it mid.
Yeah, Tarzan's a level up on Junja now as well. I was just checking what happened in that dive. Actually, because there was some comments about where did the auto attack from Shanks' Q go. He didn't want to stay under tower with the extra auto attack animation, take a second turret shot. He would have died for that. That's why I ended up not putting that down there. Hope is really scary in this mid lane. ult is available, and those Fiend Hunter bolts will be very, very powerful. Mikhail's available for both supports. Markout stolen from Tarzan. It won't be available for the dragon fight now, so it will time out before the dragon spawns in a minute 20. You only get to keep ultimates for about 40 seconds, I believe it is, on the Sylas. It's around that kind of time anyway. It's not an infinite amount of time. You steal it, you don't get to hold it for forever.
Fortunately for the side of the Sylas, every ult is good in this game, basically.
Oh, yeah,
so it's not like you're out of options.
Oh, no,
yes.
legitimately, yeah, no, every single ult is very, very good. You use the Ashe ult better than she does because its AP scaling is where its damage comes from. So you have a stronger damage Ashe ult. For those of you who remember back in Worlds 2019 when Caps, Worlds 2020 I think it was actually, when he was playing the Sylas and he was stealing like Leona and Ashe ults, and just one-shotting people with stolen Ashe ults and Leona ults. It was a fun time that with the Sylas kind of peak meta.
Kind of become a little bit more bruisery over the years, doesn't quite get the same AP ratios he once did back in the day, but Tarzan still with this hijacked Maokai ultimate can maybe look to make the unnatural grasp occur.
Oh, it's 90 seconds on the ult, by the way, which means he does have it for a little bit longer, as you can see. Oh, Xiaoxi's using mobility. You might have to use the ult here now.
Ooh, just about has to get out, or just about gets out, but does have to burn that additional ult.
Now, dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Anyone's Legend not completely set up for it because Tarzan was around that top side. Vision control from JDG has been established. JDG will lose that top lane turret. Xiaoxi was stopping the recall of Flandre. It looks like AL just say, look, we took one dragon beforehand. We don't need to fight for this right now. They do love to retake a pit if they can do, though. Honky over the wall.
Jumps onto Tarzan, but actually will eat quite a lot of damage back. And Tarzan, he's a fairly decent job of healing. TPN, dragon secured already. Tarzan looking for a potential catch onto Xiaoxi. Won't find it, but that will still be the Herald charging through mid. And again, because the reset has to go towards the bot side of the map, that'll be a tier 2 as well.
Yeah, it's the Chemtech Soul point now for JDG. If someone's asking in chat what the Soul does, when you're below 50% HP, you get 10% extra damage and extra damage resist as well. The more thing about Chemtech Dragons is actually the stats they give you. It gives you 6% tenacity and heal and shield power per dragon that you take. Of course, on a team where you have Yone shields, you have the Seraphine as the enchanter as well. Dragons do matter like that. 6% is no small thing. It even applies to the Maokai passive as well. That sap magic can be quite important. Anyone's Legend, though, trade that dragon and say, look, it's not the strongest soul. We took that one dragon earlier. You're going to take 2 towers, get more control of the map, get the gold instead of the dragon itself.
JDG had already picked up 2 turrets as well, actually, so that was kind of how they were keeping the gold a little bit more even. Now, JDG find themselves down 2,500 gold, which could be a little bit dicey, but worth noting here, a couple items are getting completed. Eyes on Honkyu's infantry has stopped off for a QSS, so will not be quite so easy to lock up. I'm also noting the Infinity Edge done for Hope, not quite there for Gali yet. In fact, Hope is the one with most of the gold for AL, and that could be a big discrepancy here coming into the next couple fights.
It means, the thing is, I don't think he dies unless he gets caught by a Yone ult. I think the Yone ult is actually the only thing which kills him, because everything else gets cleansed away by the Mikhails. Flandre at 2 levels with Honky and trades fairly well back. Funnily enough, when Yone was at peak of power, it was the Renekton which was often picked into him, because even then, with the power of Yone, Renekton in melee range ultimately is Renekton in melee range. He's not gone for the Shojin, interestingly, has Flandre. He's gone for the Starks for the extra tenacity. I was wondering, okay, well, you could have picked the Sejuani in jungle to have someone who can tank the Maokai ult a little easier. He's just decided, look, I'm going to be more defensive, tanky. It's almost 1,000 gold up on Xiaoxi, who a lot of people were rating very, very highly from regular split.
Yeah.
He did have some very good games. Personally, I felt he wasn't as good at transferring those leads into wins unless it was on the Renekton, so Flandre taking that away from him with the Fearless draft meta is no small thing, actually.
Q looking for the angle, does find the double fate seal, Junges around, but Kyle flashes in for the wild growth. The last auto from Hope. Fiend hunted. Junja now in danger. Abscond, abduct. Junja forcing the bramble smash back, but is also going to have to flash on out. And JDG will lose the flash and their mid laner.
This whole playoffs has just been Hong QQ instead. It's the crying face as Hong Q goes 1-4. The prodigy mid laner coming in from CFO and the LCP has not had a good time of it here versus anyone's Legend.
No, he has not. And now we find ourselves with AL beginning to accelerate that gold lead. It was a relatively even game. The arrow goes what? Courtesy of a slice and dice. We saw AL overstay, overforce the response from JDG be strong. But that is not a good look. 4,000 gold is big, at least for JDG. They've still got Soul Point. They still scale incredibly well. The game is nowhere near done necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, they can still look for that soul. That'd be the big thing. Because it's just a permanent advantage. It gives you that extra bounce to combat stats, which you desperately need. I think which I'm starting to notice more and more about JDG in these games, and frankly, against top esports as well, is that when these freak picks happen, and they have done a fair amount, even happened versus top esports. It's a 5-game series where JDG looked quite ropey, actually, is that they're not fantastic at seeing where the next pick opportunity can come in. They're not great at moving, Junja with someone else with him, get Vampire into support, have one of the laners push and then go into the area of the jungle, the next play is going to happen. You'll notice that JDG, when they're not making the aggressive play, they don't understand where they're at risk, and that's allowed anyone's legend to pick someone off a lot easier. Of course, Honkyu there didn't have nearly enough backup to make that play in that bot side jungle.
Minute until Chem Dragon. That will be solved for JDG. They're going to want to set up well for this. Can Honkyu get to that second item? He really wants it. Again, stopping off the QSS. It's understandable, but he would need that second item. And thank God, the moment I say it, there it is. We'll have that Immortal Shield Bow. Perhaps gives him a little bit more license to play out these fights.
Getting towards 4 items for Hope now, and Shanks has a Seekers. That is perhaps the most important item on the whole battlefield right now. Tarzan has the full Zhonyas. You've got 2 of these squishier members. Of course, it is a squishy Victor build that can go golden. That means that JDG will find it much harder to walk away with a teamfight win. Dragon now in 30 seconds. Tarzan looking for the ult. What's he going to steal here? Jump forward and abscond of Dark. And good! God, they're disappearing! The Encore with some AP behind it ensures some more deaths. Vampire has to flash out. The Mikhail's bought a little bit of time for the squad. The root back is good with the beat drop. But a flash on forward for the stun! The Ruthless Predator and the meat get cold. Honkyu goes in and hates everything about it. QSS's, but I think it is just QQSS. We've been over this one already. Gala has gone to the wrong party and they will destroy a few more. Thank you very much for the raid. You are watching violence, folks. Anyone's legend demolish JDG. Oh, the raid comes in as AL look to raid across the map, take what they can get, pillage what they can. They'll stop the soul opportunity, and anyone's legend brutalize the fight again. Once again, we see this flaw of JDG where they walk into an area of the map, and I don't think they adequately see the threat. Because of the silence, because of the ability for him to just jump through and get so much damage down, they don't expect the damage to come through like this. He's 2 levels up on Junja. The Silas last pick in the jungle for anyone's legend has been spectacular. Tarzan may well be the best jungler in the world, certainly the best in the LPL. And it's moments like this where he just jumps out of that fog of war, makes a game-changing play. Really, really respect him. There's no flash on Junja. He can't get into the pit. Baron secured from anyone's legend.
No Blasco, no twisted advance target. We'll give a quick shout out there to AL, who made sure none of them stood at the back of the pit, because I have seen a Maokai or 2 able to twist an advance into a pit onto someone there, so just giving no ingress options, and it just continues to be a bit of a shellacking over the last 5 minutes. 3rd item done for Tarzan. This is really good to see from them.
Just how good is Tarzan, man? How good is Tarzan?
Best jungler in the world for my money.
I think he might be the best jungler in the world. Well, I mean, we'll see, because this team is going to first stand, folks. I don't care what else happens. This team has shown enough for me to say there's not... Because 2 teams go from LPL to first stand,
yeah,
I don't see 2 teams which can beat them in a best of 5. JDG are meant to be one of our top 3-odd teams. Of course, they've had their own flaws. Maybe BLG, if they can fix some of their team fighting flaws, could make something happen, but surely not 2 teams beyond that. Pushing in towards this top lane turret, 7,000 gold lead. JDG, this was a better game than game 1. I think that Junja and Vampire did a good job of punishing the overstays of anyone's legend in the early game. Problem now that they're no longer overstays. They're just one-shots, Sam. They don't get to survive long enough for them to make that turnaround.
So, we now look at what JDG can hold on, because again, you are still with the very potent Enchanter who's got the Echoes of Hellier, you've got the ability to get to 3-4 items, land an arrow, that's not bad. Hope, rooted up after, that's a lot of CC, but he gets to hop away with the ultimate, and the Mikhail's keeps him safe. Tarzan was left quite low by that though, so we might have to force a reset and deny some of the Baron value.
Yeah, we've got a minute left on it, so it means they won't bake the brace? I don't know.
It's a cake, I suppose, now.
That, or it's the world straight. I mean, we're on the Camtech Rift. It could well truly be a hotbox, Sam. Who knows at this point?
No.
Anyone need some shimmer?
Need some shimmer. Here we go, shimmer.
We did go on a very extended rant about how IG versus Weibo, it felt like the kind of Dune spice of League of Legends yesterday.
Oh, you genuinely you sort of looked me dead in the eye when you turned away from the screen to look at me while you went on this unhinged rant.
What?
It was
Sam,
genuinely wild.
Sometimes gameplay is secondary. Sometimes there are
The
more
spice
important
is
things.
more important.
Yeah, Sam, once you cast 2,000 League of Legends games or so in a year, well, 2 years probably, that's when you start seeing the folds in space-time to start teleporting across different eras of League of Legends play. Ginger was spotted in the brush, won't be able to defend this one as easily now. The siege continues the last 20 seconds of the Baron buff.
Looking for this last standing tier 2. Check the map as well. Flandre is in the mid lane, shoving out an attempted look there from Honku. Can't find what he's looking for. We'll at least get 4 of the plates mid. I don't think we'll get the whole of it necessarily. Xiaoshu gonna threaten just a touch, but the turret does fall until the base is eventually broken. Hang on,
lands.
Out comes the Encore as well. With Nature's Grasp flying everywhere. They have blown up Hope, who didn't have the tools available this time. Not bad.
They
from
didn't
JDG.
have the Mikhails. It's the big thing. It's only a single pick though, using 3 ultimates to get it. It's a good kill. It takes a lot of gold off the board. It means that anyone's legend can't really stick around. Even then, he was dreadfully close to surviving. And JDG won't get control of their own jungle. What they do stop is, the base being broken in any more significant way. It's just an inhibited turret down in that mid lane. Now there's a minute until the next dragon. JDG will have another crack at Soul. Anyone's legend will get themselves a chance to push out, reset, come back out onto the map with their items, and JDG, they are still faced with this very difficult scenario. Well, okay, you got to get towards the dragon. Well, how do you go into an area of the map? You have to go in blind versus Victor Poke versus Stolen Encores, Maokai ults, Ashe ults, whatever the hell Tarzan chooses to throw at you. And he's level 16 before the fight, meaning he might even get to use 2 ults at you.
That will be the thought process, make no mistake about it. Quick eyes on some of the inventory here. 4 items are done for Gala, 3 for Junja, 3 for Xiaoshu. Those are some pretty decent break points.
And we're going to have to talk about all 4 members of JDG. Of course, I don't know where the 5th member's gone. They haven't got a single kill, assist, or death here. Xiaoshu is down 2.5k, and he's not really managed to do much. Here comes Flandre into the backline.
Oh, that's a bit of a deep one, but he's got a GA and a massive old stride breaker angle. Tarzan flashes, steals the Encore, doesn't really land onto anyone, and they've blown up the Silas. He's dead. He went looking for the big play and doesn't have it land. They've gone very, very deep. JDG,
oh my God.
Now Xiaoshu's here. Vampire Death Balls and anyone's legend full send and lose 4.
That's going to be Soul and the cleanup fight. JDG get a full ace for for no deaths. It's a full clean ace, Sam. They're dead for 40 seconds. This might be, they don't have grubs, but they'll have crystallized. I don't think they can end, but they'll break the base.
I need to see that again because Tarzan went looking for a flash Encore and hit one member.
Hang on. I don't know, Sam. Maybe they can.
Yeah.
Maybe they can. JDG might have just got themselves the huge comeback play with Flandre teleporting himself into oblivion.
Oh, Flandre and Tarzan full set, and they both end up falling in short order. What on earth? They could definitely keep going. 10 seconds on Hope.
Okay, so there's going to be able to. This could be an absolute race for it. There's 10 seconds left. It's going to be very, very close. Junja's going to try and slow them coming out of base.
They've got one Nexus turret already. The other is falling. 5v3. Nexus under siege. Stolen Tarzan.
They've done it!
They've got to get the orders. They've done it! Jingdong Gaming somehow even the series.
Flandre teleports into the backline and throws the game. Yeah, camera onto that man at the top lane. It might have been the first All-Pro top laner at a regular split. He was first into the fray this time and absolutely throws the game. Wonderful turnaround from JDG to somehow take a game off of anyone's legend, which they had no right to do. Folks, that is LPL sometimes in a nutshell. My name is Nymaera, this is Initialise, I'm Alex, this is Sam. We are brothers and we cast League of Legends, specifically of the LPL variety, here for you on this channel every single day it is live. Thank you so much for joining us on Charger TV. Thank you so much for the raid as well, and LCKCL enjoyer over there. I hope that.
Oh, yes.
I hope this is providing good post-stream entertainment for you as well. With Sam, we're in an even series, and I cannot believe it came to this. I cannot believe it came to this, Sam. That is ridiculous. Anyone's legend somehow throw a game that was completely in their control.
I need to go clip that. What the?
Okay. Well, do you want to, Sam? What you can go clip that while you get me another coffee. Does that
Yeah,
work?
that works absolutely. What the fuck?
that is something. Oh my god. So, Anyone's legend, fantastic turnaround there. I mean, we'll have to watch that last team fight over like again and again at that point. That is disaster for JDG, for Anyone's legend. Disaster for them. Did not expect that at all. they're supposed to let me. Gosh, so, well, that's one of the more notable games that we had, because that is our best team in the LPL and anyone's legend throwing a game which was completely in their control. That last fight was just... I'm gonna have to go back and look at the clip of that again. Where is... So how did that go so badly wrong? How did that go so badly wrong? We'll see clips of it on the replay there too. Oh yeah, by the way, I've got to do the spiel and stuff like that too, by the way. If you would like to support us, you can download Opera GX, which is a... sorry, I'm really bad at these ad reads when I'm trying to type it in chat at the same time. We have a sponsor for the rest of this month. If you'd like to try out a new browser for free and support us along the way, think about downloading through our referral link and then signing up to Opera GX. It's very, very versatile. You can do whatever the heck you want with it. You can import your bookmarks. And it does things like force dark mode on tabs and be able to shut down hot tabs as well, which is very, very cool. I've been enjoying it an awful lot, and I've been using it as well. So if you'd like to try it out, just see if it fits for you. Think about downloading through our link there as well. If you'd like to drop some money into the stream, because this is our job as well, think about dropping a Twitch Prime or supporting through our Ko-fi link as well. Anyone's legend. I cannot believe they threw that game. That's ridiculous. Did Flandre F up? I think he did. He teleported into like 4 people, and the game kind of fell apart from that. Let me go watch that last play again. That is ridiculous. How did that happen? Let me watch back through to this. So, Tarzan died before he could use Zhonya's as well. Yeah, so Flandre goes like a million miles too deep, loses all his HP. Then Tarzan flashes in and dies. Tarzan also fucks up. Tarzan flashes in, dies before he can use his ultimate. And then Honky also hits the ult onto Hope. Oh, Hope gets hit by the Maokai ult. Because no, Hope has flash and gets hit by a free ball Maokai ult. So Flandre messes up, Tarzan messes up, Hope messes up. I mean, everyone messes up there. Because, like, Flandre teleports into 5 people and immediately dies, pretty much. Tarzan uses all of his mobility, flashes into an Aurora combo, insta-dies before he Zhonya's, and Hope just gets hit by a Maokai ult without flashing or dashing or standing behind a teammate. So, like, 3 members of anyone's legend can just irrevocably fuck up. That's ridiculous. Hey, thank you so much, Gato, by the way, for the sub. We really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, JDG won. Yeah. Okay, so we'll watch as the play comes around on screen. It'll be a little bit later. That is ridiculous, man. Would you say that Flandre was it was on Flandre for being too aggressive? I mean, it's on Flandre for being too aggressive, Tarzan for flashing into a full combo and dying without being able to Zhonya. So watch this, right? So, Flandre teleports into 5 people, so he immediately dies, despite being very, very strong. So that's a mistake. Tarzan then flashes into an Aurora combo and immediately dies, and then Hope doesn't stand behind a teammate and gets hit by a Maokai ultimate for free and immediately dies as well. So there are 3 people which mess up in just ridiculous ways from so far ahead. It literally takes all 3 of them fucking up like that, otherwise I think this game doesn't end. And then Shanks is like, what the hell just went wrong? Thank you so much, by the way. It's very kind of you to stay out there. I appreciate you. Bro, Jinx, AL. Well, no. This is on anyone's legend themselves. This is on them. This is on them. I cannot believe they did that. Okay, folks, I'm going to go put on some adverts before we wait for the next game, so we don't get adverts going into the next game. If you'd like to not have adverts, of course, drop a Prime sub. It obviously makes a lot of difference to us. That's sunlight on the camera. Actually quite bright today. Huh, cool. Oh my gosh. That was crazy. That was Xiaoshu's only kill participation in this game? Yeah, it was. And it turns out, when someone flashes into your combo, it ends up being quite powerful. I can't believe it, man. I can't believe it. That's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. I like the game throw no fun. I know, right? I mean, I can't believe that Anyone's Legend just did that to themselves. So Flandre TP'd into 5. So ridiculous. What do you mean? What do you mean Xiaoxu gets player of the game? He only got... What do you mean he got player of the game? This is so funny, man. Oh, God. I just can't believe, like, just that I just can't believe that happened. I just can't believe that happened. Vampire Robbery? Yeah, I think Vampire was player of the game for that one. I think Vampire was player of the game. He was in the right positions at all times. His encores were really good. He provided great value across all of it. I am surprised there are so many votes for Gala in there. There's only one vote for support. I think that was Vampire player of the game pretty easily, actually. I think that's well off in terms of player of the game votes. Because I think Honky was bad. Gala was fine. Xiaoxu did nothing the entire game, lost lane to a Renekton with a counter pick matchup, which shouldn't happen. He barely impacted the game. And Junja, like, misjudged a bunch of different fights too. I think it was pretty much, by process of elimination, it's Vampire, and I think Vampire played pretty well. That is so funny, man. That is so funny. What a ridiculous game. I just can't believe they threw that. So we're getting 4 games at least now. So funnily enough, so Anyone's Legend choose first pick, no surprises there. And yeah, now I guess we get to see another game. I gotta make my camera big now again. Should I try running Mugenics? Would that kill my PC? It might kill my PC. Not a particularly intensive game, I'm just worried about my PC in general. Like, my PC explodes when I run, like, Uma Musume, so... You know. Who do you think is better between Ashe Seraphine and Yunara Lulu? Ashe Seraphine's better in early lane, Yunara Lulu better at most stages in the game. Unless you go, like, hyper late game and it's about Death Ball. I think that Yunara Lulu it's better when you're not drafting around it specifically. Like, that lane is more versatile. Whereas Ashe Seraphine, they're both quite immobile. They do bring some good engage options though, in the way that Yunara Lulu don't. So, right, okay, that's a thing of all time. Do I just try to? Okay, what else could I shut down that would kill my PC? Let's get rid of Vanguard. You can go off. That's me. I'm sorry for system sounds. I really try not to bring up system sounds. How's my CPU looking right now? Yeah, that's not looking great. That's not looking great at all. Okay, good to know. Just saying, like, that last team fight was basically Flandre teleporting into Narnia, it's teleporting into 5 people. Tarzan flashed into a full Aurora combo and died without using Zhonya's, and then Hope stood in a Maokai ult without flashing, gets hit by a Yone ult for free after that while he had flash and could have stood behind a teammate. So 3 people made awful mistakes at the same time and they lost the game. Like, you watch that back and it is just disaster. It is just so funny. That is just so funny.
Sorry on the slight delay on the coffee. I did that thing where I went on autopilot and I put the kettle on rather than putting the milk in the milk whizzer. So I was like, I'm going to put the coffee together and wait, what have I done?
You put milk in the kettle?
No.
Oh, what?
No. I turned the kettle on rather than putting the milk
Oh,
whizzer
I
on.
thought you, for a second I just...
No, I hadn't boiled milk in the kettle.
Because I was trying to, I did that thing where like, sometimes I try and watch like all 3 chats at once while listening to you, and then I was always looking at my phone, and that was like one step too far. And I was like, why is there milk in the kettle? Yeah, a little bit. I was thinking, if I can survive, if the PC can survive, maybe it's eugenics for break angle, maybe. But it's, I'm quite aware that the PC kind of like goes to 100% CPU quite easily.
Yes, it does.
It's currently on like, you know, when I open up a new tab, it goes to like 97% CPU, which is like, you know, quite scary. Yeah. I know Sam has his moments, but I think he's human enough to not put milk in the kettle. Mate, I'm getting so... Look, the amount of LPL games that we're doing right now, and just me not ramping up to speed and not sleeping very well, I'm just afraid that I'm going to put like a fork in the microwave. I've had to check like more... In fact, I did put one in for like 2 seconds, and it just... I was like... I got it out just in time, so I almost killed our microwave, so... Almost. I didn't. But it happened once, and I'm like, oh god, it might happen again. You know?
Yeah. Don't... Yeah, that's alarming.
Okay, I'm gonna go leave you with this now. I tend to like keep. I think this, if I make the camera really large during the breaks and I take our audio off, I think YouTube survives.
Fine. Okay, well, guys, what you're gonna do is you're gonna watch me make some changes to my Azula Commander deck.
Okay.
Because I'm playing tonight.
Cool.
And I realized I missed some cards. Oh, sorry, I don't know why I was putting it on the arm of my chair for no.
You can do. If
yeah,
you
I know.
want,
But just, no. Sorry about that, Alex. Right. So I've got some additional cards I need to put in there probably. Jasmine tea before sleeping. Oh. I mean, to be fair, it's very soothing tea. Where's our resident Uncle Sam? Right here. Uncle Sam, you! I want you to subscribe to the channel.
Okay, well, that initially came from Lord Kitchener, who is one of the greatest villains of the 20th century. He sent millions upon... He sent like millions or like hundreds of thousands of like 17-year-olds and younger to their deaths in World War I. It's awful. Anyway.
What a horrible human. What a horrible human. However, it's a very famous phrase. Have I got this on the wrong side? It's on the wrong side again. Oh my days, that's why I keep pulling back. This is an old apartment, guys. As a result, there's a slight slant in the floor. So my chair sort of slowly slides to the right, which is very frustrating. Ugh. Because then, if it's on the wrong side of the microphone, I was going to say microwave, because we were talking about microwaves earlier, stand, then we end up in a bit of a weird position. I can move my camera back now. There we go. Go back over here. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. Can I make it smaller? I think surely. Yes, there we go. Cool. Oh, man. Right. Oh, I've got at least 3 cards to switch in here. Too late, Sag. Yeah, a little bit. Too late, Sag. Yeah, we're gonna make some cuts on this one. Oh man, that should have been. It should be 2-0, and we both know. We all know it, and we all know it. But that's okay. Riftbound deck building. I'm actually, it's not gonna lie. It's Commander deck building. I've got Azula that I've largely built, but I've just changed the cards because I realized I got some very cool cards from my Final Fantasy 14 pre-con, which I want to bring on over. So there's like a Torrential Gear Hulk, which is super good for Azula, which I'm gonna stick in. Even better, Pepe noted. This might be a second 5-0 series at playoffs up to TAS JDG. There is some potential for that, I have to admit. I'm a little nervous. A little nervous. We'll figure it out. It should be fine, right? Right? Here we go into picks and bans. I have to leave these cards alone. I don't want to not touch cards. Oh, gotta do my job, chat. So disappointing. Right, here comes draft. I think we pause the music, hopefully. Come on, really? Thank you. Can I... What? What is going on? There we go. No? Hello? What? Why can't I... Sorry, guys. I can't currently get the thing to unmute because it's not... Okay. Well, the taskbar's not moving, and I can't unmute. What? Well, we've got picks and bans coming, so I'll keep a vague idea out. Ziggs, Azir, Jarvan away from Honkyu, who is a Ziggs enjoyer. The Nico Oriana down as well. I will continue to try and resolve. There we go. Good grief. Right, fixed it. That was bizarre work. Thank you very much for the sub there, Rasmus. And again, appreciate Gato and Los Pantalones. Cat pants. Cat and trousers. Do I need an adult? I kind of did. It shouldn't have been that hard. Basically, for whatever reason, normally, it's a little bit awkward to get to the Huya volume button to begin with. But normally what you do is you click on another screen and then you back on it and it kind of brings it up. I've done this for months now. It's not new. However, for whatever reason, it wasn't working then. So I don't have to drag the taskbar off to another corner to get access to the mute button. Very weird. Anyway, the problem is resolved. Ambessa gets locked in by anyone's legend. JDG, I think, are now going to be obligated to pick up the Vi. Otherwise, Tarzan certainly will. Junja is a good Vi, so I don't think it's necessarily a problem there per se. You don't want to give that cease and desist combo. Akali to go with it for Honkyu. Good dive combo. Very good skirmishing. You've got a dive buddy for Vi and Akali then, which always feels nice. You don't want to go in by yourself if you can help it. A lot harder to manage 2 divers than it is 1. Poppy is banned, so actually the Akali and the Vi should have a fair amount of license. This would be a more defensive option, but arguably the better team fighter. Could theoretically be flex top as well, depending on matchup. Again, the Rumble is gone from game 1. I thought it was. There we go. Managed by Flandre's Rek'Sai. Which team suffers more the longest this series goes? I think it's a bit of a muchness. Both of these teams have pretty deep champion pools. But I will say probably JDG, only because I think Tarzan's going to get more and more licenses as the series goes on to pull out some of his crazier picks. And he's already pulled out Silence, right? The Wukong's going to get locked alongside the Ahri. Denies the Ahri for later on in the series for Honkyu. Does love that champion dearly. And now very good skirmishing from anyone's legend as well. A little bit more damage heavy from them. Whereas JDG, a little bit more bruisery, because of course the Galio is going to provide that. Depending on how Honkyu builds it, of course. We've seen a fair amount of AP Galio options here in the LPL in general. Jax for Xiaoshu. It's going to be into the Ambessa, so the Jax gets locked. Not fun for the Ambessa. You can dodge out of the Counter-Strike somewhat, but it is a skill matchup. For my money, I think eventually the Jax outscales, actually. The mobility of the Ambessa and the targeted backline access can be very, very scary. Was the Victor blind picked in game 2? Yes, I believe it was, actually. In fairness, I don't think, again, on the whole, AL played 90% of the better game. Looks like early forces early was a bit problematic. Thank you, Bo Orchid, for the 5 bits. Appreciate it. Second phase of bans will be support focus. Some of those enchanter options, getting rid of the Renata into the dive options, getting rid of the Bard and the Rakan away from Kyle, who wants those kind of more aggressive roaming pick options from support. the last ban here. We've lost the Seraphine. We've lost the Renata now. Interesting. Kai'Sa ban away from Gala, who would love that to follow up with the Vi Galio. Yeah, I could see that one. And they would have been unlikely to get it on 4, even if Hope would have loved it himself. Is it AD carry pick here, Blind? Giving Vampire counter pick support, I think, would be valuable. You can Nami here, deny it from Hope and Kael, who might have been looking for a Corki Nami or a Lucian Nami with their combo anyway. You can obviously still look to a Lucian or a Corki here and be quite fine with it. Hope might now be forced into the Corki himself, just to have that takeaway from Gala. In fact, there we go. Ezreal would be, I suppose, another option. Bit more mobility to try and deal with the fact you've got this Jax, this Galio, this Vi. Looking to lock you down, can deal with a tidal over a bit more simply as well. The CC is quite conditional this game, with the exception of the Vi. And there's the Karma for shove. Corki now for JDG, or are we thinking Lucian? How bold do we want to be? The Lucian would be a lot more all in on the bot lane and making that work. The Corki, just more generically strong and stable. Corki Nami will have a bit more sustain, but the early levels will still be Ezreal Karma focused. The level 1 in particular, very, very dangerous. So AL, 2. Honestly, everyone but the Karma, in fact. I take that back. Very, very slippery. A lot of mobility across the board. Not the JDG are shy of it themselves, but they are on the whole quite short range. 3 melee range champions plus Corki, who will need to try and get quite close, trying to get burst onto Ahri, Ezreal, Wukong, and Bessa. Not necessarily the simplest champions to lock down or keep locked down. If you can do it, all well and good. AL, though, still potentially need to look for picks into Galio, into the counter-engage of a tidal wave of the Jax ult. Pulling the trigger is going to have to be a very carefully thought-through affair this game, I think. Last little block of ads before we get into game. Should be a fun one. Anyone's legend throwing at the final hour in that last game gives us an even series, and maybe that's all that's required for JDG to wake up. We shall see. Vi Galio combo on one side. Ahri, Wukong, and Bessa on the other. Lot of mobility, lot of potential dive wherever you care to look. Solid gyros across the board there. What's your thesis, Master Nymaera?
Well, they're fairly even lanes. Both teams have aggressive combos. Really interested to see whether JDG fix up that early jungle pathing, though. And the early jungle chemistry with the lanes. Because I think that, you know, first game it was top side which messed up around Junja. Second game, it was bot side that messed up around them when they went for that 3v3 bot lane and things fell apart when Tarzan got ahead on the Sylas. This Ezreal Karma should be fairly competitive with the Corki Nami on the whole. Mid lane, fairly competitive. You know, Ahri just kind of free hits the Galio, but the Galio occasionally gets some chunks back with the Q, occasional passives. Really need to see anyone's legend, though, not team fight their way to oblivion like they did in Game 2, man. They should be so easily 2-0 up in this series. They got their early lead. They were ahead so far, and then everyone made mistakes at the last team fight. JDG, perhaps that does right the ship for them. You were saying maybe it's them waking up. I wonder whether it's just a stabilizing thing for them, because they were getting blasted before that, folks. In the entirety of that first game and the second game's early game, it was just not pretty for them. Particularly for Junja, they have to make the difference there.
Xiaoshu as well, onto a Jax. The carry option into Flandre on the Ambassador. And again, Flandre's actually had 2 very good lanes in a row. The Renekton was ahead of that Aurora for the majority of the game. Despite that MVP, it should have been Vampire. I am mildly annoyed. I join you on that one.
I think that Xiaoshu realistically did nothing for the grand majority of that game. And coming into this one, you know, Vampire's typically not had the most successful Nami. You won't necessarily have the same impact like a Seraphine. Seraphine is one of those champions which, when Seraphine's actually meta and can survive through the early game into the late game, has really good ability to impact team fights and also be an enchanter at the same time. Lots of individual agency. The Nami can sometimes struggle to have the same. Junja, very confident Vi player. Is against Tarzan Wukong, who's one of the best players of this in the world, though. And interestingly here, you have junglers pathing opposite ways from each other. So Tarzan's going to end his clear on bot side. Junja will end his clear on top side. Most of the time we do see junglers kind of pathing the same direction. That's kind of been the way of things in 2026 so far. Tarzan, I wonder what his full path will be in terms of, will he just go for a quick reset? Junja, I'd imagine, will do on this top side.
Could well look for that.
Oh no, he's actually maybe going for a lane gank here. He doesn't have any components. Gonna try and skirt vision. It's not like Flandre has any anyway, and the wave is coming out to him. Okay, so Flandre's in real danger here.
Does he know about it?
Oh, he'll know. This wave is in a really bad spot.
And there's the Vi in the bush. He's like, I need to get these minions. I don't want to burn my abilities too much. Steps forward for the auto, and there's just cancelling it.
He had okay. He's on below half HP. Here comes the counter strike. Good repudiate.
Ah, the repudiate just shy on the flash Q.
He misses the Q flash just short. Flandre should have been dead to rights. Should have been dead to rights. He has a cookie if he wants to stay in lane for a little bit. Xiaoxu could go for a counter strike flash. That is a swing and a miss from Junja.
Oh, it was pixels off. I feel bad for him on that one.
He should have died here. Now, the wave's still not in a fantastic spot, but he's up in XP, partly because Junja had leached a little bit of that. Mind that he does, of course, have the Doran shield and cookie, so he's getting a little bit of HP up there. Blows that bone plating. Xiaoxu, of course, a notable Jax player. It's one of his more favorite champions.
Repudiate back. I think with the double biscuits, should be safe enough. He's going to reset at this point, saying, look, I've got enough. I just need to get out of here and reset.
Yeah, I think the wave has now gone back to vaguely even, though, because the minions did end up aggroing onto him. Teleport back up from Flandre, gets himself that pickaxe first back. Not a bad first buy for him, actually, considering the state of things. On the bot side, 10 CS lead for Hope and Kyle. That's actually been more important. 10 CS lead there. Both of them going for their first reset for, you know, components. See how Hope and Kyle can transfer that. Of course, Hope also one of the other criminals of that last game team fight. On the Ezreal, we'll need to showcase better team fighting in that last time. I just can't believe that 3 people just made like game-ending mistakes at the same time, man.
Yeah.
What do you mean our best team in the LPL could play like that at the crucial moment? Need to see better from that, anyone's legend. Panda power activates. Tarzan looking for an early jungle start here because the bot lane control. Level 6 has been hit from both mid laners. Just a punch misses.
Yes, indeed. Not going to be too much more on that one. Again, it's the phase rush Galio.
You
Pretty
tend
standard.
Yeah, especially into the Ahri allows you to kind of get the move speed to avoid any kind of turnaround damage. I'd say on the whole, Ahri likes this matchup. It's not too bad for him. I hope he's missing the skills over the wall. Tarzan gets that free burst dragon though. No contest here.
That's always nice. And again, relatively quite early game outside of that attempted setup top. Just going to be ruining that missed opportunity, I am sure. Good charm there on Honky from Shanks, who's doing a decent job of chunking here before anything like magic resist could even be considered for the poor old Galio.
Shanks has got that at Dark Seal as well. I think it's pretty Kino in this game. If Shanks goes for something like the Malignance to the Blackfire first, you take your choice, really. And then what you really want is to kind of stack up Dark Seal, go Magi's, and then go Zhonya's third. I think if you go for the Zhonya's third at that point, you feel really, really happy. Because it doesn't full save you from the Vi Galio, but it saves you from enough damage that most of the time you'll survive and allows you to outplay the Jax in a bunch of scenarios too. So watch out for Shanks' build. The items he chooses will be really important. He does need a Zhonya's at some point in this game.
So, Scuttle Crab taken there by Junja just off screen. That's all well and good. She does get level 6 there for Junja, but Tarzan will get his own off some camp spawns. Just a little bit of laning going on, really. No one's made a huge move as yet. Carla does step forwards there, but we'll have to deal with the focus resolve. Gets rooted up and forced a barrier, actually. That's a little bit awkward there from the Corki.
Yeah, and the Hope, you know, the Ezreal has so much good base damage, and it's up so often is the thing. No, Corki's probably more bursty if you fire out one rotation. In fact, he definitely is. But if you do go around to second, third Qs coming through, of course, Ezreal's going to get them up quicker. Junja has the level 6 no flash, and that means he can't really flash ult anyone. That missed flash kill on top side didn't really give him much. Well, it removes his opportunity to make that impact to that one shotgun gank in the early game where Vi becomes so powerful in those early levels. Tarzan's farming up a storm, not really doing crazy amounts right now. Both junglers at level 6. No one's really pulled ahead of the other one in that matchup. Double recall cancel coming here. That's good for Hope. That means that they're going to lose full wave now on the bot side.
Yes, that is likely the case.
wonder actually whether Kyle, because he would have had vision of that recall. I wonder whether he would have been able to stop another recall there. Perhaps afraid of Vi being in bot side jungle. If he walked up to that brush, he probably would have died to a Vi ult, so not wanting to chance it. Sometimes those little bits of information make all the difference.
Shanks just stepping forwards there for an auto 2 onto Honkyu. Too much on that one. Again,
thank you so much, Kevin, by the way. Appreciate you sub that. And again, folks, I just breaking the fourth wall. We occasionally talk to chat as well. Hi, chat.
Hi, chat. How you doing?
Enjoying what you're hearing here. You know, Sam and I, we spend literally hundreds and thousands of hours. Not hundreds of thousands. Hang on a second. Honky's getting going to mid lane. Here comes the Cyclone, maybe.
Look for a bit more. Honky forced to flash and does so.
But no big summoners or cooldowns used from Tarzan and Shanks. Get that flash for free while retaining their own ability to fight over, you know, next kind of setup for the Grubs, which potentially could happen now. Honky no flash means that if he gets stuck into a Cyclone, gets stuck into melee range when Ambessa starts to come into these fights too in the next 5 minutes, that will be an issue for him. Honky, he's had a rough series so far. That last game, he did get the ultimate in the last team fight, but reminder, he was making some big individual misplays. Against top esports, he only really had, what, 2 out of 5 games where he was actually relevant. The first 3 games of that series, Junger and Honky were just not in the games. In fact, they were actively detrimental to those games. Given how hyped they were coming over from CFO, it's been really sad to see them not achieve the level of impact we expect from them.
And we'll see. But it's happened before with LCK players coming on, and I think it's just a culture shift thing. It can be just quite tough. The LPL is a beast like no other. It's been a number of players who come over with all this hype and just not managed to make it work.
We had that with, you know, Doggo after he came off of BYG at that point as well. Thank you so much for the sub as well there, Stolmeister. We appreciate you, both you and Kevin, and everyone else who's followed the sub during the stream. It's make a difference to us, as we've been saying. Gull jumps forwards, can't really get any damage down there. Has that Phage for a little bit of extra mobility. Shanks stepping out of that. Still not sure what that first item will be, whether that's the Malignance or it will be the Blackfire. I think there's arguments to both in this game. I'm starting to really come to like the slower burn builds in Ari again right now, like your Blackfire, Leandries, even though both those items were nerfed at some point. There are definitely some points where that gets some really nice value. Of course, stuff like the Malignance with the Magi stacking is that's peak Ari gameplay. That's when you play towards like the real acceleration, which is like what I think this champion is balanced around. Grub started from Tarzan on this top side. Don't really think there's much of an answer available from JDG, so that one should be over 3. So double objective to the side of anyone's legend in the early game.
Yeah, Tarzan's managed that a couple games in a row, actually. It always feels pretty good. And I think part of it as well, at least this time Junger hasn't had that early river skirmish go horribly wrong, which happened in the first 2 games.
Yeah, the one thing from him is to obviously miss that early gank in top side. I think Junger's the player that's come under most scrutiny from JDG. It's really, he's where the dominoes start to fall. And I think that there have been other concerns about JDG, of course there have been. And even, like we were saying, versus top esports, that was a losable series, which, you know, given how they started this split, it does not feel good for them to be in that position. But once Junger starts to not coordinate well with his laners, then obviously Vampire starts to fall off a little bit. Feels like the mid-jungle synergy, which Junger and Honky were brought in for. You don't get the impact of that either. Just look at the difference between, you know, game 5 of the series they had versus top esports and then the first 3 games of that series, and you'll see what we're talking about. Well, the not game 2, that was when draft gap kind of destroyed top esports really. But game 1 and 3 compared to, say, game 5, that would be when you really compare those 2 factors. Junger going to be spotted on this bot side of the map again. He's been on vision for most of this last 5 minutes, actually. Junger could jump onto Kyle, but Tarzan's right behind him. They should know from body language that someone's there. Oh, the root's going to come in.
Ooh, that's pretty good work. The true shot barrage after Junger left pretty low, but here comes the Galio ult trying to turn this around. The cease and desist combo means that Tarzan is bounced around and dead.
Tonky comes down. Shanks couldn't cancel him. Why would you go for that play unless you knew you could cancel the Galio? That's got to be a mistake of communication between Tarzan and Shanks. There was no flash on that Galio, of course. Wukong goes down for free.
That's really unfortunate. They burned a lot to make this happen, though. Can Junger really afford to stay here? Surely not. He flashes at least the Q return. And Gala gets to ult on in, flash away from Shanks, can look for a second charm. The Aqua Prism for the speed up onto Junger, who can now look maybe to jump onto Shanks. The turnaround is good. There is the charm. Where's the next orbit deception? Honkyu's also being jumped on. Reminder, no phase rush, no ability to do anything but taunt. The taunt is good, but Hope lands the Mystic shot.
And Shanks makes it away in the mid lane. So still, in the grand scheme of things, 1-for-1, and Dragon can't be taken by JDG. Tarzan will take the second one of the game. Mistake at the start of that from anyone's legend. However, it's getting quite worrying now for JDG. That Hope manages to get that extra kill down on bot side. Ends up getting himself that bot side roll quest as well. Flandra similarly completing that in the top side of the map a little earlier than Xiaoshu. So Anyone's Legend, they make their way to their intended goal of a 1 skirmish plus the dragon, but they don't do it in the conventional way at all. Quite worrying there that, we're just saying, oh, it's Junja. The communication errors from him have really left him in the lurch. It's Tarzan this time. I really need to see a replay of what happened with the Galio wall, because you cannot go for that play unless you know the Ari is firmly marking that Galio will be the Malignance, by the way, from Shanks. Protobelt from Honky, so he's going for a burstier build, which makes sense here. If you're trying to one-shot with the Vi Galio combo, that makes lots of sense. Kyle going into the enemy jungle, getting great vision control down here, so he'll have full information on this top side jungle path. Kyle, one of our best vision control supports, perhaps the best vision control support in the league.
Bit of a chunk. Excuse me. Onto Xiaoshu, has to flash away from a potential public execution. Doesn't lead to anything more. Hope shoves through mid. Game remains, I was about to say even-ish, but then I looked up at the top of the scoreboard and realized, hang on, what, there's 2 dragons, the role quests are done, the grubs are there, and bot lane has been the difference as well.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane role quest will give another 400 gold over to Gala, so it will be about half the lead that it is, but it's still a significant amount for the overall point in the game that we're at. Junja a little ahead of Tarzan in terms of gold, not really much besides that. Hope is in a good spot on the Ezreal. Now, of course, the Vi Galio is pretty good into whole Ezreal gamers, but one of the problems that JDG may run into is you can only combo 1 target. And if you pull yourself very far out of range, even the Nami tidal wave might not be able to follow up. I think this is a good comp from JDG. I think the more I think about it, the more I like JDG's comp. I think on the whole, game 2, better draft. I actually think the Sylas getting ahead early was the only thing which really kept Anyone's Legend in that game. I thought maybe even the Strani should have really come through into that last pick instead of that Sylas, but then again, Anyone's Legend made it work out on the whole. Honkyu does have Flash now. He does not want to be laning against an Ambassador.
No, he does not. Honkyu does not have a great deal of fun there, to say the least. Flandre, with that Eclipse, that's the name of the item, built up, is going to be a lot more menacing. It does feel like the moment that item gets completed, the Ambessa trading pattern certainly changed for the better for the Ambessa. Yeah,
you get Shield Bash on it, which is kind of crazy. You get the Repudiate and the Eclipse Shield Bash in a trade, and you just tend to win. We'll say Eclipse is kind of... The item is really good on Ambessa. I will say Eclipse as an item is actually not that strong anymore, because it's just been nerfed so many times. Vi coming over the wall, goes into the clone. Good reaction from Tarzan.
Had to be aware there might be someone waiting in that bush, and indeed there was. Does a good job of dealing with that. Now looking to try and sweep out some more walls. They see where the Vi is. They'll have to lose control of that bush and that control ward that was in them.
One of the big problems there is that you have to engage onto Tarzan without Honkyu being there, so you don't have the Galio follow-up, and there's a Karma right behind them. So if you go into someone melee range because you've used your Q, you then get rooted down by the Karma. Karma is one of those champions which is quite good at counter-engage, slows you down on the way in with the Q, gets that potential root with the W, and then that's genuinely very long CC. It's a very long root duration when that hits. And Kyle has been a very good Karma player on the whole. He's one of our best kind of multi-talented supports. He can kind of do both the enchanters and the engage supports at the same time. Herald is alive. The JDG move to combo over this. Well, Honky's now on top side, so he can actually just kind of ult at the right time. Flandre is going to get himself this bot side turret. 3 grubs will help him with that one. The Ambassador could teleport towards top side and make the impact really known. Flandre got very, very far ahead in both the games that we saw so far. And of course, that last game, that teleport was scouted out well from JDG. They managed to put him into a 1v5. That was one of the big mistakes which happened in that last game. But he was 1,000 gold ahead in a counter matchup. And in the first game, got even further ahead on the Rex side into that Rumble. And he was one of the best players during that game.
Yes, he was. So, Dragons in a minute. AL with the stacking this time. Again, last game reminder, JDG actually managed to get themselves towards a lot more Dragons, made things a bit trickier for the side of Anyone's Legend than I think they necessarily wanted it to be. This time they've got the Dragon stacking, despite, again, a slightly awkward Dragon setup, I think it's fair to say. They weren't as respectful of the Galio as they should have been.
Yeah, no, they made it to their eventual... Like, they did what they ended up achieving what they wanted to, just not in the way that it should have happened.
Yes.
Anyone's Legend, we often call them kind of our... I suppose... No, they're definitely a team which is more cerebral, right? But not in the LCK way of we bleed out vision, we play things slow and steady. They do love to, give a bit of a hands check. Kyle taking good damage back from Gala. Tarzan fighting Junja, but he's losing that fight right now. Here comes the Galio.
Oh, yes, they do. Tarzan gets blasted. That Wukong has no opportunity to do anything.
Not sure why he's fighting the Vi. Not sure why he's fighting with the Galio in range, with also not being able to cancel it again. Anyone's Legend, this is the second time now where Tarzan thinks he's safe fighting Junja, and they've not been able to stop the Galio coming in. Big mistake from Tarzan and Shanks communicating whether the Galio is coming at all.
Shanks had ulted there, so I wonder whether Shanks was trying to interrupt and just didn't do it.
I believe he should have. I believe he probably tried to.
Yeah.
I don't think he managed to do so. In fact, I'm going to go watch the replay on the minimap and see if we can find anything from that. But, you know, JDG getting themselves a dragon, really important to stop that early soul point. But Tarzan and Shanks, their communication has not been good enough so far, and Tarzan is behind. We'll watch this again, because Tarzan gets hit by Q over the wall, so that's initially a bad start. Watch onto the map here. Tarzan, why are you ever E-ing forwards here? You don't have eyes on the Galio. He comes out of Fog of War. There's no way you're cancelling that. You shouldn't go for that fight. Just bluntly disrespectful from the jungler of anyone's Legend.
That is absolutely wild.
Anything to add from your... Hang on a second, Shag's getting dove here.
Oh, just justifies way. Good charm. Junja now in danger. Oh,
Shags
just sidesteps them all.
Manages to get out of the play, uses the W movement speed, upgraded boots, definitely helping him. And that's now suddenly 3 flashes for 1. Awesome outplay and escape from Shags.
That's going to cost them the mid turret as well. And already AL have gained that turret in the bot lane, so that's not bad actually from them after a slight fumble as we saw around that mid lane. The public execution just wide onto Xiaoxu with Shanks was TPing in. Could have looked for some more.
I'm not gonna lie, JDG I think have the better composition and they've been given a lot of openings here. The only reason why anyone's Legend are, well, you could argue this for the last game too, they're just better players than JDG. Like, Shanks just outplays them there. He had no right to, well, I mean, JDG should not have gone for that play. Not onto the Ahri really, not with Flash available. What happens here then? I mean, misses the taunt because of the flash away. That's good. Cancel on that dash. Charm's available. Short on the ultimate. And then the W move speed gets him out. Shanks outsteps everything. And he just, like, leaves 3 players of JDG with broken ankles.
Wonderfully done. And again, like, I looked at AL's draft and so we came into it and said, look, even enough lanes. A lot of mobilities on the carries for AL, so locking them down with what is a very melee-heavy comp from JDG might be tricky. The issue I had was like, okay, but then you've got a relatively squishy comp that needs to make picks onto a Vi, Galio, Nami, Tidal Wave, Counter-Strike, Counter-Engage. Like, there's a very real world where Tarzan goes in and just gets blasted every time.
Yeah, no, Tarzan's not having a fun time of it, and that's not going to get that much easier for him, honestly. He's going to go for the Sundered Sky second, not the Black Cleaver. Makes a lot of sense in this game. You just need to be survivable as possible. Might even go towards the GA third. That is a big old teleport onto Flandre. He's one of the harder targets to kill, but there's no one coming to help him, so he's going to be alone here. They're going to leave him for dead. AL don't want to expend the resources.
Got a flash in a dream, I guess, but the dream will die before it really can begin, and the REM sleep is rudely interrupted.
If you look at the map, as soon as they see that teleport, everyone on the minimap moves away from him. They're not expecting him to live there, and he should save his resources. Fair play, it's a good rotation by JDG. They do get the kill on the side lane this time. What do they lose, though? They're losing push in those 2 lanes, as you were saying. A couple of plates on bot side. Overall winning play for JDG, but not an extremely winning play because they lose gold elsewhere on the map.
Indeed. Xiaoxu will chunk out this turret. Get jumped on briefly by Tarzan, but I don't think it'll lead to too much. I can't claim that 3rd plate, which would have been nice, I suppose. AL still in a winning position here statistically, and I somewhat agree, but it's still, I need to see AL find a way to pull the trigger, or at least not dive into what JDG's comp's supposed to be doing.
I think Shanks has made a mistake with his build here. He's gone to the Lucidity boots and Protobelt. His damage is quite low now. This is the problem with going to Protobelt and Lucidity boots. You get a decent amount of HP, you do get a lot of cooldown reduction. You're sole AP on your team, and this is not a particularly tanky team on the other side. I think this could have been Leandries if you want to deal with the Galio, because he's not going for full magic resist. I don't feel like you need to. This could have been Shadow Flame. That would have been fine. We got the Ambassador, Tarzan going in early as well. Could have even been a Lich Bane game. It's not awful into this comp. Jax gives you some issues with the counter strike. You can get a lot of auto attack uptime in this game as well. And as I was saying, you need a Zhonya's at some point. I really think, because you know, that Vi Galio combo, you need to outplay it at some point. Maybe you trust that it's going on to someone else and you don't go for it, but he's left himself in a position less able to carry now, which I really don't like on Ahri. You need significant damage or you just become a charm bot, which people can ignore.
So this is more me theory crafting than necessarily having an answer on it. But if you've gone for the Lucidity boots and the Rocket Belt and the Malignance, do you just say, I don't need Zhonya's because I've got so much cooldown reduction and so much mobility
You can have
that I don't
all the
need
cooldowns in the world. If Vi ult you, you're getting Vi ult. ulted. That's the problem there. So you're basically saying, and the problem here, this is the same problem we had like the Everfrost meta after Net Everfrost was been nerfed.
Yeah.
You get to a point where you have so much cooldown reduction, but you're not doing very much with each of those cooldowns. Yes, you have more charms, but realistically, these fights will be determined by the first charm that lands because it's a very squishy, bursty game. Now, if it's a slower, longer game, at that point, I would prefer you to go Blackfire Leandries, play for, or Blackfire plus something else. Go for the slower burn. That's where you get your more value out of that. Coming around to Dragon in 20 seconds. Vi Galio combo, locked and loaded. Shanks, of course, doesn't have that Zhonya's, as we were saying. If he gets jumped onto, that could be a problem here.
That's the Foxfire. Does get to ult away, can jump away as well. Still got another ult charge remaining, and so they won't get much more than that. But it is still the ult down on the Ahri. Short cooldown, but it's on cooldown.
It will be on cooldown for this fight. So now anyone's legend, because of the poor setup from Shanks, means that they're now not in a great spot for the Dragon, and they don't blow the Vi ultimate either. Teleport coming back in from both solo laners.
There's that Ahri ult on the cooldown we were talking about. We'll see exactly how long it is. That's not long at all. Look how fast that's moving on, but it will not be here as the Dragon is spawning. 3,000 HP into the pit. Goes Xiaoxu, looking for potential counters back. Tarzan into the Herald. Battle Herald secured. Sec Dragon, though, is going to go towards JDG all the while that is happening. Vi Galio combo. Flash out from Flandre. No one dies for the side of AL, but all the while, they don't get the Dragon either.
And because Tarzan goes into the Herald, he can't smite. You can't use your smite while you're in the Herald, folks. Anyone's legend. Poor setup for the Dragon. They don't end up blowing the Vi ult before the fight either, at the cost of Shanks' ults as well.
Baron, though, they just burned a load of those cooldowns. Can they just turn on it? I think they're thinking about it. They pinged a lot.
They might try to. They don't have great Baron damage as far as it goes, and they're not that tanky, and they've done it too slowly. So anyone's legend will see JDG coming towards them. Maybe they'll try and play a vision trick. Junja has flash. This isn't likely to work out as a pick in the jungle either.
Oh, where's the Galio gone into that lane? Okay, well, still on cooldown for a little while yet. Are those ultimates? Maybe AL to say now is our time to fight.
Anyone's legend not getting either of those last two dragons gives them a lot of issues, because now I think we're seeing the point where AL have not snowballed enough to survive the Vi Galio combo. I think Jax can very much cause issues too. Of course, the Nami ult follow-up has been very powerful as well. Really think that anyone's legend had some chances to get ahead of this game further, but Tarzan very disrespectful of the Vi Galio. I think that caused a lot of issues in this game so far and meant that anyone's legend have not really been able to pull ahead. And as we said, you know, Shanks not going for a high damage build. He might go for a Shadow Flame next, but it feels like that should have been his last item, if anything, really. Right, gives you a bit more cooldown reduction in HP, but it doesn't really help you make that sting. And if you're out of position, you're still likely going to be out of position. Hope in a similar situation. The Ezreal, not fantastic versus Vi Galio. You want to get ahead early, and he did, but I don't think it's enough now to give them a clean winning game. Anyone's legend, they are probably, even with the gold lead, they're probably not favored to win for me now. I think that you're against the Vi Galio, the Nami follow-up. I think JDG, they have a better composition at this point in the game with everything considered.
I concur. We'll see. JDG, can they pull the trigger consistently and lock someone important down? I worry a little bit, as you noted, about the Ahri damage, but maybe Hope, if he's getting a lot of free time on this Ezreal, it's not the easiest game to lock this Ezreal down.
Yeah, there might be a world in which Kyle kind of throws his life away and just says, I want to bait out the Vi Galio combo, because if it's on me, it's not on someone else. I think someone on Ender's Legend needs to make that choice. Jumping onto the Galio.
Tarzan will see the taunt and say, well, I'm not going to get out, let me just jump forwards at least.
Galio does have the Seekers as well, so he's harder to jump on. He's got the upgraded Merc Treads, he's got the Seekers. He's not going to be doing as much damage with that, but he's harder to kill off while still being somewhat of a damaged threat. Anyone's Legend need to find a way to break apart this combo. Jump onto the Vi, jump onto the Galio to make sure that they break that apart. It's not going to be easy to just walk up to a fight, though. And I think in the last Dragon fight, we saw that, where Anyone's Legend didn't really do much setup for the Dragon. They just kind of slow push lane, meandered in. That's not really what we want to see from them. And, you know, coming into this series, thought JDG, massive underdogs. AL looked very, very good. They slaughtered WE. First game, we thought was a continuation of that. Game 2, very far ahead, ended up throwing that. Now into Game 3, JDG have been given an opportunity to pull ahead in this series now, which I would not have put onto likely chances coming into this. JDG, credit to them. Definitely not a team without their positives. A team which has shown some very high highs, even if the consistency hasn't been there. Junja Charm.
Eat a rather large chunk. Could be okay afterwards. Though, and again, the Ahri only doing a, 20 to 30% of the HP bar, not exactly threatening. Endless Hunger Dump for Hope. That could be interesting in these extended fights, actually.
Let's do the healing. Doesn't stop you from getting one shot, but it gives you the healing, means that you start fights at 100 HP, 100% HP a lot more. Shank's trying to wave play through this top side. That could be a problem, missing that to Charm.
Going to get caught by the taunt. The turret should likely, all the counter-strike threatened there will force Shanks to back away.
Ambessa's not really being able to push out up on the bot side of the map either. Flandra, I think in a late game fight, maybe Ambessa is just a huge carry in the way that only Ambessa really can be. Game's slowed down, means that every summoner is pretty much available besides that Ambessa flash. Dragon's up in less than a minute. If the fights just happen around Dragons with every summoner available, I think it does favor JDG. I think it does. I mean, you don't have any Zhonya's on the side of anyone's Legend. You've only got one champion that really wants to build it. So you're going to be at risk to the Vi Galio combo, even though, again, it doesn't fully block it. You can time it so the, well, at least one part of the combo lands. But I do think that anyone's Legend are not in a particularly happy spot. They're dealing with a combo which is going to be fully locked and loaded. They needed to be playing a bit more summoner economy, I think. And they need to be playing to say, look, we need to get rid of Galio's Seekers, need to get rid of Galio's ult possibly too.
Yeah.
Playing just around the Dragon timing, I think, is a little bit dangerous for them.
At the very least, they will have a lot of mobility of their own. Flashes are all up. You've got all the mobility inherent in Wukong, Ambessa, Ori, and Ezreal, for God's sake. The only person without a dash, or multiple of them, is Kyle. And maybe there's a world here where JDG don't lock someone down properly.
Getting jumped onto. Chouton isn't going to land.
TP's flying everywhere. Honku goes golden. There's that Zhonya's. Xiaoxu with the counter-strike gets knocked up by the Cyclone, and now Shanks gets thrown back in. Flash out of the public execution. Tidal wave turnaround. Maybe look for some more. The CC chain is brutal onto Tarzan. Here's that hero's entrance. All that mobility I wondered about means nothing. The summoner economy game favors JDG. And sometimes your color caster just has the right of it.
Yeah, the Galio wasn't perma-CC'd. Flandra's ult was flashed away from. A slight break in the CC chain allows for 2 kills and the Dragon. JDG now pull ahead in the game, and anyone's Legend, the fear that we had, well, you're playing around the combos on cooldown. Isn't this bad for you? Well, yes, it has been bad for them. And mobility doesn't really care for being, well, or rather, CC doesn't care for your mobility. If you're CC'd, you don't get to use it. Anyone's Legend, I think they've been outdrafted in this third game. They had a chance to pull ahead in early game, but Tarzan's 2 mistakes early on have left JDG now with a chance to go ahead in this series. This is going to be a very dangerous situation from anyone's Legend. Shanks almost broke this situation. He ends up, not getting taunted. Thought that Honku might just get perma-CC'd. Gets rooted up with the Karma. Charm lands, and then what happens with the play here? The ult's just a little bit late. No, it was a good Mikhail's. Mikhail's actually saves this a little bit. But I do wonder if it was a little bit quicker from Flandra, whether he could have just ulted him straight out. Then, of course, the combo comes through. Gala gets to rip forward. The HP bar's too much in the advantage. Tarzan's Cyclone just doesn't do enough, and he dies too quickly.
He needs that GA, doesn't he? Not quite there. And again, the game now falls away. 1,000 gold to JDG. 3 Hextech Dragons. They can look to do Baron. Maybe if JDG start to play, things might be different. But as it stands, I'm getting nervous. I'm right there with you. And we were just having a conversation about AL.
Well,
they're the best team in the league.
AL need to make plays now because the summoners are now down. You now need to kill Honku while he doesn't have flash and Zhonya's isn't completed. You need to start breaking apart this combination. Problem is, Xiaoxu has the Seekers now. It's not going to be easy. You need to use this window of time, though, while some of the cooldowns are down.
There we go. That's the play onto Junja. But here comes the hero's entrance. Can it save people as a cease and desist buys time and offers an escape option? Charm onto Honku. Help is free firing. They've lost the Ambessa, though. Galio finally falls. Flash counter-strike from Xiaoxu allows for more. Leap striking with Hope with all the healing and the shielding is pretty damn scary. The clone goes down, looking for more, trying to get some orders, but again, another counter-strike. The CDR is so high at this point, they just can't get through the Jax.
Anyone's Legend, they understand the assignment, but they don't have the power. JDG's composition was allowed to get ahead because Anyone's Legend fought too many times with all cooldowns up and allowed JDG to walk through into these fights. Xiaoxu has the full Zhonya's. This is a 2v4 contest, trying to see if Hope can make a big play.
Well, Vampire eats a chunk. Where is the Jax? Recalled and come back with the Hex Gauge. Vampire left low. Vault Breaker onto Hope, though, means he's dead. And now Kyle will be experiencing Jax gaming in very short order. There's the Leap Strike. The slow from the Soul Flare will mean he doesn't experience it for very long.
In a series where JDG should have been cleanly knocked down to 0-2 and had to fight for a reverse sweep, they're very likely now to go 2-1 up because of this draft advantage in the third game. And Annual's Legend, not for the first time in their team's history, sleepwalking their way into bad fights when the draft is against them. They try and jump onto the Vi, but the Jax is right next to them. The Galio gets to ult onto them too. I think they should have jumped onto the Galio rather than the Vi. The Galio's the one without the Seekers and the Flash. You could have killed him easier. Jumping onto the Vi out of position, the Galio's still going to come down on his head. I think they had the right opportunity, but they chose the wrong target.
problems to be found for sure. Dragon, 2 minutes. Baron to JDG. This game should be theirs at this point, unless we see some travesty like AL pulled off in the end of last game.
We have 3 items on Shanks, 3 items on Flandre. You know, they're not weak at this point. I do think the items are wrong from Shanks. I think that you shouldn't have gone for that protobelt. It really hasn't helped him out here. Ginger has the GA, allows him to approach fights a lot more effectively. 2 minutes until Judgment Day for anyone's legend, really. That would be the Hextech Soul, and it would be that would be game over well and truly at that point. The Hextech Soul would be too powerful. Of course, Gala's had a fantastic game too. 4 kills onto him, 1,000 gold up, 4 items, almost at his full build actually. Well, no, he's got more players, that's how to start it off. But yeah, you know, JDG in a wonderful spot with all their carries, and their draft is largely to thank for that.
Shanks was just lane ganking there, so I wonder whether Xiaoshu might end up going a little deep, won't quite have it. Gala backstepped the charm, very good feat there, didn't know where the Ari was. Shot barrage comes screaming across the way.
Doesn't end up leading to that much though. How much better a game has this been? That's very funny. How much better a game has this been from Junjie though? No, Tarzan was demolishing Ginger in the first 2 games. And I do wonder if a little bit of the tilt stepped in from that last game. A little bit. Shanks slowed down. Charm doesn't land out. It's the Nami slow actually, which ended up hitting him with that one. There is a Cyril, there's an Ezreal. He's powerful. See if he can survive. Flandre, I mean, he is down 1,000 gold plus, but Flandre's very good at impacting team fights. Perhaps he can make a big play there. No Zonya's complete from Honku yet again. Perhaps he can be hit on the side of a play. But AL have not really been able to find people out of position. JDG, when they're ahead of the game with an easy game plan, this is how they look. It's been much better for them to say, plan A is working, let's play towards that.
And again, AL, we sort of saw what they're sort of thinking. Like, it's the draft with some ideas, like loads of mobility to make sure that the melee range engage doesn't work, but it's just not.
Yeah, it's just like, that doesn't work versus Vigalio.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's really high mobile. They still point and click you, Xiaoshu on the flank.
There we go, they jump onto 2. Shanks flashes away, stays alive, got 2 ult charges to work with. Flandre gets the public execution. This is a little better now. Flandre does die, unfortunately for himself, though, and Xiaoshu just autos people. Tarzan has his GA and it immediately gets brocked, and yeah, sometimes you don't need Vigalio when Xiaoshu can just leap strike into the backline.
That's too far behind. That'll be the Dragon. That'll be Hextech Soul for JDG, and this will be one of the cleanest wins of the series, and one of JDG's cleanest wins too. Got that plan A working. Gala's going pretty low. Galliot coming in to respect it.
Hope do some work here. Honku eats a charm, and actually there's still going to be quite a lot of damage from Hope here. Gala, the bloody scary Mystic shots go wide, and that means Hope's not done enough damage, and Gala gets to murder them all.
Gala destroys the back end of the team fight with a triple kill. A quiet playoffs, but a loud end to game 3 for him. Perhaps roaring back into life. JDG will take the 3rd game of this series and go up in the series versus what we assume to be the best team in the LPL. JDG go 2-1 up in the series.
And do so in style. JDG will knock down the Nexus. It took a little bit of a miracle in game 2 to get them the win, but now, well, they're at series points.
They are 2-1 up. And JDG, great draft in game 2 and 3. I think that game 2, you were lucky to get away with it because they did fall behind fairly early. But this one, there was no doubt about it. They were the better team in this one. I'm really starting to get a little bit worried for what's happening with AL. That last game should not have been anywhere near as... I've just realized that I've ended up mini-screening it. Oopsies. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, just looking at this gameplay now from anyone's legend, it feels like that last game, I have no idea what Tarzan was doing with respect to that Vigalio combo. I mean, you were talking about the mobility. It doesn't work when you get point and clicked. It just doesn't work. And I would imagine that's what anyone's legend were thinking, but you played against Vigalio enough. You don't get to escape the point and click like that.
Yeah, I guess the question is, like, if only one person gets caught, well, what about the extended play after? If you only catch one of the carries and only temporarily, do you have the burst to kill them? The answer was, well, yeah, we do, especially if you full send your mobility first. And again, you are full sending into Galliwell, into Cease and Desist, into Tidal Wave. Like, you go forward as AL, and they felt obligated to do so because they fell behind, and you go forwards and all this disengage. And then where is your mobility, right? It's a little different perhaps on the defensive end, or if you're ahead enough that one person can threaten, but that was never the case.
Yeah, and also like champions like the Ezreal as well, you think of the best combos into Ezreal, Vigalio, and you know, I think Flandre had one of his worst games of the series. I think that Shanks, he built poorly. He couldn't carry those games, right? The Protobelt just meant that he was doing low damage, and you couldn't burst out the targets when he found them. The Protobelt ended up being I think, actually fairly impactful in this game. If he had higher damage, perhaps you could kill Galio when he was away from the team comp. Maybe you could combo with like a Vi and Bessa combo like we saw in that bot lane, but he didn't have the damage for it. Protobot allowed him to escape a taunt or two, but that was the grand value of it. Realistically, though, the biggest thing in this series we're noting is about that jungle matchup. Tarzan destroyed Jundra in the first 2 games. Jundra came back in the third, and Tarzan threw himself into that combo and died. I think AL need to focus more on what Tarzan is doing in these games, because if you give him that agency like you did in the first 2 games, that was the good thing. Realistically, you could have just continued following suit from that game 2 and the game 1, even though you lost that game 2. Give Tarzan the winning jungle matchup, allow him to smash through these plays. You can't allow Tarzan to be thrown to the wolves and be that kind of sacrificial lamb in the front line. He needs to have more value.
There's the damage there. Hope we'll have some okay numbers, I guess. But, like, again, how many times did that lead into a kill? The answer was not really. Not really. And then Hexel and all the rest of it, it was a close enough game. But again, AL get this gold lead and then just don't get to do anything with it for the longest time. And then those later dragons came around and the early objective control fell away once they actually had to, you know, team fight.
Xiaoshu's very solid game on the Jax as well. Confident game from him. Just a much better game from JDG in general. I think Tabe's been drafting very well for them. I think that JDG played very well through their combos. Junja had a much easier plan A. When plan A goes well for JDG, they look very good. And in this game, it did. You compare that to the last 2 games where they couldn't play through their primary play pattern. Things looked obviously a lot worse. For me, the real worry here is Anyone's Legend are meant to be a cerebral team. They're meant to be, you know, very good at figuring their way through complex scenarios. How did they fall down at like the most obvious combo here? It's like the Vigali. Why did you jump into it? You know, like that. Gosh, you know, that's meant to be, you know, the obvious. It does what it says on the tin. Anyone's Legend really falling apart here in this game.
Yeah, it really was. There's the flash out. I think it was actually Mikhail's that interrupted.
Yes, I did say I called that out. Yeah, I called that out. Yeah.
The CC chain, and then the turnaround comes on through, and you burned all your mobility, and you get blasted. And that actually puts us in a very precarious spot, because I wonder now how much AL we ruining. That second game loss and the tilt might be setting in.
Yeah, I mean, they are down now against match point. They'd have to force a game 5 to win the series. JDG, if they win this, it would be very unexpected given how inconsistent, how shaky they looked versus top esports. They very much could have lost versus top esports. But, you know, JDG, these are confidence games for them now. They get a bit of a freebie in game 2. This one is a good one, though. This one is just an out-and-out destruction. And if you can do that versus Anyone's Legend, what's the logic to say you can't do that versus anyone in the league? This is what we were seeing during the first part of regular season, where they were beating BLG, beating JDG, beating Anyone's Legend, our assumed best teams in the league. If they can keep doing this in playoffs now, perhaps we get to have that conversation again. It's that play on bot side which really started to end things off. We saw the Corki being so bursty, and Hope jumping into a cannon minion did not very much help him at all. It meant that his E was down for the next part of the play. And Gala gets to kind of, you know, do a million bits of damage. Gala, oh my god, that was insane from him. Really well played from Gala in this game. Gala was basically never under threat, doing very good damage across the whole game. Found he's actually, you know, he's in with a shout for MVP, actually.
Yeah.
Very good Corki game from him. Yeah, ended up with that triple kill. The rest of the game, I don't think he was the main character, but he was always in the right place to be doing damage.
I feel like it might be Junji, you know?
Yeah, I think Junji was good. It could also be Honkyu as well. His ultimates were very powerful too. Xiaoshu, solid on the Jax. I mean, this was more of a team performance,
Yeah, I agree.
right? Yeah, to be fair, as Karma needs to be played around super hard. I mean, they got ahead. I think the main problem was that Tarzan just walked into a Vi Galio combo without knowing that they could cancel the Galio twice in the early game, fell behind, and then died for free in every team fight. So for me, actually, this game is on Tarzan, jumping into free Vi Galio combos multiple times in the game, dying for it a lot. Like a lot. Yeah, it's one of Tarzan's worst games I've seen from him recently.
And again, I will be interested to know, if we ever find out, whether that was Tarzan
Junja does get the MVP.
information that it was supposed to be counted and it wasn't, or whether he just did it regardless.
No.
Neither of which is good.
So we looked through those replays, and Ari wasn't on the same screen as the Galio. So at that point, I think we can assume he did not know it could be cancelled. So at that point, you say you don't go for that play. Junja walks away weirdly with his second MVP count. I know he got player of the series in that first round matchup, but to me personally, I think that Junja has been struggling. He has been the most criticized member of JDG, and I think that has been fair, but he has walked away now with his second playoffs MVP out of the wins. And he's so important to this matchup. He's so important to these wins. When they beat Anyone's Legend in regular season, it was Junja getting ahead of Tarzan and forcing Anyone's Legend into worse situations, which really pushed them off the deep end. That was a very dangerous situation for Anyone's Legend, where actually Tarzan wasn't running the game. Okay, we're going to go quickly run some adverts, folks. We're going to do that after this. If you'd like to support us, we do have a sponsor for this month in Opera GX.
Yes.
Now, a lot of the time, you just kind of settle in with your browser. You've used it for years. You don't want to change it. But I really think you should try this out. You can import rather, a lot of all of your bookmarks, your extensions, especially if you're on a Chromium-based browser as well. And it's just really fun to customize it. It reminds me of, making web pages back in the past.
Back in the day,
But then also being able to, have really nice functionality, like being able to force dark mode on tabs and be able to shut down CPU-intensive tabs as well. Makes a lot of difference to us as well. It's a free download, and at the very least, just try it out and see what you feel about it. If you'd like to actually throw some money at us, though, rather than supporting us for free, which is also very, very valid, think about dropping a subscription in the channel, particularly on Twitch, makes a lot of a difference to us, or donating to our Ko-fi link. It does make a difference to us. We do this for free for you, but we do it as a job as well. The only way we can continue to do this is with your continued support, and we thank you for it every day, and we hope that you are enjoying the show. And we're going to run some adverts now. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
I'm actually okay.
Cool.
I might keep deck building in the background, but that's about it.
There's that one guy in Fate Zero that's like that. What a time to be alive. Fate Zero is a great show, by the way. You know that they're doing a Genshin anime now?
Yes, I hear.
So they're doing the Genshin anime, which has been reported for years and years. It's been around for a very long time, that rumor. I think it was announced a long time ago, but turns out anime takes a while to do. Of course, Uftable, a lot of people are like, but they're the Demon Slayer one. No, they're the Fate company, and then they use that same style of animation on Demon Slayer. Well, Fate's just basically Demon Slayer, but with a better story, so,
Yes.
I'm just saying, Demon Slayer the story is not exactly what you're there for. You're there for the badass fights. If you want the badass fights in animation, then also the story, go watch Fate Zero and Fate Limited Blade Works, and then the Heaven's Feel movies. They're really, really good. Yeah.
They are.
And then apparently the Genshin anime, which I didn't expect that studio to be picking up. But
that
what that means now is that all of those like early act fights are gonna be really, really crazy from Genshin. Where it's like like really low animation for the Act 1 stuff. Now it's gonna be like absolutely peak.
And to be fair, I think Genshin's actually got a surprisingly good story at this point as well.
Oh no, it is good. It is good.
We mild spoilers, but basically, for reasons, the sky is fake.
Yeah.
And there's a reason why it is fake, and as a result, there are things hidden beyond the sky that should be in the sky that are not.
Mahoyo movie. I don't actually know what Mahoyo is.
That's the. I think it'd be Mihoyo.
Mihoyo is different. That's different. Thank you so much for the sub there, Devout Fire. Appreciate you, and Roast for Zareth. You are the type. You are the Dean Stay Night of chat.
It.
We have these wonderful chatters, animated by Uftable, looking so great, and then you just had to be the original Fate Stay Night animated by Studio Dean, which is just, it's outdated. It looks like it's done in like 3 FPS. You might need to change studios, Zareth. So the heroes Piccolo destroyed the moon. Yeah, Piccolo, man, that damn like Mechian beam thing. Cool. People die when they are killed. Yeah, the archer class really is made up of archers. Yeah, that's the famous lines from him.
As they throw swords at people.
Yeah. Yeah, so I hear. I didn't expect this game to be going to... I didn't expect JDG to take 2 games, but this is actually quite worrying from Anyone's Legend that they could... I didn't realize that Anyone's Legend would be falling... Well, the second game was a freak game. Just so rarely do you see... Oh, Mahoyo is a Type Moon property? I didn't realize that. So I knew about, like... Multi-Blood / whatever Arcoid's thing is.
Tsukihime.
That's the one, Tsukihime. And then there's
Karano Kyokai.
Karano Kyokai, and then the Fate universe. I knew them. I didn't know anything else which Mihoyo. Type Moon stuff. I didn't. Yeah. This Fate's the huge one, really. Oh, it's a VM by the same author. Cool. Nice. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Studio Ghibli clears. You know that Hayao Miyazaki doesn't consider Ghibli anime because it comes off of such a different base of references and cultural background that it doesn't really share a lot of similarities with other anime, which makes sense actually. They do feel very different in the way that the character build and tell stories. it's like comparing, like, you know, obviously cartoons and anime come from very different backgrounds.
They do.
Miyazaki, the guy which did all of the Ghibli stuff, considers Ghibli so different from other Japanese kind of animated works that he doesn't consider it anime. He just considers it its own thing.
It's very separate tradition, really, isn't it? And people have taken from Ghibli and kind of like that kind of wholesomeness that I think you get from a particular era of Disney movies. A certain whimsy to them isn't really there in anime, which is a little bit more.
It depends on the anime.
No, true, but even then, I think there is a particular style to it that is more in the way of a fairy tale. To
again, it really depends. So you look at something like, I don't know, like Ancient Magus Bride has a little bit, which is very much based in just old fae stuff like that. There are definitely anime out there which have that, and that really comes down to, you know, where are they being animated, which studio is running them, what's the source material. You know, is it you know, a modern light novel which has this very certain kind of writing style? Is it from like older works? Yeah, it's there's a lot of very different cultural reference backgrounds you have to go into. Right, so JDG have the lead, which is insane. I think Tabe's been drafting very, very well for them. I think that, on the whole, yeah, JDG have had the better drafts. They have, particularly in that third game. You know, you can't escape those combos, and I think that Tarzan didn't manage to problem solve his way out of that one in a way which I had hoped he would be able to.
Agreed.
And I think even in game 2, that was only saved by the fact that Tarzan was so far ahead. It just, yeah. JDG won game 2. Yeah, so in the last fight of game 2, Flandra teleported into 5 people with no one on his screen, so he just teleported into Narnia and died. Then Tarzan flashed forward to die immediately to an Aurora combo and didn't get to Zhonya's. And then Hope ended up tanking a Maokai ult because he didn't stand behind a teammate and had flash up, so he got hit by a Maokai ult for free, then got Yone ulted and died. So 3 people made game-losing mistakes in the same team fight, and JDG ended the game off the push because there were like 40-second death timers. So that was disaster.
Yes.
So realistically, Anyone's Legend should have been 2-0 up. This third game was not close at all, but I think that Flandra and Tarzan had a bit of a nightmare playing into a very good anti-melee comp from JDG with the Vi Galio, the Jax, kind of punishing the first person into the play. And yeah, I think that Anyone's Legend, I wonder whether the mental is a little bit shaky now. I wonder.
I'm kind of there with you, honestly, Al. I think it gets a little bit questionable, doesn't it?
Is it a modern light novel? If is a wild statement considering most of the time when they get animated, novels started coming out an average decade ago. It depends on which ones you're thinking about. So if you think about like My Life in Another World with a Smartphone, or like things like that are from like the last 5 years or so. Whereas if you consider the stuff from the early 2000s, like Mushka Tensei or Dot Hack, Sword Art Online, things like that, they were early 2000s. Not that Sword Art Online is good anime, but you know, that most of the light novels which are adapted, most of them come out from them. This is why I'm saying, like, if you look at the last 5 years or so, it's gone into real slop territory. Some of the stuff coming out of there is just not good.
No, I know. So, for example, I watched this one anime about a princess punching people in the face.
Okay, no, that's actually pretty good, though.
And it was. But it was also just like, there was a certain amount of what I am watching is trashy, low-effort fun. There is a difference between trashy, low-effort fun and just outright slop. And there is a little bit of like, what even is this concept? How did this get animated?
Yeah. So there was a posture check, hydrated, and a fun fact for Zara. So I can do that.
I need to get some water, so I might go get the hydration station.
Filling this up and not leaving it in the kitchen like you did yesterday.
Did I?
Yeah, I have to go
sorry,
pick it up.
Al.
Yeah. Can you go refill this thing?
Yeah, ADHD all over it.
Please don't do that. Fun fact for Zara. Let me have a think. Oh, this is a fun fact. You know, so to think about your name, Zeref, it reminds me of, who's that bloke from Fairy Tale? Is he also known as Zera? All good?
Yeah, that's there.
Okay. You can do is but if I'm sat alone here for now, I'll just roll it back. It's not that hard. If I roll it like that, it means I can take center camera. You know, who's that bloke from Fairy Tale with that one name, the bad guy with the black hair? That guy that Ezra likes / whatever. That guy's name was like translated in 3 different ways into English. This also applied quite famously to Aerith from Final Fantasy, also known as Aeris. Now, it was meant to be Aerith, however, they basically misspelled the syllables. Basically, if you give her the default name at the start of the game, it does come out as Aeris. However, if you end up There's basically a bug where if you end up delaying that, and that happens later into the game, it's correctly known, it's spelled as Aerith, and in every media since then it has been Aerith. But for some people who are fans of the original game, they still call her Aeris, because that's the way that the game initially introduced to people in Final Fantasy VII Original back in the 90s. Okay. Zeref, yeah, it was Zeref, yeah. I think it was like some people translate it as Gareth, weirdly, something like that. I don't know. Okay, into our next draft. Draft number 4. Didn't expect to be going here, did we? But I really think that Tarbe's been drafting very well for JDG. I think that anyone's legend have now got a need to stabilize. They need to get a good matchup for Tarzan. The Jarvan is taken away from the pool. Difficult because the Kana used for Aerith and Aeris is the same. Yes, exactly, but that happens for other names too, which is the point, basically. Twisted Fate away from Honky to stop some of these long-range poke compositions. Kind of set up for by the gold card. Ziggs banned away too. What are our priority junglers? Poppy is a big one. Poppy is huge, I think, for the remaining parts of this draft. JDG want to ban that. Kyle and Tarzan both very, very good at that pick. Jungle matchup is so much of what I think about here. It's so much of what I think about here. Do you ban the Poppy? Do you let it through? Azir? Orianna, Azir both banned away. In terms of peak mid laners now. While Talia's gone, Ryze is gone. I guess you've got a couple of mages left. You want to play something like the Syndra. Sylas has gone into the jungle. Kiana, okay. So now with Kiana, you're expecting to... Well, do you pick in the Poppy for JDG against the Hyper Dash champion of the Kiana? Potentially. Vampire has had some awful games on the Bard and some very good ones as well. He had an incredible game versus BLG in regular season. Had some pretty awful... He had a bad game against Anyone's Legend, though, actually, in the regular season. One of their losses to them in that first round robin. They lost the one game in that series because Vampire was really poor on this champion. How confident is he today? Which way will the coin flip? Go towards Bard with any other champion that feels pretty good, actually. You could think about Lee Sin. Not bad into the Kiana. If you tag the Kiana with a Q, you definitely win those trades. Need to land that, though, onto a very high mobility champion. Don't mind it. Lee Sin, if you manage to tag onto that Kiana, perhaps a winning jungle matchup. First pick Kiana. You typically want point-and-click CC to set up for the Kiana. In mid lane, particularly. Go towards the Nocturne instead. Heavy dive. Now thinking about Akali, maybe? For Honky, if it's a good enough lane matchup. Nocturne, Akali, pretty long range. Aurora's gone, Talia's gone, Ahri's gone. Orianna is banned out. You need something that can follow up on the Nocturne effectively. Hey, thanks, Sam. Appreciate you. Kai'Sa. Very good for Hope. Very, very good for Hope. Do you get lane dominated, though? What happens if you get into, like, a misfortune from Gala? Does that hurt you too much? Taking away the Kai'Sa from Gala, never a bad thing. Kyle can't go towards the Nautilus, was played earlier in the series. Do you go towards Leona? Rel? You need a hard CC support somewhere in that. Good try. Sion. Oh, that's made its way through. That's pretty big for Anyone's Legend. Now you have Flandra's arguably best champion. Arguably best player of it in the LPL. I think Flandra is so good at this Sion. And you've already locked in the Nocturne, so you can't go for the Trundle. You need a tank killer. If you go for Misfortune now, you really don't have much value against the Sion. You can maybe kill people behind him, but you don't kill the Sion himself, and that can be a huge issue. It can be utterly absurd to get through it. Look, the Misfortune, it's fine, but you don't have huge CC. You're going to need to find CC from elsewhere. For Xiaoshu, what does he do? What does he do? Does he have to go for... Well, yeah, because you kind of want to lock in the CC, you know? Oh, that's okay. Trying to put legs around the arm stem.
Appreciate you. I am excited to see that Kiana.
I am too, but and it does give you a lot more agency in that jungle matchup, of course. I'm worried about JDG and their combinations. I think that Misfortune with the Bard, it's okay setup, but you don't have any other CC really. Maybe it's okay at following up with the Nocturne combo, but it's not really the AoE that you really want to see. Rakan banned away from Kyle.
I suppose what it does do is, like, it's very hard to beat a Misfortune Bard in terms of lane priority with the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and JDG do really like to play off of lane, but my problem is, you know, AL have actually been doing very well in the early game. Despite
I agree.
That, I actually think JDG's laning has not been their best thing. Their drafting has been their best thing. And even then, they've been falling behind with winning competitions. I do think that Anyone's Legend have been better players overall in terms of mechanical play, in terms of the early game. I think JDG have been better in terms of their drafting. I think Tabe has been the difference in this series so far. Of course,
and again, it's
Anyone's
his old team, yeah.
And it's versus his old team. You know, Tabe, such a boon to any team he joins, and I think we've really seen that in this series today. Leona, more hard CC banned away from Kyle.
Yep.
He probably is left with something like the Rel now, and that's not the easiest champion to play into the Misfortune. It's quite squishy as far as the melee supports go.
And in fairness, it's not like AL have had bad drafts in game 1 and 2. You know, we saw the Silas kind of clutch angle in game 2, even if we liked the overall draft from JDG. So it wasn't like there were bad drafts from AL. Aside from that game 3, we went, yeah, this one feels a bit anemic. You know what I mean?
When Zahan banned away from Xiaoshu, he might go Nah now.
Yeah.
Just, he wants something that can have laning pressure versus the Sion, presumably. Nah would be a fine blind pick to chuck in here. It's a counter pick, rather, and then allow you to counter pick your mid lane later. That'd be the easy one. It means that you would lock yourself into magic damage in mid lane, but no surprises there.
It's the Aatrox consideration. It will be locked in by the looks of it. That's not being flicked around.
Well, it hasn't been locked just yet. Now it has. The Aatrox goes in. Good damage. I think the Akali loves this draft. I think the Akali loves this draft right now, and a lot of the champions which cause her issues in lane are gone. The Akali's great here. You need some extra CC. Kyle probably looking at Rel now, I think. Most other stuff is gone. He's a very good player of that Rel. And now I think AL have walked away with a better draft. I think JDG, they have some lane pressure, but the combos are just not comboing for me. I don't think that this is probably their worst draft so far. The Vex would be very interesting. Good anti-dash. Perhaps that changes things. LeBlanc would be lane pressure. What do they do to fix their draft?
Few options for Honku. He's got a fairly wide champion who'll go towards his Zoe. Had a fantastic game 4 on it to get a clutch win when it was needed in the prior series for JDG.
JDG have locked in a composition with 0 frontline, good lanes, but their ability to combo is very, very frenetic. Occasionally a sleep will cause some problems. Occasionally a bard ult will. You have very, very mobile champions on the side of AL. Hell, even the Sion can ult his way out if things he goes unstoppable. I think that JDG, this is their worst draft of the series so far. However, they do have some strong lanes. That's a place where they've often gone back to in these drafts before. JDG, this one I'm worried for. I think previously it's like if they survive through to the combos, there's a chance that they win. This time, like Flanders on Sion, that's a problem. Shanks is on Akali, that's a problem. Tarzan's got Kiana, that's a problem. Hope's even really fantastic at the Kai'Sa too. AL have very, very comfortable champions. I think the draft is very coherent as well, with the Rel and the Sion setting up for everyone to dive in. I think Anyone's Legend have their best draft so far.
In my dreams, I always go back there. Silent draft. Well, you've got some lanes to play around, I guess. And look, Nocturne plus a Bard ult or a Zoe bubble or whatever. It's not like there's not options, I guess, but I'm not looking at like a fully synergized draft here, and unless I'm missing something, there's always a possibility there's a combo I've just not considered, but as far as I can see, at least on first glance, or second, bluntly, I'm not seeing the obvious options. Maybe the Kai'Sa Rel being so, I don't know, down in lane cost them too much, but that will have to wait as a discussion for after the Gyos. Gunja in the mid lane line bush.
Really important there that Xiaoshu took a bad trade at the level 1. You know, JDG going to be jumping into the enemy Raptors early, trying to use the fact that you do have good lanes in the first few levels. I will say, having winning lanes is not as powerful as it has been in previous years. I don't feel like it wins you games as easily as it has done in previous seasons. Shanks forced off of that wave, but it'll be collected into him. Junja's going to go over to the other side of the rift. Raptors should still be done
for the side of the Kiana, and they will be. Can hop over the river, so it should still be even camps across the place. He's going to be spotted on the ward here, though, so Junja won't be able to do that much there. He's really trying to bully this about, but if he uses all of his cooldowns on the blue buff, he could get out-traded here.
There's a smite for Tarzan. Kyle's roaming. This gets interesting. Junja's about to face check the Kiana's got the Ice Blade. Potential turnaround here. There's the Terror Shape forwards to try and get some more damage. Tarzan at half, Junja at half.
Yeah, Tarzan makes the mistake of going melee range. He should have won that trade, but he walked into the passive of Junja. Kyle is on the roam. Bot lane's being soaked up by Hope alone on that tower right now. Vampire's on the roam, but he has the level 2. Tarzan is going to have to try and smite for his life here on the wolves.
Is he going to be forced to do that? Where's the Cosmic Binding across and through the wolves, potentially? Junja gets taken quite low, actually, by the Rel.
And he doesn't get any camps either. He doesn't get any camps, that's the big thing. Shanks is soaking up XP, and the thing here is that Hope and Shanks are still getting the XP from these waves. You see that Junja is really trying to get himself into the enemy jungle. Not able to get those wolves, though. Did lose those raptors early on. Kyle's at level 1, but at least Hope is getting the XP.
Yeah, and Tarzan says, look, I've had enough. We've got to get out of here. He could potentially look to invade onto the blue buff after, so I'll see what his decision-making is here. He'll lose just the 1 camp so far. Junja's going back to his own red side. What it also does, it keeps the Kiana away from that bot lane.
It does, but again, Hope is just okay soaking up XP for now. Tarzan getting on his way towards some camps. He will be down 1 camp. Be down 1 camp. That's the grand victory of this. But Junja can't really, with the HP that he's on, get that much done. And there was no dive onto Hope because Junja took too much damage as well. Not that you can really dive a flash barrier Kai'Sa at that point in the game anyway. When you don't have something like an aftershock support, it's quite difficult to do so. Honku trying to get some value onto Shanks in this lane here. 10 CS up. Flandre is 10 CS up in the top lane though, which could be a problem. Sleep, good one there landing onto Shanks. Has the cleanse. Okay, fair play.
And who knows, so Honku's got the ignite, Shanks got the cleanse. Worth noting, combat some mid indeed.
Yeah, I didn't realize that one. Hey, fair play. Shanks not running that teleport, but really wants to be able to survive some of these bubble pick pressure, which can come out later into the game.
Vampire still at the level 2, has been doing the roaming thing on the Bard. Had his debut game on Bard be truly atrocious, and then his second game was one of the masterclass games we've seen from this guy. We see what the ceiling can be for Vampire's Bard, and it is very scary. It might require some individual magic this game, considering, as we said, the composition itself more mixed.
Tarzan's going to try for a double scuttle, I think. I think that Scion will be able to... well, we'll see. I mean, if Junja goes towards top side, he could potentially fight for that. Tarzan gets himself bot side scuttle. Junja will try and contest there. If Tarzan can get double scuttle, it's a big difference for him. It basically makes up for the camp which he lost from Junja's invade, taking away the blue buff.
I don't think he's going to be allowed to, because there was no pressure from mid lane, so had to take a longer route over, and Junja's going to try and fight over this. They have smite, doesn't get the opportunity to, and Tarzan does get the little raptors as well.
Just get all of them. So using that smite means he can't get towards the raptors. Hasn't gone for a recall yet. He'll get that now and go for his first components of the game. Junja still has his topside camps available. While all this is happening, Flandra's actually been very happy in this top lane matchup, and this is one of the issues of giving Flandra Scion. I don't think Flandra's been very good in laning phase, except for on this Scion pick. Slow from the Ruler Slayer means that the W lands there as well. Flandra's been very, very happy. Isolated up here. Scion gets to survive into mid-game. He's happy.
Indeed. Junja will have a quick mess with that romp there. Kyle stuns up Gala, prevent too much follow-up. There is a barrier broken by Hope there, just to deny some of that upfront burst with the electrocute.
But there's heal use from Vampire too, so it's even summoner for summoner trade, so it ends up being
much of a muchness.
Much of a muchness. CS lead is there for Gala. It's 20 CS lead. That is actually very big now. I think 10 CS lead is fine. 20 CS lead because of Kyle's roam. That makes it a bit more of an issue. It's almost 1,000. Well, no, it's about 500 gold lead in the mid lane. Honk using the ignite.
Ooh, that's pretty good. There's a potential turnaround here where Shank's got another option. There's the attempted X. She doesn't quite get it as Honku flashes as well.
Hang on, Honku, if he uses that flash as well. He uses that flash already. Of course, he has that W ability to get some extra damage. That's really important from Shanks. Gets both summoners down. He is also 20 CS down, but now with the flash gone on the Zoe, she needs to play a lot more safe.
Ooh, flash away from Gala as Kyle went looking for the play to get an additional summon. Lots of flashes now blown from JDG. The lane priority is good, but there is the sleep, and does just through it though. Does Tarzan, can he get towards Honku? Has got a flash, but if he flashes, he potentially gives it to Honku. Not given the opportunity.
He not only stops the back, he also ends up killing him, so he's going to be even further away from that lane. Dive potentially coming in towards this bot side. No level 6 for the Bard. Not great wave clear here, and I don't think anyone's going to be teleporting down. This is probably 2 dead people under the turret here.
Kyle crashes down to keep the shield active. There's the heal, looking for a Shattering Strike. Junja, who looked to spell shield, it doesn't quite find it. The wave is largely cleared. They can't go any further.
Fair play, and because it takes too long, it means that Tarzan can come back now. It did take the heal from Kyle, makes a difference there. So JDG, they wanted to slap back, see the fact that Tarzan was topside, to use that time to dive bot lane. Now, this kill onto Honku has led to a lot of extra CS. Hang on, Shanks follows back in with the E, knowing that the bubble's down. He can actually get some real threat here, but Junja's in mid lane.
Does be a step back away. Can Shanks look to flash? Will need to. The unspeakable horror into the paddle start onto the wave. And now Goku's here. It's Tarzan looking to potentially turn this around. Junja still doing a lot of damage back. Shanks stayed very close, and Hongkyu gets to flash in to secure the kill with a
greedy from Shanks. Greedy from Shanks. Could have just got away with the slight winning play. Junja flashes, and suddenly Junja's getting himself back onto the board again. Great stuff from the jungler of JDG, a player who is most often criticized for JDG in their losses. Kyle's trying to jump and stop some recalls again. Shanks, he had such a good late wave state there, or lane state. I was trying to say one or the other. I ended up saying both. The Wayne state master Batman. Sure. But Shanks had a great opportunity there to get further ahead of the matchup than he should have had any right to. And I think by dying there, it throws a very good situation for him. He should have survived. Thank you for the follow there. We do really appreciate it.
Shrek-man.
It's anyone's legend. Now down 1,000 gold in this early game. As we were saying, JDG, they do have the early lanes. I think the composition from anyone's legend will be much better as the game goes on. JDG need these early leads. This is what they drafted for. They want the early pressure, get themselves ahead. Tarzan has level 6 coming into this fight, so does Junja.
Oh, the magical journey interrupted. The CC. The journey's not allowed until just now. Can Hope look to ult in? Yes, he can. Out comes the paranoia. It means nothing. Flash away from the CC. Vampire has to flash. Remember, Gala no flash himself. Can they look for a little bit more? No, they cannot. And Hope can't find the double up through Gala to pick off Vampire.
Yeah, Bard is not great versus Kiana because you try and tunnel away and it just means that everyone is in the terrain to get stunned. Tarzan gets a kill, Junja goes down, Hope uses his flash, but he also gets a kill, which evens him up in terms of gold. This is why we were saying realistically JDG needed the early lanes. The bullet time, it's there for Poke. It's trying to stop them from getting through into this lane, but there's a barrier on Hope. I don't think they'll be able to get the full value and stop them from going through here. He didn't bury it. He didn't bury it. Hope just dies for free. He didn't think he was going to die. The crit comes through. Hope dies. And this is why we're saying, look, realistically, you need to play through these early lanes and get those leads. But Hope, you just gave over a freebie. What are you doing, son?
Hey, Al, we were so convinced by them for the first 2 games, the majority of it. And then this has been 2 games back-to-back where there's been a little bit more of an eyebrow raise. Now that's a 30 CS lead in bot lane.
Oh my gosh, Hope, you can't afford to do that. They tried to crash the wave in. Almost both of them dying for it. Junja goes towards this top side. Tarzan's back out onto the map with the Brutalizer. He's pretty powerful now because that kill and the assist. I will still say, I think JDG don't have the early game lead that they need. They haven't picked up the first dragon particularly early. They've been trying to fight, get ahead, of course, play through lanes. You do get the grubs, which is helpful for them. But anyone's legend have the better composition the later this game goes. Unless JDG have just horrific leads and Gala starts blasting people with the bullet time before they get to combo, I really think anyone's legend are going to be in the advantage. So for them only being 500 gold behind is actually acceptable for now. Onq does have most of that lead. Perhaps Zoe, being that champion, which can take over games on her own in a way that only really Zoe can. Perhaps that can be the difference for them. Flandra, though, being completely fine in this top lane where Xiaoxu picked for the counter-pick matchup into the Scion. Flandra's fine with this. Yeah, it looks like the trade looked pretty ugly for now, but the best you're going to get is like ult for ult here.
It looks like Flandra just racks out on that. Will take a bit of damage, and it is damage, don't get me wrong, but it will not be a game ender for sure. What else are we looking at here?
Tarzan's getting his recall. He'll get his first item now, probably with the kill and the assist. So he'll probably get himself towards the Profane Hydra. There it is, first item. Big for him, increases that clear speed, also increases his burst potential massively. Tarzan is ahead of the jungle matchup with Junja. No, it's not a game without threat to play this Kiana. You know, if you get caught by Bard Stun, Bard ult, random sleep, things can go very, very badly wrong, I think. I mean, you're probably not going for Edge of Night this game because you're into that Nocturne and he just blows that spell shield with the vision denial part of the ult. Hang on, Tarzan might jump onto Xiaoxu here. There is an ult from Flandra.
Going to make much difference for the poor Aatrox. No, it is not. Very dead. Don't have to burn anything else aside from Flandra's ult, and that is a nice kill donated to said Scion.
Xiaoxu. He's had a good series on the whole, or at least his... okay, no, the Aurora game wasn't great, and the first Rumble was fine, but
he was down CS as well, which is great.
It wasn't fantastic, right? The third game on the Jax is where we saw seeing a lot better side of him. And Bullet Time on the Hope does have the barrier. Bullet blows it. Oh,
there it is.
Look, guys, he's got barrier. But yeah, I think Xiaoxu here dying in this lane. Flandra on a Scion who doesn't have to worry about almost anyone on the enemy team is a huge problem. It's a huge problem for JDG. They were expecting the Aatrox to be ahead of the matchup. That just simply hasn't happened. Flandra on Scion, It's his best laning phase champion, I think. He's been so good at playing this champion out. Now at a slight lead, he'll be very, very happy with that. Dragon is still alive. No one's taken that so far. The longer it takes for this dragon to be taken, the better it is for anyone's legend, because I think they do actually do much better as the game goes on. JDG played for winning lanes. They played for dominant matchups. I don't think they've gotten enough out of it, as I've been saying. Junja does have his ultimate available, and he has his first item. Shanks ignited in the mid lane.
Yes, he is. Ow, that one stung a little. Be okay for now.
Takes a, I think it was a stolen ignite off the wave.
It was, yeah.
I really dislike how Zoe gets to use summoners that you use to increase her own damage. It just feels like it becomes a zero-sum game of, oh, well, I won't use summoners. Then potential combo coming out of Fog of War here, but Kyle spotted.
Indeed. Tarzan doesn't want to pull the trigger there. We'll throw down there. Jake. Still, a Vampire has to flash. Unfortunate catch on the Shattering Strike there. The bubble lands onto Shanks, but he is in fact invisible. Gets hit anyway because of the Duskbringer that travels through champions.
So this ends up being just the one summoner blown. That would have been, two, because Vampire blew the heal as well. This should give them Dragon if they want to use it. I think they'll finally take the time to go over to that. Bubble's not going to land there, but Honkyu getting some push into mid lane does give him a lot of power. He's 900 gold ahead. I'd imagine he'll go for the Ludens build in this game. Could go for the high cooldown build, I suppose, but I think the one-shot potential is so valuable to just randomly take out Shanks, Hope, Tarzan, maybe even Kyle as well. As we were saying, Varel is not that tanky as far as things go. Flandre's gonna be a problem though.
Yeah. And again, like, you noticed the Rel. He's like, look, she's gone Spellbook. Her tankiness is literally only when she hits people with CC or autos. Then she steals your resists, and that's great. Until she's done that, she is just a rather slow Iron Horsewoman.
It's the year of the horse, Sam. It's her year. Who are we to take her year away from her? Mid lane quest, actually all quests hit by JDG just before Item Selection, besides top lane, which can be important, means that the XP was slightly in favor of Flandre. That does lead to a bit more gold, because the bot lane gives you that lump sum of cash and allows you to get a little bit more value there. Hope with the early kill, though, did give him a little bit more towards that quest. He won't be too far behind, I suppose. JDG, getting those quests done early course in the current meta does make a ton of difference with all the changes in the season. This is why we're seeing even more emphasis on winning lanes, really, has been about trying to get those quests done. Gala alone on this bot side right now, has flash, has barrier. Oaks walking upwards. They combo the turret. Yes, they do.
Wow, that's damage. Gala's just gone. Surely the Tempered Fate is not in time. And that allows Hope to get the kill and get another the topside river, I apologize. Junja is, well, dead.
Yeah, he tries to spell shield one thing. Turns out there's like 5 things you have to spell shield. Good luck with that. 2 kills across the map. Big win for anyone's legend. They're now, Sam, they've just exploded to 1,000 gold lead.
Oh my god.
1,000 gold lead. Hope gets himself this bot lane quest. I think they get a plate on bot side. 2 kills. Scuttle trap for a partridge and some kind of tree. I'll figure out which kind later. JDG,
pineapple tree.
Yeah,
They don't have trees.
They don't have trees,
No,
Sam. I'm pretty sure they grow from the ground, don't they?
Agadu suggests they do.
Wonderful. That's great.
The immortal words.
This is where the game gets really dangerous for JDG. You were picking for early lanes. It only takes one mistake or two and this game starts to fall apart. Now you'll notice the biggest lead on the map was Honkyu. That's fallen down to 400. It's basically nothing now. Shanks getting the kill is a big win for anyone's legend.
Oh, that was a bubble landing for a second note. Just a slight proc. And there is Tarzan. He's having a very good game. Honestly, Tarzan's had a great series on the whole. The Silas mechanically very good, aside from that one significant overplay at the end of the game. The Wukong last game wasn't great. That was the one where we went, this isn't working. Felt like he was over-forcing into a comp that was very dangerous to over-force into. Felt a little bit lost in terms of how they were going to burn those cooldowns, and it came apart at the seams a bit.
Oh, good combo.
Boy.
He has no cleanse. He's dead. He's just dead.
He's got the barrier. Flash is not needed, and Hope is dead.
Why didn't you just flash the bubble? Hope, it's a second huge mistake for him, but Honkyu's accuracy on this pick has been great. There's 2 sides to this. Hope, should he have flashed? Yes, he probably should have done, but Honkyu forces the issue, and if he is this good on the Zoe, perhaps he can put this into a winning game for JDG. Zoe, when you get a lead, is uniquely powerful at running over games. JDG, perhaps this mid laner who's had a very mercurial playoffs, has been on and off, perhaps he could be the difference maker on the champion he basically won them this series for against top esports.
And again, the draft is about individual excellence. It's what it has to be about. It is a monster option, and Hope greeds. He thinks he can supercharge it through. He cannot.
Nope, he absolutely can't. Flashes away from that kind of hit scan auto from Honkyu as well. Hope, 2 deaths have been 2 avoidable ones, I think.
I agree.
However, still 2,000 gold lead to anyone's legend. Not the end of the game for them by any means. Being down summoners on Hope does open some extra options, though. It's not like there's a cleanse for Hope for those bubbles. Went for that barrier for the laning phase. This is one of the other issues. We're kind of picking something like a Zoe. Or rather, the issues of playing against something like the Zoe is that you want the cleanse versus the Zoe. You really do. But you can't pick the cleanse against the Misfortune Bard lane. They have too much raw damage. You need just that upfront burst protection. Gala Vampire potentially going towards this top side. Not done that much on the Bard so far, but hasn't had most of the opportunity to do so. Perhaps his next ult of the game onto a flashless Kai'Sa would be his next move.
I agree. Gunblade available. Actually, whoa! He's just blown up Honku!
Honkyu's dead, but I think it'll be a 1-for-1. It'll be given over to Junja, but Shanks getting the kill onto Honkyu is still a bad sign for JDG. It's gold over to the Akali, takes the most powerful member of JDG off the map for a bit. Can they get a hit onto this top side? Yes, they can. Is it going to be the full turret? It might actually be the full turret, actually. They don't need to use it. They've got themselves the grubs already. Junja will get himself the plates and the tower. That Xiaoshu dove on the box side. Not sure this is a kill angle, is it?
Oh, the supreme display of talents just maybe, but the healing back is good. Forced the flash out of Flandre.
Yeah, Sundered Sky, Aatrox ultimate at that rank 2 definitely helps.
Hope. He gets caught by the Tempered Fate. Turn around onto Gala there by Kyle to say, no, you can't follow up. The exhaust should prevent an easy bullet time follow-up, and they'll get out.
Okay, well, that was that Bard ultimate onto the flashless Kai'Sa. Goes in, saves Gala, I suppose. Both bot lanes trading their summoners. JDG do actually ping-pong the gold lead back a fair amount with that top lane push. Only 500 gold lead for Anyone's Legend now. Dragon alive would be the second one for JDG. Anyone's Legend are okay giving up one for now. Cute thinking about stopping it back there. Doesn't have something like a Proto Belt to extend that range. I don't think Anyone's Legend should be contesting this personally, but I suppose they do. Hang on, Tarzan's call. That's a big play from Honku.
Flash away from that. Last code available, gets out to safety, but big summoner down and a nice little pick off there. Another little play as Vampire gets over the wall, but still a lot of damage there. The Honku just about survives the bullet time back. Now Xiaoshu in the backline gets a lot of damage, and that will kill off Kyle. The paranoia after. Tarzan in danger.
Junja, where are you going?
Junja gets the fear, flashes over the Q and gets that kill. And Xiaoshu's there as well. Now Hope looks to turn it around and does so. What's happening? The rest of the players, Shanks caught up, looking to potentially kill someone off. Vampire and Gala left very low, the magical journey away.
Hang on, Shanks has the second part of his ultimate. Xiaoshu, he doesn't have his flash. But he will be out safe. So that ends up being 1 for 2 in favor of JDG. Good combo onto Kyle to kill him at first. I thought that Junja went too deep for that. Did end up getting the kill though. Credit to him. Anyone's Legend. 1,000 gold up now from that. And they stopped the dragon being taken on cooldown, importantly there. I think a really big telling point there too is that as we watch this fight again, as soon as the Scion shows his face, effectively JDG just back off. Great bubble from Honku, though. As we were saying, the Zoe might just be able to win this game by herself. But look at this. Flandre walks up and like, well, you're in trouble. Magical Journey kind of uses a bait there from Anyone's Legend, actually. They say, well, I mean, you're going to go through it. Perhaps we can kill. Didn't quite get the kill angle, though. Kai'Sa didn't fly through. Wonder whether you could have gone for that. You just said, fly through, get that kill easily onto the Zoe. Maybe Hope was just out of range. I think that's perhaps what they were hoping for. Oh, good ult into the mid lane, but Bard delays the play.
Does indeed. Scion comes ult into the backline. Massive damage, and Vampire is deleted. So is Junja. This time, they don't have all the tools available. All those flashes missing. Costs them big.
This is exactly what we were talking about. When it comes through to the true 5v5s, the advantage is so far in favor of Anyone's Legend, partly because they have the front line. They have the front line, they have better backline access. And JDG, they're fighting well, honestly. They are. I think that Honku has had a spectacular game on the Zoe, but it's going to have to be a miracle now for them to start coming away with big fights after this. 3,000 gold lead, Dragon on the board, which means that JDG won't have an easy soul win condition. JDG, for the first time, I feel like they've been outdrafted in this series. I think that they almost made it work with the early invades, with winning lanes, but realistically, you had to come through into a team fight. This is actually somewhat close to how BLG have been losing games in this way, where they have dominant early game, getting ahead in individual lanes, but then they're forced to just honestly 5v5, and they don't have the tools to do so. JDG were often the team to punish them like that in the regular season. If you watch through to this now, Kyle is engaged onto, Gala's in position, but he doesn't have a bullet time. They don't have the big cooldowns. And as soon as Scion comes in, the game is just done. You cannot fight against a Scion here when he just blocks the front line this. The Zoe does not want to be hitting the Scion to the point where he's even gone for the Zeeks for earlier cooldown. Doesn't even need to go for kind of optimal tankiness. Anyone's Legend, by far the better team fighting composition, and they're showing it here in that fight.
Well, Well, at this point, Tarzan is 1,000 gold. AL, actually, hilariously, still not statistically in a position to win, which is very funny to me. I guess that is just...
Whoa. And that's again, like, I look at these numbers and it's nice to base a conversation around. Should you trust them? No, because we even saw that from last game. Oh, Anyone's Legend were favored to win. And I was like, realistically, no. The Vi Galio is going to tear your throat out, and it did. And once again in this game, I think that Anyone's Legend just had the better team fight combo. So how do JDG win? Miracle bullet times, catching someone out of position, and great Zoe bubbles. That's what you're looking for realistically. I don't think the Aatrox is going to provide much value now. I think he's going to get danced around by the Kiana, the Akali, and the Kai'Sa, and Flandre is the most powerful person on the map. He just does not care about the damage from JDG. No. Wherever Sion is, JDG probably don't want to fight. He soaks up too many important skill shots. If Zoe is hitting the Sion, probably Anyone's Legend win the fight.
I agree, and you were basically after the scrappiest, messiest fights you can get, with a Paranoia sending Junjo one way, Honku flashing around with that Spell Thieves somewhere else, Aatrox another flank angle, the Tempered Fate catching someone else. It needs to get scrappy. If there's any semblance of order or response, AL should have an easier time of it.
Hope almost at the 3 items. Is 1,000 gold up on the Kai'Sa. Had 2 awkward deaths on the Kai'Sa, but he's still 4 kills in. Look, Hope's Kai'Sa, I'm not going to disrespect it. He is very good at this champion when it comes to, when push comes to shove. Vampires walking into this brush. Wards aren't seeing each other in this extended mid lane bush. Almost there from Honku. That kind of pick could potentially lead to a Baron. And Dale, do you need to be careful here, actually. This is the kind of point where the Zoe can make those miracle plays.
Shanks now on a flank angle as well. They don't know where he is. That could get scary as well.
Sion's dropping off bot lane. I don't really like AL playing bullet hell here. You get hit by one skill shot and still really bad after. Here comes Junja.
Flashing from Kyle, gets onto some key members. A Tempered Fate immutes the supreme display of talent. Hope has to ult away. Shao shoots out here off the back of that teleport. Shanks has killed Honku though, and probably Junja too. Hope pulled back in by the Infernal Jets will not fall. Gala has to get away as well. And AL survived the turnaround, and Shao with no ult remaining in a 1 versus 3 will fall. The world ender is ended.
It was almost a great play from JDG. The Bard ult stopped the most part of the burst coming through from Anyone's Legend, but the composition shows itself again, and Sion comes in like a freight train to stop the carries from being able to follow up from JDG. Baron will go to Anyone's Legend, and this will force the game 5 by my eye.
Thank you very much, Orca, for the deluge of bits.
That is a whole lot of them. We appreciate you an awful lot. As, so it starts off with Junja pulling the lights. I think they should have played it slower. Played for the next round of Zoe cooldowns. Great engaged by Kyle. The Bard ult saves us from being an instant loss, but it's still a loss. Honku was too far forwards. Gala does get an okay bullet time, but it's cancelled out by the serene display of talent, and Honku makes the mistake of ulting in front of Shanks. I suppose he thinks the next Q is coming through to his landing point anyway. Not much he could do after the initial engagement caught him out.
And then Shao Shu tries to get onto Hope, but can't quite do it. Hope still had summoners, and then that flank goes wrong, especially because Shanks on the other side absolutely wins that one.
Shanks jumping in towards Honku. He missing.
Oh my god! Well, there's all the Dark Seal stacks you could want in the world. The Soul Ring is online. In comes the Paranoia. Bubble, Zhonya's. That's good work now. And Junja might still get the kill here, but Shanks can still look to show a complete way. The Supreme Display of Talent ensures that Nocturne should have been more paranoid.
They're trying to break the power, break the spine of the Baron push. You understand why they go for a play like that, but Anyone's Legend do defend their side laner well. Goes Golden, is completely fine with that situation, and Anyone's Legend now have 2 minutes of the Baron buff to now play around. No Zoe being able to stop them. Gala does back off in time. Vampire's having to tunnel into his own jungle, and it's not his own jungle anymore. Vampire, he's been exposed to the sunlight, gets burned up, stake through the heart, puts into the casket. Anyone's Legend, a dominant game after those early lanes were broken by JDG. 9.5k up, pushing in towards these inner turrets. Anyone's Legend still very happy to push forwards. Not bad damage from Honku. He's just been caught out a few too many times. The platform which Zoe needs to poke off of, that artillery bot, has not been strong enough. Sleep lands onto him, just ults through it. Junja, no spell shield now. The bullet time's not bad, but it's into a Sion. Flandre gives no dams.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. And that is just... Well, it's just how it is, isn't it? There's only been 2 dragons taken in this game. It doesn't matter. 10,000 gold up. Ooh, Supreme Display Time goes a little wide. I appreciate the look in Tarzan. And she might be punished for that, it is. But what about the rest of the fight? Hope comes on in. Sure, you killed the Kiana, but the Empress will be avenged by her many minions. And now the Aatrox is eliminated by Shanks.
Anyone's Legend's best draft of the series, and perhaps JDG's worst. It hinged around early lane leads, but what happens when you get past that point? You won lane. What happens after that point? Turns out you lose the team fights, and Kyle will hit his 3,000th assist here in the LPL, coming over from Korea a number of years ago now, onto Anyone's Legend and making a real career for himself. JDG will be forced to Game 5.
1,000 assists a year on average for the monster in the bot lane. He and Tarzan have been our best jungle support across the last couple years, and Anyone's Legends were surprisingly beaten down, put back against the wall. They crack the neck, and they slug right back. And JDG are left stunned.
JDG got ahead in this series unexpectedly after winning a fluke Game 2. And now they're brought to 5. Anyone's Legend perhaps not thinking they would be here in this situation. And yet they are. Hello everyone, my name is Nymaera, this is Initialise. We're brothers, we cast the LPL, and we hope you're enjoying the show here. I certainly am. 5-game series unexpectedly from JDG. Anyone's Legend look clearly the best team in the LPL. Is exactly what I'm here to enjoy. Exactly what I'm here to bring to you as well. And we hope you're also similarly entertained.
Right, Alex. Chat, welcome to the choir of Hapgood. There will be a song coming up very shortly. It goes a little like this. Be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo, be woo woo. I was hoping you'd join me on that.
I was too busy doing stuff in chat, like putting our set things in there. I also put Spotify on already.
That's so fair. Yeah, yeah. It's all right. It's slightly out of sync with that. That's okay. I have committed to this bit at this point. I hope you enjoyed the conducting there. Thank you for joining in on that best we could. See, everyone came and did it. Thank you, Baneblade. Glad it was someone.
I was going to wait until the break. You build up into it. Anyone's Legend were expected to dominate this series. I really think that JDG's drafts have been very good through this series, and I think that they've forced Anyone's Legend to an uncomfortable Game 5 after really rattling them in Game 2 with that win, and of course the Game 3 where it felt like Tarzan was just not allowed to play the game. He didn't problem solve his way through that. It's going to come down to a Game 5. Tabe last year had a very mixed record in Game 5s at MSI, going into Worlds. The Game 5 drafts for them, which knocked them out of those tournaments, were not great. In regionals, though, it looked a lot better from them. Of course, Anyone's Legend was the team that he was on. Perhaps they will show him the meaning of a true Game 5 against their old coach.
Question, Alex.
Yes.
Because obviously, largely agree with you. AL's drafts very good. Sorry, not AL drafts. JDG's draft very, very good. Game 3 in particular, we like what an AL's draft on that one was a bit more anemic. I thought that the drafts 1 and 2 from AL were still solid enough. What are your takes on that? Because you're saying, at least now that we've gotten to this point, you're saying actually, in retrospect, you quite like those JD drafts.
I think the drafts did not matter because Junja was put so far behind, it did not get to make sense. That Game 2 with the Ashe Seraphine, backed up by everything else, that should have been much better for them. And we saw what happened, even with the Sylas last pick, I'm like, that was risky. Sejuani's probably better there. And I think we saw later, yes, the Sylas got very, very far ahead, but I think on the whole, Game 1 and 2 were more even. Game 3 was an utter disaster. Yes. Game 4 here was probably the worst draft of the series from JDG. It had winning lanes, but nothing else for them. And JDG aren't execute on it. Anyone's Legend, a very strong game around Flandre Scion, particularly for me.
Yeah, and again, we saw some good moments. Honku got a few really good picks. Junja managed to get into the backline once or twice. But again, what the bloody hell do you do once you actually have to 5v5 this game?
That's the question, isn't it? You basically hope that, much like BLG in regular season, you have such a big lead it doesn't matter. That's the idea. Honku, great kill here. You have to flash this bubble, though. You have to flash that bubble, or not walk into it, obviously, as well. Hope worries me a bit here, Sam. He does worry me a bit here. Honku did get that great kill onto him. Oh, Shanks, man. Just as soon as the bubble misses, you go too close to him. Key thing about Zoe is that you need to make sure your return point is safe. Was not. Pretty good game for Shanks too on the Akali. Had some great executions. He's also a shout out for MVP. I do think that Sion was probably the best pick in the draft. I think Flandre did very well in the laning phase. For me, it's probably Flandre just because of the impact that the champion had on the draft too. But Shanks would be a worthy recipient too.
And this was like one fight where you saw maybe Junja flashes out of that sort of like, what's it called, decimating smash, all that kind of stuff. It still felt a little bit like you've come out of solo queue and you've gone, hang on, what the hell have we drafted?
Yeah, I just don't see, like, say 2022 was a good example of 3 winning lanes plus invading jungler kind of wins you the game. And we saw that a bit more in 2023 as well. I just don't think that's the case now. I don't think that's the case. Now, in 2022, you'd have, like, Kalista Renata, 3 pushing lanes, invade, dive, get so far ahead, the game just kind of ends. I just don't think that's easy to do now. It's harder to dive turrets because of the turret changes that happened in, what, was that 24? Was it last year? A while ago.
Yes. I'm trying to think of it. It was when the plates came in, right?
Oh, man, sorry, I've got a phone call. I'm gonna take.
Go for it. I will allow that phone call to take place. That'll be me now looking after you all for a second or two. And again, not fantastic jobs from JDG in terms of the draft this game. We saw the issues. Good flash from Gala there, you know. But alas, again, you survived for a moment. The problem is you burned all your defensive tools there, and it's what it is. Oh, boy. What happened in the LCP series? Name this player for a gifted sub. Here is their team trajectory. Zenix Storm, CJ Enters Frost, Chaogu Reapers, NB into Vici Gaming. Frost to Chaogu Reapers. Is it... Fairy Tail's gone for Coco. Is it Meteor? There's another possibility. Was he ever on Frost? Ah, that's the one I meant. That's the one I meant. Mecha's got it. Swift, I think. Into the break we go. I turn my camera back on so we don't get done in. There we go. Make this nice and large. Sorry, I was just responding to a quick text message there. Massive graph gap, also hands, yep. Why is Shanks play only good with smoke champions? So Shanks has always got a bit of a side love for those kind of melee champions. Him and Cream had that kind of backup on things like the Yone and the Akali from a couple of years back. It was always cool to see. Swift played for NB with Long Panda. Oh my god, did he? And thank you very much for the community gift sub, Delete. I appreciate you there. Is it Delete or is it Delight? What's the actual pronunciation on that name? Just so I know. But thank you very much. It was indeed Swift, for the record, who was that player who went down that particular career trajectory. Delight. Thank you very much. I'll make sure I say that one correctly. But thank you very much for the quiz. Thank you very much for the prize of the gift sub. Congratulations to the winner. Who actually won it in the end, Delight, by the way? Sorry, I was busy sorting out a couple of things in the background. I've got. Sorry, I had a quick message to respond to. The person I was responding to is watching stream and going, "Stop responding on stream." I was trying to do it mid. I was trying to do it while I was on the break, which is very rude of me, really. But there we go. So they're watching and just caught me doing it. So sorry about that. It was me. Yes. Well, anyway, there you go. You got your response. But very reasonable to call out on that one. Oh, it was fun. Hey, Dom. Good to see you. Graves Akali. Was he a Graves player? I don't think Shanks is a Graves player. That's fair. Sam, as a fellow Sam, roast. You did ask for a roast, so we can arrange that. Call me out for not entertaining you. Look, that's fine. We can instead do a public humiliation ritual of Mr. Baneblade. Look, if you feel the need to make yourself feel special by naming yourself after an inanimate fantasy tank, and not even a particularly entertaining tank, it's just sort of like a fake Challenger 2, but with some additional sigils attached to it, you've not really got much of a personality, do you? I bet you're that person who turns up at parties and stands in the corner going, I bet they don't know I like Warhammer 40,000. And that's the personality trait. But you do that at my parties. To be fair, that's because yeah. Actually, do I even talk about 40,000 Magic? Magic I talk about, but that's because there's so many people at your parties who are massive Magic nerds. That is so true. But yeah, exactly. But to be fair, it wasn't just me. I did at least have people to join and do it. But I hear the point. But the part of the deal with the roast, a certain amount of hypocrisy is required. I have a little bit. I have definitely mentioned 40k at some point. It just generally comes up in nerd conversations, to be fair. Dom's just decided to ensure I have no standing in this chat, and that's very reasonable. But I am now here, left humbled. I do it out of love. Someone's got to keep my ego in check. Yeah, maybe I'm just Baneblade on an alt account. Put a whoopee cushion on Alex's chair quick. I don't actually have a whoopee cushion anymore. Back when I was about 15, I did. So I've only got mean options. AL or JDG? I still think AL should have this fairly cleanly. There's no realistic reason to believe they shouldn't. They should have won game 2. They didn't. They basically overforced on a team fight they had no reason to, and it was a disaster class. Game 3, bad draft. Very difficult once they couldn't play the Summoner Economy game. I thought AL would go 2-0 and close it out, but yeah, that's not what happened. I agree. We are, for whatever reason, now trapped here in Silver Scrapes territory. In fact, I think at this point, we can probably afford to go back to Diana. Look, we've had the Silver Scrapes. It was nice, and I am happy. I'm happy to happy. That's the one we're looking for. Sessions. Aha. There we go. Hope the Graves buffs lets Flandre at least try to play a game on his world skin. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. Because, I mean, like, that World Championship, I actually think Flandre had a relatively poor World Championship on champions not named Graves. The one series where he actually ended up being really, really good was in the finals, where Khan was also playing well, but Flandre just locked in. It was kind of crazy. Go back and watch the rest of that tournament. And EDG were having some bizarre moments. Viper had some torrid times in the quarterfinals and the like. I was a little surprised to see EDG clutch their way through the likes of Gen G and stuff to get there. I think it's quite a good song. It's a good riff. It could use a rearrangement. It's the middle child worlds. There is, yeah, I know kind of what you mean. the worst aspects of 2012 dubstep, that assumes that there are aspects of dubstep that are not cool. I'll never rewatch World's 2024 finals. I mean, it was a bit of a blast. As a Calm fan, I'll never rewatch that series in my life. It was such a bizarre series, man. Probably ought to run some more ads shortly as well. Do that after draft, I think. So, I think for this last draft then, can Tabe pull a draft together that gives JDG an advantage that they will need? Because I think mechanically they have been shown to be less good and certainly less consistent than anyone's legend. And on the other side, can AL make sure that they are able to not fumble on the big plays that should just close out the game? Because again, that get a game 2. Thank you very much for the gift subs, by the way, Orca, as we do head into draft here fairly shortly. But there will be a question for me as I'll move this camera up a little bit now just to make sure we're ready, because we're going to be in game 5 and that will need to be a little smaller so we're not blocking off all of our fearless drafts. But yes, if Tabe can actually pull together a game 5 draft without his game 5 curse happening, all good?
Oh, it's just a spam call, yeah.
Fair enough.
Thought I'd take a break. All good. Okay, let's lock in for this, Sam. Have we changed the audio over?
I have changed to Diana. I have not changed to...
So that means it has not been changed over, which is what I was asking. My bad. I should have worded that better. Okay. Shall we get prepped for this, Sam? A lot of this comes down to jungle comfort for me, Sam. A lot of it comes down to jungle comfort and how their team fights look later into the game. I don't think JDG win unless they have a good jungle matchup and the ability to out-comp in the 5v5.
That's the one. That will be the one. Yeah, well, if you get Beyblade, if you make it to Berlin, there is an opportunity for that fighter. Just
yeah. I mean, by the way, folks, if you are in Berlin, drop us a message on Twitter or on Discord or whatever. We're very happy to meet up and say hi. It's what we do occasionally. Let's get into it, Sam. Game 5 between Anyone's Legend and JDG. Tabe versus his old team, Anyone's Legend, trying to show that they don't need him to be the best team in the LPL. JDG definitely coming in as underdogs, as we've been saying all throughout today. That makes it notable that it got to this point in the first place. Jarvan, one of the last priority junglers, taken off the table. The Poppy to an important removal, because that could have also been played in jungle.
Azir and Orianna will remain permabanned throughout the series. Neither player wanted to give that up. Both Shanks and Honky very good pilots of those respective champions, and they just don't want to have to deal with it, and I think that is fair enough. Mel banned, one of those later round potential X-Factor picks to be taken off the board. We don't see a lot of it, but it does sort of begin to become a possibility this deep into drafts.
It absolutely does. We're really running through low on the champions. Of course we are at this point. And in terms of available mages, you're thinking of what, Syndra, the last one now. Nico banned away. What is left in the jungle pool? What is left there?
TF first pick.
Okay, so TF sets up well because it gives you that really consistent CC. The Mel, of course, would be really nasty to reflect that gold card. Cassiopeia into TF, though, is disgustingly powerful. It is disgustingly powerful. Now the problem is, JDG, if they lock anything melee, they die. So they need to go for a hyper range composition. I actually wonder whether Jace is okay here now, but even then, a Trundle Pillar can cause issues for that. You need to pick a range composition. You cannot go into melee against this.
Valios Thresh.
Thresh could help. Yeah, Thresh could really help here. It's a good laning phase. That's a good call. You're not locking in a jungler, though, and that could be a huge problem. Do you ban away the Sejuani? Now going to Sejuani Skarner as your last ban. Well, Skarner I don't think you even care about. You ban away the Maokai, I think, though.
Yeah,
oh, sorry, that's already gone.
Maokai's
That's already
gone,
gone,
yeah.
so that one's already fine. Do you lock in a priority bot lane? You could lock in Sivir right now. That
Might
could
not
also
be bad.
fine. Sivir could be fine here.
It's got a fair number of tools to deal with things like the gold card, the death sentence there. Jace for yourself could be a bold pick.
But that means that TF has a really good lane to head towards. You could lock in even Cassante at that point, even if it's bad into Trundle Cassiopeia. Oh no, you wouldn't go for that. They lock in the Cassante themselves, and they say, okay, this is someone that can stand in front of a Thresh and a gold card. Because locking in something like the Jace gives a volatile side lane for TF to go onto. TF going into a Cassante lane doesn't really lead to that much. Banning out the Zahen, I think Anyone's Legend should also ban out. Well, no, I mean, even at this one, I'd normally say, ban Sejuani for the CC combat. They have a Trundle. Cassiopeia. Do you even need to ban that? No.
I'm not sure you do.
Ban away the Gnar, ban away the Zahen, and then what does Xiaohu do in the lane?
it will get very interesting for sure. We have a question in chat from Dom. Hi again. About why Jace is getting through to game 5, and that's basically because the nerfs have hit him hard enough that he isn't clearing in the way that he was before, and that's preventing him snowballing to the point where he starts hitting people for half their HP rather than just whatever it is now.
And Jace has occasionally been played in top lane across other regions. We've seen it once or twice here. Jace in a top lane matchup, though, is very volatile, and if he dies, he ends up losing the game. In jungle, you can protect him a lot more because he's not in lane, so you have to go find him in the jungle, and it's a lot harder to do that. Sivir banned away from Hope. That's one of the losses of locking in the Cassante. You don't get to lock in your choice AD carries. Might not be a bad Xayah Rakan angle for Hope Kael as well. So maybe we see a Xayah or a Rakan ban here from JDG. I would personally ban out the Xayah, and at that point, Hope is left with very few safe options.
Sivir gone, Gnar gone, Zion gone. I think these are all bans we were somewhat expecting at this point. The Trundle is making Xiaoshu's pool very limited because the carry options from top are largely gone. Those kind of bruisery things like the Renekton, the Rek'Sai off.
Okay.
Jinx away from Hope. Hope is a big Jinx enjoyer, to be fair. We've seen him do that into the Yunara and have a good time of it. Just the last series they were playing.
So you have a few options here. You could go, well, Rakan's a bit squishy. You get hit by a hook, things go badly. Caitlyn I don't like into Thrash all the time because your E is slow enough that the hook will catch you as you fly through it. Xayah is a little low range. I like the Lucian. You can go Lucian Milio. Lucian Milio is the pick here. Now just realizing it, Lucian Milio is Exodia here, and JDG they can't take away the Milio. I think anyone's legend is slamming the Milio's last pick. I think JDG. I think the Lucian Milio destroys this game.
Do you have to go poke now? God. And try and just do it when it's into enchant. It's not fun.
You need ranged burst. You need ranged burst. You need something that can just blow people up. The CC won't be enough now. The Milio is so good. JDG, what do? They need high poke. They need high range. What do you do at this point?
Is it just a Jason and a prayer at this point? Gwen might give you some ability to brawl through stuff, and you can immune the Cassiopeia up with a good...
Gwen is good, but what do you do for jungle? Because jungle matchup is
Could be
so
Gwen
important here. Gwen jungle is a possibility.
And it's good into Trundle. Trundle hates it. Skip up the pillar.
It's actually not a bad idea here, Sam.
Oh,
Kha'Zix locks
okay.
in instead. You can go for the W poke. I don't love it. Again, if you go in melee range, things go bad. If you jump in, you get kicked away by the super mega blaze kick. I think if you go Milio here, this game is just so hard.
Challenging.
The gold card. The gold card is too powerful. It's too powerful on its own. The Milio will cleanse that. The hook as well. This composition from JDG is about chain CC. JDG have been winning games by playing through chain CC. Milio breaks the chain, and it is a great 2v2 for Hope and Kael. They go for the Braum instead, though. It gives you a better face checker. You can still block the hook and the gold card. I would have personally, though, preferred the Milio.
I'm with you.
But it does give you a bit more tank to block out the needlework as well. I still think you end up in the same scenario where you have a support that can block out the CC. I would have preferred the Milio, I think, but the tankiness of Kael's Braum, plus the ability to throw through the CC and slow down the people as they jump into melee range, particularly the Gwen, who can't immune the Braum passive, even if Braum is stood outside of it, that could be an issue.
Again, you've got this very dangerous mid-jungle duo of the TF Kha'Zix, where TF ports in gold cards, Kha'Zix jumps on the stun target and annihilates, and that's the plan. And Milio can run into the issue where if he is ever caught by that gold card or doesn't have a cleanse available, unlikely for him, the Kha'Zix just pops you. But the Braum is less fun for the Kha'Zix to deal with. Like, the Kha'Zix does not enjoy walking into Cassiopeia Trundle Braum.
There's not a huge amount of CC from anyone's legend. They're relying on Trundle, Pillar, and Braum passives to lock people into the team fight. I do think that JDG walk away with a more difficult situation because now they have to play away from Kael. If the Braum blocks the gold card, not even them, I suppose you could chain CC him, but the Braum causes some issues. The range is good from JDG. I don't like a lot of the rest of the composition though. I personally think anyone's legend walk away with a better composition.
One final time we head to the Rift. JDG, against all odds, it felt like, managed to get us to this point. I am surprised. I think on many, especially after that game 2 looked so dominant. One team fight brought us there in the game 3 draft. Led us to 5. Can JDG do it again? Get us to the upset way. I'll finish what they started.
I was wondering whether that'd be a Q flash. If that had landed, that could have been a huge problem. Gold card out there. Not too much. They're really going for this early fight, though. Honkyou slightly better damage at the level 1. Jun just walking around. If he catches Shanks here, that's a problem. Honkyou over the wall. Jun just really going for something here. He's going for an invade behind them. So this level 1 play, important. Junja will be able to start on Raptors with the W. He will be able to get a camp away from the enemy jungle, so this is not going to be an uneven start. The big thing here is that JDG know where the enemy jungler is, anyone's Legend don't. However, they are walking into their own blue side. They know that Junja isn't there. They don't know whether he started on his own top side or in their quadrant, though. Obviously, he started on their red side. Junja will get an easy level 2. We'll start getting ahead here.
Flash towards that bot side. The Brawn passive is on. That's a lot of damage onto Vampire, but they can't follow up for anything more. Flash early, cleanse early.
Ghost out from Gala as well, so it's 2 summoners for 1. HP trade somewhat even, actually, but the Brawn passive definitely hurts. Junja will be able to get an early gank in bot side, as will Tarzan. This is so crucial. We might see very quick level 3 ganks towards the bot side. Top lane's on an island. This doesn't matter. We need to see what happens with these jungle paths. Tarzan and Junja both beelining towards bot lane.
Fondra's had a really good series, been up in CS pretty much every single game, which is not something we've necessarily seen from, but this time with the Gwen could be difficult. That will be a conversation for later, though. This is the jungle plays we were talking about.
Okay, so hang on, they've both available there. That goes into the shield. It's not that important. Tower shot through is whatever. Kha'Zix now in bot river. Not seen right now.
It's got red buff.
They don't see him. The AL don't have information for this. Junja might have pulled out a masterpiece.
Oh, this could be really, really important. The Kha'Zix will be here. Unknown, the double flay. They're going to try and get the damage on the turret. This is very deep from AL. Tarzan's going to fall. Surely here. And Kha'Zix gets first blood. The moonshot gets the other.
The most criticized member of JDG pulls out a masterclass in early clear. Goes behind the enemy vision to go into the enemy jungle and gets a level 3 unseen counter gank to get ahead of the game. Flash down from Tarzan, kill onto Junja, 1 onto Gala. JDG may have found themselves an early game to get ahead of the game. So importantly so.
Well, that could be the moment that breaks it in favor of
So
JDG
watch out for the vision.
teams.
Watch out for the vision. They don't spot him. Junja manages to hide in the shadows, and anyone's Legend early wards were not good enough to scout the jungle path. And frankly, they don't have the HP for this. You're not going to one-shot here. You have too much CC from the Thresh. It's a bad dive even in the 3v2. It's too bold, and anyone's Legend lose 2 for the trouble.
That was quite poor, I think it is fair to say. Alongside some genius on top of it, Xiaoxu could chunk there onto Flandre. Won't be able to get too much more. We'll make it rain briefly there with a little pond summoned.
She'll stop with the recall here. The wave's pushing away from him, so that's good for Xiaoxu. Obviously less good for Flandre. Healing up fine with the pot, door and shield. Big thing about the Gwen laning phase, you just want to hit the wave. If you get access to the wave and you get to stack up your Q, your big trading is just QEing off of the wave. Vampire now gets to roam, importantly so. 1.3k gold lead to JDG. So important that they get ahead here. I think if it goes later and they have to dive in to a team that's ahead with the Cassante, Trundle, Braum frontline, I just don't think they managed to survive the Cassiopeia Lucian burst back onto them. However, gold lead onto Gala now, gold lead onto Junja now. It gives them options. I do think that anyone's Legend came away from me with a better 5v5 comp, which has been winning these games so far in this series. JDG need this early lead, and Junja might have threaded the needle to find them victory.
Junja will now be a known quantity courtesy of those Fey lights. Will it matter? No, not really. He'll get the hold of that respawning Scuttle Crab. Nab that one from... I saw that W miss. We'll get the kill regardless. Tarzan on this bot side on the respawn of his Krugs. Be an interesting one, because again, the Trundle was a denial pick, more than one into tanks. So it's not really a great subjugate target this game.
No, but the pillar is good, and you have other tanks. You're not the sole frontline. If you're there on your own with no tanks on either side, then Trundle just feels very squishy. Now you can kind of trade frontline values with Flandre and Kyle and yourself, and you feel a bit better at that point. At that point, it's like, well, okay, you put the subjugate onto the first person into the fight, and it's actually more about just giving a free Last Whisper / Void Staff to your whole team. And that obviously still has value. If Xiaoxu finds the wrong angle, if Vampire gets a little too close and gets pillared into the play, he will instantly die. And that will be the value of the Trundle.
Hope Kyle. Just wait for this wave to crash into them. Hope on the Lucian will be required to have some fancy feet this game. There'll be a lot of people looking to murder him, and there is a lot of damage for JDG. If for whatever reason Lucian doesn't have a cleanse or a Mikhail, things will be tricky. Speaking of cleanses, by the way, just check Shanks' inventory.
Yeah, there's 2 summoners on cleanses for both them. Trundle Pillar is going to come through. There is a flash on Honku. It's not really going to lead to that much. Shanks trying to trade back as well as he can, dip back into those wildcards there. Shanks is one of our most notable Cassiopeia players in the entirety of the LPL. He used to play this an awful lot back on Team WE. It is massively comfort for him. And if he gets to stand and fight without Gwen, like, Wing in his face, he will be able to out-DPS most people on the other side. I mean, it really is about the Aphelios in terms of late-game scaling for JDG. I think the Gwen can have some issues, like you said, if Braum passive gets applied to Gwen, even if she's inside the W, she doesn't get to ignore the stun at that point, which means that Braum can tag the passive, dip out, peel for someone else. Hope that someone like Flandre or Tarzan gets onto it.
There is a world where the Gwen becomes a bit of an X factor this game. If it does get late enough, Aphelios, Gwen is two of the biggest hyper carries in League of Legends. Let's see what the decision here is. Have, of course, got one of the great TF mains of EU in chat, perhaps to offer some advice. Vasu, what's your take on the TF so far? You happy with the TF in this game?
I mean, I think in this game, right, there's so much about, like, there's a low CC top side. The big thing about Twisted Fate Kha'Zix is that if Kha'Zix gets ahead, starts to threaten one-shots, then, of course, the TF makes that much more consistent. As you see right now, there is actually the ability to go in on the invade to this red buff here. Tarzan will not hit level 6. Kyle's coming over. Junja will be able to jump over the wall and safely manage to extricate himself. He's half a level over Tarzan. Good jump onto Gala. That flash away. That's important. Both summoners awake. That's important. Gala now being down those summoners means that potentially we see someone like Flandre or Hope being able to jump onto him. The less he can say about it. The Lantern will help, but it's not going to be a cure-all.
No, it will not. How far off 6 are we? Close, actually, for both bot laners. I think this wave should do it, in fact, for Hope.
Yep. Tarzan was delayed from his level 6, as we were saying, about half level down. Slightly less than that potential 3v3 in bot. So remember, TF has the TF. He has the TP to come in, but he's just TP back to base.
There's a Lantern. Is he going to be allowed to pick it up? Is there a ward? No, there is not. John just about gets out. Has to throw down that Void Assault to get out.
That was a very important timing. AL would not have been able to do that normally because TF could have teleported down. They do get themselves a good chunk onto Junja. It buys them some ability to get control over this bot side. Tarzan will recall in the bush. Cassiopeia on the reset now. Needs to get back into lane to try and hold the TF at bay. If you get permanent wave shove in mid lane, it does mean that just the miasma will stop the teleport, by the way. The ground will stop the teleport from TF. So if you're within close range, quite easy for the Cassiopeia to stop TF. He's managed to get the push in. AL need to be careful until they get back in control of this mid lane and stop TF from being able to go about a roaming.
See whether that is how the game plays out. Eyes on that mid jump from JDG. They are going to have to make very good proactive moves in this mid game.
He's going up towards top side. Does have flash. He's fairly happy with his position on the map right now. Of course, he doesn't want to be alone for too long out in the river like this. Again, that TF is so annoying at setting up for someone like that Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix 800 gold ahead. A great early game from Junja. However, Tarzan managing to rally okay right now. Gets that first grub. Gets a little bit more than that. At least denies it from the likes of the Gwen. The TF who would like to be hitting side lanes at some point later in the game. But particularly the Gwen who gets that side lane into the Cassante. Can't always stop the Gwen from hitting the tower.
Junja a fair amount ahead in CS, but I'll note that Tarzan's got a lot of camps to pick up to delay that slightly because of taking those grubs, so we'll be able to turn that into some more value here. And I think grubs plus the likes of a trundle can always feel good even if you're in the jungle, because you can just turn up to a play, bonk the turrets a couple times and get some value.
You can cross map very effectively with this. So Cassiopeia now being able to kind of match the TF. Chance of Junja jumping in mid lane, but really quite low with the clans available. As long as Shanks is here with Honkyu on the screen, quite hard for him to do much. Did use the miasma there though. We'll have to use his ult to cancel Honkyu's Destiny Gate on the other side. He's trying to shove and roam. Shanks needs to be careful about this wave clear now, because with Dragon started, Honkyu is potentially looking at a target summoned to bot river. It's basically TFing up to shove and roam, gives free Dragon over to JDG. Just say that. I mean, Dragon's pulled off of because Tarzan's coming over. Honkyu's caught by 1Q there.
The heal popped from Honkyu's spell, but will switch swiftly over to a teleport.
Okay, bot lane's doing quite well at shoving back too. This is a really intricate push and pull, because if you push out Junja and Honkyu, that's great, but if you get them slightly too far away from you, they could teleport down into the 2v2, cause some issues. Yes, Hope has that cleanse too, but it's okay for JDG to have a crack at it anyway. Try and play for the summoner economy, blow stuff like that cleanse. Flandre, I mean, he's behind a little bit versus Xiao. She's much more about teamfight value from both of them later.
Getting more than just a good chunk there onto Flandre, but the chunk is good. Make no mistake about it. Junja jumping onto Trundle, into the hook, into the potential turn, and Kyle is there though, and Junja has to flash away. Destiny get in, but Honkyu bloody deep for it, flash away from Tarzan, and now Honkyu's in a horrible spot. There's no Lantern. Does he need to flash? No, not quite yet. That box is more than enough slow.
Oh, that's a really threatening thing. He flashes forward. He's not in range. The gold card doesn't collect, and now suddenly the ball passive threatening onto Junja.
Flash.
Miasma.
Miasma, the petrifying gaze! Out comes the hook. The flay back onto Kyle. Is he in danger? Doesn't land the President. Braum will have to back away. No coal delivered.
Disaster for JDG. Mechanical misplays as AL thread the needle, will get themselves a kill and the dragon. I don't think they had any right to do that, Sam. I don't think they had any right to. When initially Honky teleported in, Kyle had used the door already to make sure that some of the damage had been mitigated, but it was pointed in the wrong way for the TF, so the gold card was very likely to come through uninterrupted. The miasma for the stop on the lantern was insane too. So this is just a hook out of Fog of War, isolated against the Kha'Zix. The burst is intense. Watch what happens here though. The shield goes up the wrong way, meaning that Tarzan has to flash immediately. Play stops the culling. Honky had that flash. Real play here though is from Shanks just afterwards. Lantern, of course, cannot be taken while you're grounded. Honky, oh my gosh, Honky, it's so close. Stun with the Braum passive. Miasma stops the Lantern. He can't get out. Stun down. Junja goes down.
Flash leap into a control ward to push her out of vision. It should be fine. No.
Nope, Miasma causes issue. The Miasma is such a nasty ability this game, folks. So suddenly that's a bit more gold back to anyone's legend. It's still a 2,000 gold lead for JDG. A lot through that jungle from Junja. However, you can see, as we saw last game, JDG kind of need the leads, I feel like. The Gwen might be the X factor for that. The FLOs can also do some good work as well. It's not as bad as last game where they just can't win team fights if there's any semblance of even later into the game. But they do want those leads, because if they go into the meat grinder against the Cassiopeia, the Braum, the Trundle, it is hellish for them. The TF is not going to get crazy value this game, and that's a problem. TF needs to somehow figure his way out through this game. He's not doing a fantastic job of that so far. That last fight, he needs to improve on.
I am surprised actually that Junja is so far ahead, considering he's only the 1 kill and the 7 CS ahead. But 1,000 gold from him is pretty big. I'm assuming it's just good first strike money.
It's first blood and it's first strike, I believe.
Yeah.
Those will be the 2 big bits. I don't think he was around for any turret plates. That should be. I'm
Maybe
surprised too,
lane,
actually.
yeah.
Surprised at that too. Tarzan, yeah, significantly far behind, and we have seen that jungle matchup has been the determining factor for multiple games in the series. Potential wraparound gank towards bot side. Destiny Gate is back up and available again, so keep your eyes on the minimap. You see there's great vision in JDG's own jungle for Conq to take a bit more conservative path towards some ult targets. Quite hard to go onto the Cassante. You can't really go towards top lane that easily. He just presses W, goes unstoppable on his way back, and that's kind of the end of the play. Junja is up here. Andra wants to kind of get... Hang on a second, he's using W. He's actually in trouble now. He's used his W. Kha'Zix rather could come into his lane.
Doesn't want to do it though. He stays away, backs away, and that actually gives Bondre enough safety here not to care too much. And the game has slowed down just a touch again.
Umbral Glaive being used to control vision. That's also one of the other best things about Kha'Zix. You use it for vision control, which allows your TF to do a bit more work.
That might actually be a bit more of that gold as well, just picking up the 25 gold for wards.
Maybe a little bit. It won't be that much, mate. It won't be that much. If you take out the jungle lead, though, it's basically even.
Yeah.
It's not crazy far off. Shanks head in XP compared to Honky will even up a little bit from this wave. Honky doing quite well in the Shashu in this trade here. So behind a little bit of farm, but again, the Cassante will be very useful in teamfights later, particularly against that gold card.
She got pulled back there by that Q3. Again, this Gwen, theoretically, you come in at the right time, you don't get tabbed by that Braum passive, you can just run through a relatively squishy low-range comp. Got some stuff to be wary of course. It's not a simple game for the Gwen, but...
Also important thing in this game, too, is... Cassiopeia can now buy boosts. We can get upgraded Merc Treads in this game, and that's really important versus the TF. It means that sometimes you don't even have to blow the cleanse. Pretty sure everyone's going to be going Merc Treads in this game. It does mean that Junja and Gala get more value for themselves too, because it means that their physical damage and the auto attacks do far more damage rather than against the Ninja Tabi. Junja, the Gust Walker, running across the map very effectively now. Mid lane turret will get tapped down here. Honky get himself a bit more play gold.
Indeed. Will it matter? Shanks speeds his way through here. Honky will ghost. Can do that courtesy of the spell, because we're back to the smite, not smite, the flash.
Onto Flondra. I mean, no, I think they're just trying to zone him off, trying to get that first turret. They are pushing it very well here. It's good gold for JDG. Yeah. This is important, actually. Again, they really want some important leads. For Gala to be ahead of the curve, for the Gwen to be ahead of the curve. Flondra is going to get jumped on by the Kha'Zix.
doesn't take anything looking like meaningful damage. We'll W through the Pathmaker. Sorry, the Death Sentence with the Pathmaker.
Cull now cashed in for Gala as well, so he's 900 gold ahead of Lucian because of the plates and the Cull, which Lucian did not get Tower Gold, and he didn't go for that Cull, so that's just extra gold onto the Aphelios. Hope mixed series had some good moments, some face palms as well, particularly on that Kai'Sa game. Shanks roaming up towards top side, potentially looking to dive Xiao Shu. Thresh is on the way. How quick will he be here?
Here comes the Destiny. Are we just leaving that as a one moment? Indeed they are.
Yeah, that's important here, actually. Dive, don't commit to it. Get the TF ult. You're more safe to farm now. Now the TF ult is going to be down. Don't have any cooldown reduction in the build from Concu, but it is that second level.
So they're going to turn towards Dragonar JDG, but you are down the Needlework, you're down the Destiny. Overcomes actually the Cassante, forced to cleanse on Honku to get over towards some other summoners.
Worth noting is Shanks actually went for the Lucidity boost, just trusting in the cleanse and having lower cooldown on it. Might be happy with that. Spots the gold card loaded up on Honku. Looks like we're fighting for this dragon potentially, or at least AL really don't want JDG to be starting it for free.
Yeah, and again, without the Destiny Gate, without the Needlework, I actually think they just got much more ults to work with. Those are some fairly significant ones to play around a 5v5 where it's already not the simplest for JDG.
Teleport away from the dragon. I guess there's no teleport. No top lane is going to be involved in this fight. Ginger going around the side using that Gust Walk. It doesn't have the ult just yet. Off Vision might look for a steal here.
Look to get in here. He's going to go towards Krug to maybe catch someone out.
No, he's going to spot them out on the Tri-Brush. Ginger, my dude. He's going to steal these to be able to jump over the other side of it. Okay, Tarzan was actually a little bit ahead in terms of XP. Kyle now's in trouble.
Does get cleansed immediately out of that death sentence. Has the Lantern there. The Lantern out will force a Void Assault, actually.
In fairness, Milio can't do that. If he gets hooked there, King dies. So that's why the Braum is quite useful here. Of course, Kyle, very confident player on that champion too. JDG still keep rolling through the gold. 3k is very significant, even though a lot of it is on a champion that will struggle to use it in some of these team fights on the Kha'Zix. The Kha'Zix is not going to have... it's not as easy to kind of leverage that gold lead on a Kha'Zix as it is to on Gwen, Aphelios, which of course do have their own significant gold leads too. But just, even though it's a 3k gold lead, it's a little bit hollow because the Kha'Zix is holding a fair amount of it.
There's the Profane Hydra picked up there for Junger as well, for more of that upfront mash here. No Ghost Blade, which I wondered whether it might be a possibility, but I suppose when you're into a relatively short-range comp, what you really have is just that upfront hit someone in the face.
There's a world in which something like an Edge of Night is good too, because it can stop Braum Q hitting at some points. Ginger's going to walk into Kyle again. Again, it's not bad damage there, but Kyle safe enough. Trundle's coming over. So is Shanks, really trying to group up, stop the isolation, fight over stuff like the Skull Crab. So many cleanses from anyone's legend. Really hurts Honky's ability to look for that first pick.
Thanks for the follow, Sandline Drift. It's a good time to be in here in a game 5. For those of you who've not hit that follow button, do it.
Now's the time. Not often that you get to see players like, games like this across the world. So perhaps it is if you watch the LPL. Very fun to watch anyone's legend, see if they can retain title as best team in the LPL. They were across the average of 2025. Harold going well into that mid lane turret, some extra plate gold, takes some of that gold lead down, not a crazy amount. Means that mid lane turret will have to be well attended to by JDG. Side lane turrets from anyone's legend haven't really been able to hit the other side. JDG, that tower up, and a lot of plates up as well.
Shanks has been farming very well in this game, was up about 30, so I think once he picks up this wave and shoves it out, he will probably end up somewhere similar to that mark again. Once you start side laning around these longer lanes, the CS numbers tend to oscillate a little more depending on who's shoved multiple waves at any given moment.
If Shanks gets really fed in this game, then JDG obviously have a huge problem. Honku, some of that gold lead will be coming from his passive. Of course, he did end up getting involved in some of the early plays, but hasn't got any of those early kills just yet. Most of that gold lead is actually coming from his passive. Damage onto Gala. Will it force anything like a flash? No, most of the HP gone. No, ow!
Ooh, he's not going to be able to sit here and farm. As Junger is behind, but so is Kyle. They can look to try and get onto Hope. Missing the Winter's Bite, but unfortunately for the side of Kyle, he's got a door, so the gold card is just blocks the gold card.
We haven't had an impactful TF ult this game. None of them have had good value. This is a very good anti-TF comp. Honku actually going to get baited out here. The Lantern just behind him, though, was trying to be interrupted by the Braum ult. Honku now looking for the next gold card.
I appreciate that Valiant tap. They do get the cleanse this time at the very least from it, but Shank's given a lot of free time because of that to pick up a turret here.
Yeah, if that play had gone very badly wrong, I suppose this hang on a second, you might see it by that. Tarzan currently isolated, not the happiest moment for him.
Put a pillar behind and start Smite slowing this one down. Junja might not enjoy that as much. He's subjugated. Hope's coming over. Junja needs to flash away. Void Assault. Will the last order's come through? Yes, there's the piercing light. But there is no more cleanse. That will likely mean the Lucian dies. All the while, though, look, Earth died.
Kyle died as well, so Hope goes too deep, can't get the quick kill. Ends up being a 1 for 2. JDG picking up the better parts of that. See that Tarzan, even though he's technically isolated, technically countered by the Kazakhs, not going to sit down and do nothing in that matchup. Hope going down there, though, a little bit more scary.
What did Kyle end up getting kicked?
He was just caught on the other side of the fight. Chain CC used that cleanse earlier himself from the spell book. We'll watch it through again. So Junja jumps forwards, and he does have a good gold lead, but Kazakh's quite good into the trundle, but gets immediately subjugated. Just chomps down, and most of his HP goes with it too. You can see just Chain CC onto Kyle. Junja very nearly goes down. If he goes down in the enemy jungle, it would have been the death of, it would have been a much different team fight. Hell Flash over the wall gets killed by the Moonlight Vigil. Of course, Hope does auto-attack the plant. He was out of range for the auto-attack anyway, so it wouldn't have made much difference there. Fondra getting jumped on, but here's Tarzan.
Tarzan is hit. Does it matter? Because I think Xiaoshu might just win this anyway. He's got more needles. Yes, he does. Just about. Keeps Flandre alive. Does Tarzan with a footwork nearby.
Needlework down, Xiaoshu, 960 gold ahead. The gold lead's looking good for JDG, Sam.
Yeah.
Tower's going to go down. Anyone's legend. In other games in this series, they've been able to break the early gold lead. Potential Bundle Pillar, the Lantern over it really would help them. Dragon spawning now. No flash for Kasante, had used that before. They give up that top lane turret partly because of that. Do they spot that over there? Yes, they do, because they spot the Hex Gate there on the ward behind the pit.
No flash for this Kazakhs. Honku gets jumped on, should build the Lantern out.
In a second, that was good damage onto him. Doesn't lose all of his HP, though. Lantern down for now. TF ult down as well, trying to take down the dragon.
There comes the culling. Interrupts, but it's not great from Vampire, who's to flash back out. Flandra now body blocking. Tarzan, half HP. Shanks gets a miasma, but the Moonlight Vigil comes out, body blocks. Tarzan secures the Dragon Smite. As Xiaoshu needs to back away. Junjo with the sweeper on can look to maybe go on forwards. Has got those void missiles to throw out forwards.
Now, Vampire hits the hook, it's onto Kyle. That's the target you don't want to hit. It's still a hook you need to land at some point. Nearly takes down the Braum. Now it's soul point for anyone's legend. And JDG, this is where the sirens start to go on, because yes, you're ahead in gold, but you've not managed to get objectives, and anyone's legend, at worst case scenario now, can give up maybe even 3 dragons back to you while they get some time to farm up and take something else on the map. Reminder, a lot of the gold which JDG had was through kind of map control, really. Of course, they get some of that through on that TF passive. At least Annual's Legend managed to get some of those turrets down, so I was thinking, oh, it'd be just pick up the turrets again. Not actually quite as simple as that. Annual's Legend also end up taking the mid lane outer turret. That's going to start curtailing a bit of the impact that Honku can have.
Statistical prognosis gives AL 61% chance as it stands in the current game state, and I think I sort of agree with it this time around, because the gold lead on the Kazakhs feels just a little bit flimsy this game. And again, Honku is even with the Cassiopeia, but that's with the stacked deck passive behind it.
And JDG still have a strong lead, particularly the Gwen lead is a problem.
Yes.
The Gwen lead is a problem. So while anyone's legend, I think that the composition will eventually come through. JDG have done a lot in this early game. Junja has had one of his best games of the series. He's been heavily criticized for JDG. I think when things go wrong for JDG, it often starts with Junja not being in a comfortable position. JDG now down, though, those big objectives. Shanks is a problem. Don't look at the gold on the screen. The TF passive will lie to you. Shanks is in a very, very strong spot with the double defensive items, having a cleanse, and also the lower cooldown on the cleanse from the Lucidity boots as well. He is happy with his state in the game right now. All anyone's intentions need to do is get one smite on one dragon, and that could be the game for them. Hextech Soul, one of the best souls in the game.
Little eyes on Hope's build. We don't really chat about that yet. He's gone for the Essence Reaver Flick and Blades option. He's also gone for the PTA to a little bit more about cycling through those autos, getting a bit more consistent damage down rather than something like a rapid fire first strike kind of build.
Yeah, you do that with the Nami because it just doubles down on the Imperial Mandate and the Tidecrawler's Blessing, or the Ebb and Flow rather, the E, whichever one is. No, Tidecrawler's Blessing, that's the one. Go kind of crazy with it. Into aggro that Baron. Worth noting as well, if things go off vision, the DPS on Baron from AL is really good because they're Cassiopeia and they can tank it for a long time too because they're Braum, Trundle, and the Kasance. So JDG needs to be aware that on red side, AL can approach the Baron pit very well. Blue side actually helps them very much in this late game terrain from anyone's legend around that Baron. And one of the things, of course, about the season, we talked about the separation of first pick and side of map. And I think in this game, blue side for anyone's legend really helps them with that Baron if they take fights around it. Lots of people roaming towards top side. Shank's pushing in, and because there's a TF in the game, AL have to protect their pushing lane, because Sante is so important to their draft because he kind of does that himself. He just presses W backwards and he's typically fine. JDG down a mid lane turret makes it harder for them to kind of push up in mid lane and force anyone's legend to play more around the mid lane. They can just shove and roam from that lane a lot easier now that turret's down. Whereas anyone's legend, they've kept their mid lane turret alive. Shank's doing very well to make sure that no one's really been able to hit the most important strategic structure in the game.
Very, very much so. Good breakdown on that one. It is very, very key indeed. And again, I am just getting nervous about this. This Cassiopeia is farming up a storm. It's up 40 CS on the timer. It's 290 CS in 25 minutes.
Yeah, he's really chovying in that one. The Cassiopeia, if he gets a clean team fight, things go great for them. So, Eyes on Xiaoshu has great gold lead, 2 items from JDG. Eyes on Gala's ultimate, see if Junja can get burst down. JDG do have the damage to kill the Cassiopeia. They do, but it needs to land in the right way before the pillar separates you from them, before the Brawn passives come through as well. Even a Kale's coming through from Kyle now, which will break. It's another cleanse. They've got currently 4 cleanses available to them, and they have 3 spares of Merc Dreads too, which will help with that CC. JDG, they have a good gold lead, but the extra kind of factors do bring it back more into balance.
Eyes on the timer. 50 seconds till Dragon.
Right, lies built up for Shanks. That's an important item completion. Doesn't look like there's going to be a 3rd item for Hope right now. In fact, he has to back now. Once he gets that there, he'll get himself, hopefully, his 3rd item for himself. He really wants that spike. He gets it. Infinity Edge for Hope, so he's now on par with Gala as well. Xiaoshu doesn't get the Nash's Tooth just yet. He's very, very strong, though, all the same. Shanks is so powerful and fast when he hits those Qs.
Yes, he is. Honkyu getting melted a little there by the noxious blast. Junja with the void spikes has to hop away. Pillar, you can't spell shield that one with an Edge of Night.
Oh gosh, the Seth wasn't coming through. Junja can't move!
Has to flash away the culling chunks as well. That's a heal blown from the Thresh on top of everything else.
But the HP is not great from anyone's legend. Honkyu loading up the gold card, looking for the next hook out of Fog of War.
Having to break into the river with little vision. The Umbral Glaive has proved valuable there.
Good damage coming through from Gala. The rifle turret's a very, very good hit. Those rifle turrets give you even more zoning. That's a hook. That's a bit of CC onto Hope, loses half their HP. I think they give it up now. Don't waste your HP at this point. Just push out mid lane. You've lost too much HP.
They have. That's the power of the vision control. And actually, the poke has been good from JDG, more than I thought it might be. Honkyu tagged with the Winter Spike. They're still looking to come and fight this. 2,000 HP. They can't get closer. They're joining Jets. More slows onto Xiaoshu. Will throw down that Hallowed Mist. Kyle left very low. The gold card comes on forward. Void Spike slowing. Flondrella flow. The Moonlight Vigil in power with the Infernum. Brings down a couple of health popping low. Here comes Honkyu. Flandre CC'd up. And they stay too long. A triple kill to Gala's Aphelios.
JDG zoned them out so well with the rifle turrets and anyone's legend. Look, we were saying it leading up to it. You lost too much HP. Back off. They used a lot of their skills trying to kill Junja. That will lead to the Dragon. It will lead to the Baron. And AL, they could have left well alone, pushed out lanes, took top lane turret. JDG used their greed really against them, and JDG more disciplined, more accurate with their skill shots there too. Tarzan can't steal this, and JDG might get themselves a game-breaking advantage. Huge play from JDG, and this is deciding Game 5.
We were so confident that AL were the best team in the LPL. And these last few games have been an eyebrow raiser. What good stuff from JDG here to just play the distance so well.
I mean, you look at the damage coming through from Gala onto Kyle, who basically loses all his HP. They had to back off. There is no world in which he should be staying here. Kyle should have backed off there too. Gets the splash damage onto the rest of his team. Anyone's legend too greedy. They try and get the whole hog here. They end up getting roasted instead. Great play from JDG to set on the objective, and you see how much that means to them. That potentially puts them into a game-winning advantage. Before we're saying, oh, you know, you have to add some caveats to the goal lead. You absolutely have to, especially the Dragons make a difference too. This is actually a game-winning advantage now.
Oh, I just saw Tabe completely unfazed while the rest of his team is popping off. What a crazy game state. Gold card onto Shanks. Again, he's actually struggled to get in range. We thought that JDG with some of these champions were going to have to get close. They've just not. They've been able to play from miles and miles away.
Tarzan hide it. Hang on, what's he doing? He's flashing onto
behind. That's it behind onto Gala. He's going to get taken low, but Tarzan will likely fall the subjugate. Buys time, but Junja secures him with the Reaper's Call. All out of Gala. They've killed off the Aphelios. Stun onto Hope, but will it matter? Xiaoshu in the midst of 4. Gets stunned over the Petrifying Gauge. They've got another. A pullback. And unfortunately, JDG, this time they're pulled into the meat grinder.
Tarzan, full fucking sends it onto Gala and takes down the AD carry. That breaks the Baron, which was so hard earned from JDG. Just going onto the AD carry without the flash because they pushed up too far ends up breaking the Baron buff. And now we're actually into a similar situation before the dragon fight. Tarzan goes into the back of the pit. He's actually blocked by the bread buff in case there was a follow-up. Vampire's trying to hook, doesn't expect the flash over. Gala certainly doesn't either. And Flandre goes in for the all-out. Honky's on the wrong side of the fight, and the play goes into the lower range where AL shred with the Cassiopeia and the all-out Cassante. Incredible play from Tarzan. He dies for the attempt, but is absolutely game-saving. Jungler's not had an easy time of it. That might just bring things back to even, much like we were saying before that dragon and that Baron.
Going into that microphone, they are so pleased. Still a 5,000 gold lead here. The majority of it is in Junja's inventory. Everywhere else has come down to under 1,000. Does a Kha'Zix with a 2,500 gold lead here make that much of a difference?
Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for that, but that was a good one. That was fun. One more time to do it, that'll do it. Mid lane turret's going to fall in favor of JDG. They still have the last bit of that Baron buff. It'll bring back the Baron power play to just about even, but it does stop so much of the map falling as they absolutely curve dump in that Baron shove. Now it's a minute and a half till the next dragon. We'll see if that will be where anyone's legend can find their soul. JDG will look to once again crowd out vision control around that objective and see if they can find themselves that all-important soul for them. Well, a denial of the soul once again.
Yeah. AL struggled to ingress the last time. They didn't have the vision control. Again, that's the power of the Umbral Glaive. It's the power of sitting there with the Void Spikes from the Kha'Zix which have been upgraded. The Death Sentence coming out. The Wild Cards. The Gold Cards being spammed through this late game TF with the Rapid Fire and the Lich Bane. You had the Rifle Turrets from Gala, who doesn't have that. In fact, at this point in the game, because he's 4 items, he's actually going from Infernum and Severum for the AoE Splash.
Okay, so now AL, they're starting to group up again. Decent vision control for them. She lands onto Xiaoxu, not the biggest thing there. Worth noting that Cassante's flash will be back up for the next play. Of course, Tarzan's won't be. Gala's is coming up now. The flash is up on the FLS. That's big.
Junja, Pillar, hops away, but that will lose them control of this banana bush this time around.
Honky using that gold card. That spell shield, very important for Junja, trying to get some poke out. Xiaoxu on the flank. Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, so you can't just rush the objective right now.
Honky gets away with it there. Junja on the other flank. They are coming in from multiple angles. AL grouped up, though. Do you really want to overforce this?
How do they close the distance? They're outranged. They don't have that many flashes to work with.
Honky
back in the pit.
Honky, no! He's gone! Just about escaped, but they're culling after. In comes the heal. They jump away, but Honky left very, very low.
He can back. He has the empowered recall. He can teleport back in with the mid lane boost. Flandra's trying to cancel him. Can't quite. What do AL do now?
TP back.
I think they have to slow down. Once again, they're going to be on even HP. Going into the objective.
Just steps away with the Void Spikes. Have the Void Assault rolling all that while. Gala, pillared, not taken down. Has got himself the Sentinel turret now. Into the back and goes Flandre, messing with 2 people. They're into the pit. He gets messy. In comes the middle, but it's wide. It's wide. Junja tries to jump on the other side. Doesn't quite get the kill. The Dragon's still at half. Xiaoxu's been exhausted. The Needle's timing out. Still got 1 set to throw.
Oh my gosh, Junja's low HP, but he could just go for the smite. I think they have to back off again, AL.
They do. Another dragon goes the way of JDG. A flay back doesn't lead to anything. The Howler missed out the death sentence. White TP back. They want the fight after regardless. A minute till Baron.
They don't have the all-out this time. AL are trying to keep JDG around. The HP, I think, is still in favor, though, of JDG.
Gravitum stings at this point. That was mighty, mighty close.
I'm really starting to respect the damage the Kha'Zix is doing in late game with the poke. So much of that damage before it was Junja. Going for that poke. It's been a very good game from him. The champion is hard to play. It's hard to get value. Later into the game, it goes 3,000 of the gold lead, which JDG has, is actually on Junja himself. Agile gold lead is starting to do a lot of work with the Sorildas in. It's another dragon for JDG. It's another soul denial. This time, AL don't die for it. Helpfully for them. I wonder whether anyone's legend can go for a bit of a Baron bait themselves. They have the terrain advantage around the Baron. Of course, it's hard to keep out Junja from the pit, and there's a lantern to get him out. AL might just try and go around the Baron, set it up, and see if they can get JDG into a fight in closer range.
As on inventories, 4 items done for Lucian, 3.5 for the side of Shanks, who sat on this arm gun. I think he would probably turn that into a Zonya's, but would rather have the ability to double proc it by going and buying the full one afterwards.
Okay, so who's got summoners available? Gala doesn't have Ghost, does have Flash. Kyle's looking for something.
Vampire's left alone. He's going to have to try and heal his way out. Just about survived. The Mikhail's after force. Junja slowed by the miasma, but isn't going to be kept on it.
Again, you can just see how dangerous it is once AL actually start to pile onto a target. The damage is insane. Pillar doesn't stop the jump.
Doesn't. Nice idea, though. And again, that is just a bit scary. Flash over! Carl looking at Xiaoxu. If they can kill the Gwen, that would work! He's going to have to try and dash away with the skip and slash and has the ult available.
Oh, he still has his flash up too. Doesn't have the teleport. That's a ult going wide. Goes golden from Shanks. Junja on the flank again.
he find some more work here? No arm guard for Shanks. Does not
is
have
so
the teleport. Can back for Azonya's. Maybe asked to.
Oh, this is so tense. JDG have the range advantage, and they're trying to play out. I mean, they know what the plan is, and that's been where things have worked out so well. The pillar's good.
Oh, Lantern away, keeps him safe. Flag forward, the Dragon Guard is wide. Shanks cleanses all the while. The burn is good. Junja on the side. In comes that Destiny. Are we jumping further?
I don't think so. He's going.
He is.
Them. He's trying to go for it. Where's the pillar? He might use that to separate out the team.
Doesn't find that angle. It's bloody close. The health
The
bar's
health
a bit
bars are good.
dicey.
The health bars are good. There's an empowered recall coming in from Shanks. He can
Hex
get back
gates.
out onto the map. Yes, the Hex gates are important. JDG not rushing the Baron. JDG are using the range advantage so well.
Cleanse off Hope.
So he won't follow up for anything more. Cleanse down is important. Hope, his culling is really important to him. That kind of evens up the range disadvantage. You can use that in some different points. Honky trying to use that gold card.
No Mikhails or cleanse anywhere. Shanks is down, Hope's down, and the Brawn cleanse is down.
That's a very, very low Baron. I think it's just going to go down for free. JDG will get it.
What about the fight afterwards? Tarzan about to get jumped on. There's Junja with a big old taste of fear. And gets a nice chunk there onto the Trundle, who just isn't tanky in this game.
Yeah, however, Vampire goes down, 5v4, JDG clean Baron take. Really impressed with how they're playing the range advantage. I thought with anyone's Legend, with so many cleanses, the ability to kind of jump forward and threaten with the Brawl ult, perhaps it would have been easier for them in the late game. Really disrespected how threatening stuff like just the Kha'Zix spikes are. Just the occasional Calibrum coming out from Gala. 2 minutes until the Dragon. JDG will have push. So disciplined from them. Very impressed with JDG in this game 5.
JDG was supposed to lose 3-0. They were supposed to lose that second game. That didn't happen. We wondered whether it might be the mental reset. It has proven to be so. We are now deep into a 5th game, and a team we had down as pretty convincing the best team in the LPL after the 4 or 5 games we saw in a row is now potentially about to lose this game to JDG, who looked so flawed, so shaky, so inconsistent. Players like Junja, rumours of a replacement coming on forwards, of those poor levels of play. It's Tabe's team against his former team. Comes towards the latter stages of this game. Dragon is coming up. It would be Soul again for AL if only they could secure it.
A minute till the Dragon now. JDG using the range advantage very well. Mikhails is back up. That's a TF ult. Where's that going? He's going to Shanks. He does have the cleanse.
Oh my god, he might just die and does, even through the Seraphs.
It's the first time where they've managed to find a target.
Oh, that TP.
I don't think that'll matter as much. He's tanky enough, but the Cassiopeia being down for the Dragon absolutely does.
Gonna keep CC, John. I think they could just keep CCing it.
He's got the flash. He'll be able to backstep that. Flandre uses the Mikhails as well. From Kyle. They're starting to push him with the Baron Rush. They want to take the fight.
Trying to get on top of Hope, but he survives. Out comes that hallowed mist. Will it matter? The culling comes on through, just chank out Carla.
They're going for the end. They're going for the end. They don't want to fight around this. They know without the Cassiopeia, the damage is very low. It's only on Hope, and they have the Baron left to work with.
Baron, 5v4. They can keep looking. There's another hook. It's onto Flandre, trying to do his best to buy some space and time. Xiaoxu left low. Out comes the Infernum, doing his best work. They have done it. They have done it. The best team in the LPL is being murdered by Jing Dong Gaming. Summer in the back room. Tabe smiles. His former team defeated in a 5-game banger. Underdogs win the series.
JDG will take down, well, what used to be our best team in the LPL, just like they did in the first round of regular season. We had worries about drafts, worried about Junja. We should not have worried at all. JDG clutched it out in game 5, and Tabe will take down anyone's Legend, his former team.
I am shell-shocked. AL looked so good for so much of this series in the opening parts of it. To end up in a game state like that, JDG with nerves of steel and discipline. A team that was incredibly ill-disciplined just the game before.
Anyone's Legend fall to the lower bracket. Anyone's Legend, we thought they might just 3-0. We thought they might just explode through this series. Anyone's Legend humbled today in draft and in play. I think game 5 thought they'd do more with that draft. Shanks caught out at the end. Struggled to do that much on the Cassiopeia. And JDG find themselves through in a very unexpected 5-game victory.
Wow. That was incredibly unexpected in so many ways. And, you know, what a game 5 to do it in. I did not expect the Kha'Zix to be useful. We doubted it within Kha'Zix. Really? And actually ended up being far more useful than either of us anticipated, just off the W upgrade alone.
The games which were lost besides that game 2, which, I mean, AL will be kicking themselves now for that game 2, where they lost in that last game team fight. The games where they lost were when Tarzan struggled to have impact, really. You know, the Trundle in game 5 really struggled after that early game path went wrong. The game 3 before that, with that Wukong getting blasted by the Vigalio, really struggled for them. And credit to Junja, a player who has been criticized no end in this split. Really, really impressed me today.
Well, that is something, isn't it? I will be very interested, because again, I think for me, this is also just quite telling that what does AL do if Tarzan doesn't have a mighty lead? I think they look a lot less like they know how to play the game if Tarzan can't just be the guy who brings everyone together on a big journey to do crazy things with him.
That's going to be our series for today, folks. Thank you so much for watching us. It's been a pleasure to cast a 5-game banger between two of our best teams in the LPL. If you'd like to support us, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. We do have some sponsors. Well, a sponsor for this month as well, Opera GX, which you've seen a number of new users sign up for, which is very, very flattering to us too. We're here every day with LPL on Onivia on YouTube, on my own personal YouTube, and then on Twitch as well. Thank you very much for watching us once again. What are your plans for today, Sam?
I am going to stream for an hour or two, and then I will be off to play some Magic with some friends, which will be very nice.
Okay, cool stuff.
And I've got a couple hours to stream, hopefully.
Okay, so JDG walk away with the victory. If you're on YouTube, the show will end now, and if you're on Twitch, well, Sam, did you say you were streaming?
I am, yes.
So get that set up as quick as you can then, and we'll get as many viewers over to you as well. Thank you so much for watching us, and we'll see you for tomorrow.